Chapter 1.1 The Human Sloth Frondier 1 Part 1 The next day. There was a small commotion during class. "Look at that, no way," everyone whispered to each other with disbelief in their faces and eyes, occasionally glancing at me. "Frondier de Roche is awake." It seemed like all the students' eyes were saying just that. "Have you really never once stayed awake during a class, Frondier? That in itself is quite an achievement." Then, if we move on to the next slide, even the teacher seemed quite perplexed that I was awake. But there was nothing to be done. It was my father's command after all. If I don't make it into the top 10 overall grades at Constal, I'd be expelled. Constal is the academy, the school I'm currently attending. It's essentially an educational institution. While other schools generally focus on accumulating knowledge and culture, Constal also incorporates combat training to fight against magical beasts. Thus, it's quite intense and difficult. It's not just about being good at studying, but also excelling as a combatant. One must clear both aspects exceptionally well to make it into the top 10 overall grades. For Frondier, it's an impossible task. Come to think of it, while playing the game, Frondier would disappear without a trace at some point, and I thought it was just forgotten, but he was actually expelled. Did he stay knowing he would be expelled? Or did he actually think he wouldn't be expelled? The overall grade is a combination of written and practical scores. With this body, lacking in divine power and proper magic, I need to score as high as possible in the written part. So, it's only natural for me to focus in class. Of course, the ultimate goal is to clear the game, but being from the Roche family is important, so being expelled is problematic. The title of being a noble from a prestigious family is one of the few advantages Frondier has. Without it, clearing this game as Frondier would become even more impossible. Putting that aside, I'm sleepy. As if Frondier's habits and poor stamina have taken hold of me, an irresistible sleepiness pours over me. It's always around this time that I feel sleepy. Suddenly, it was not easy to concentrate on the class. I had no idea what the things written on the blackboard meant. For me, who only experienced this world through games and suddenly started attending classes, and Frondier, who always slept, it could be said that we were similar in this situation. Where? I thought back to Frondier's skill. Weaving. I didn't know if this would work, but I tried to weave the things the teacher was writing on the chalkboard. Content of what was written on the chalkboard came into my mind clearly. Even if I didn't understand the content, it was as if a photo was taken, and the content was saved as it was. I can use this. I also saved the content of the book in the workshop while I was at it. I stopped taking notes. There was no need. Instead, I focused on the teacher's explanations. The contents written on the chalkboard would be saved automatically, and I could review them again anytime later. Once I stopped taking notes, the curious gazes looking at me from all sides subsided a little. They must have thought I was just being a bother and stopped taking notes. Even the teacher seemed to have calmed down. He had an expression saying, "Well, all right then." For what reason? Even if you invest time and effort to take notes, the problem is the practical test. Without divine power, and without any proper skills or magic, the wall of the practical test is too high for Frondier. The only reliable skill is weaving. But what can you do with that? A copy that can't be seen and can't interfere with reality. It's possible that Frondier's laziness stems from this skill. He's probably tried all kinds of crazy things he could do with the skill already. Even then, the fact that he gave up after failing to find any useful application means that the situation is hopeless. As I walked down the hallway thinking about weaving, I saw a girl walking towards me from that direction. Swish, the sound of leaves rustling outside the window. Sunset-colored hair, big eyes with irises the color of a lake. With every step she took, the aura her eyes poured out soaked the entire scenery. Without sparing me a single glance, she slowly made her way towards me. I recognized her immediately. It would be hard not to, given her stunning appearance. Elodie de and wise Rishi. The child blessed by the 5 gods now stood before me. Elodie is a character from the Etius game hogging all the talents. The phrase blessed by the 5 gods alone could represent her overpowered nature. The only regret is that she doesn't become the protagonist's companion. No matter how many times the protagonist offers, she always refuses, and the reason remains undisclosed. Still, as a woman destined to play a crucial role in the army, she's definitely a reliable ally. In Etius, filled with all sorts of characters, she's one of the few named characters that can put the player at ease. But that's when I'm the protagonist. I'm Frondier. To Elodie, I'm a stranger, and knowing her won't earn me any praise. There are many who dislike Frondier. My grades are a disaster, and my conduct is careless. Just a lazy fool hiding behind the prestige of a noble family. That's Frondier's reputation, and it's true. On the other hand, Elodie, embodying diligence and an example for other students, would see someone like me as nothing but detestable. So, I'm not the protagonist. I should just quietly pass by. Frondier. I was about to pass by quietly, but she called out to stop me. I looked at Elodie. Elodie's eyes, filled with anger, were directed at me. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Chapter 1.2 The Human Sloth Frondier 1 Part 2 There is something. What is it? I couldn't bring myself to say it, just silently staring, when I heard the sound of teeth grinding. What I felt for you, the moment Elodie murmured something flew towards her right window from outside. A baseball heading straight without thinking, I moved my hand. It was almost at the same time as the girl moved hers. Clang! The baseball broke through the window, sending shards of glass flying along with it. In front of them Frondier's unique skill weaving workshop item No. 3 rank common iron shield. I extended a shield I had woven earlier, stored by a previous Frondier. It was then I realized. How foolish. This was all fantasy. It was useless in actually blocking. Whoosh, in the moment that thought crossed my mind, the baseball and glass shards were suddenly engulfed in flames. The force behind them seemed to be devoured by the fire, losing all momentum and fluttering like petals. Wow. This wasn't my doing. Elodie's right hand was stretched towards the glass shards, and her eyes and hair had turned red in an instant. She had set everything ablaze in a moment. The glass shards and baseball, burned by Elodie's flames, lost their force and fell. Only a few shards stuck to our clothes or brushed past us when, ting! Huh? The girl and I voiced our confusion in unison. The baseball and glass shards bounced off in midair. Neither my hand nor her body was hit by a single shard. It didn't just bounce off in midair. The shield had blocked the glass shards. My shield, which was surely a fantasy. Thanks, Frondier. I don't know how you did it. Elodie didn't understand. Of course, she wouldn't be able to see my shield, yet her thanking me was incredibly sincere. But hey, you saw it right? Even if you hadn't blocked it, my flames would have. She continued to ramble on, but my mind was elsewhere. Hey, are you listening? It's a bit embarrassing. I thought back to the situation just before. My shield had definitely blocked the window and the baseball. Can you just say anything? This meant that weaving wasn't entirely an illusion. If the conditions were right, it could intervene in reality. I still didn't know what those conditions were, but the fact that it could intervene was most important. Come on, it's not that bad to ignore. I felt a very slight thrill. Clenching my fist, I took one step at a time down the hallway. It felt like I had found a faint ray of hope in this hopeless mess of a game. The sunlight brushed my face in a glorious moment. Hey! Ouch! Once again, I was hit in the head with a baseball. Picking up the ball that had bounced off my head and rolled to the side, I rubbed my head. I was sure it would work this time. I'm currently experimenting with weaving. The shield that blocked those fragments must have been the one I had woven. Then it occurred to me, could this skill become real instead of just fantasy when the caster is in danger? An incredible thing indeed. To test it, I replicated the shield and threw a baseball at it, aiming the shield above me while the baseball fell. But of course, there was no such thing. The baseball elegantly passed through the shield and hit my head. Well, if it were that kind of convenient game, I would have figured it out long ago. How can I use it in reality? The fact that it blocked the glass shards is real. All of that was evidence that my weaving had manifested in reality. But I didn't know how. Ugh, I'm tired. Half slumped in a chair, I felt completely drained. It wasn't just the mood, my body was genuinely exhausted. Maybe it was a backlash from using weaving too much. Why does it exhaust people, without even appearing in reality? I muttered to myself like a complaint. Right? Why am I exhausted? What is this strange sense of depletion? Those questions brushed through my mind in succession. I sat up from my reclining position. Mana? In the game Etius, just as there are skills in magic, there naturally exists mana. And of course, having become Frondier, I must possess it too. However, being a human from this world, I'm unaware of the sensation of mana. But if my current state of depletion is due to mana, then weaving is a skill that uses mana. Meaning, it's akin to magic. Think back. In Etius, what was mana? What was the concept of magic? Magic in Etius isn't a concept of matter. It's a concept of phenomena. Whether you're shooting fire, hurling ice spears, or erecting earthen walls, none of it can continue to exist in reality. Once the caster cancels the spell or runs out of mana, it all disappears. A natural wildfire can continue burning until it's put out or runs out of fuel, but if a mage creates flames, even if they spread like wildfire, once the mana is depleted, the flames vanish. So when I realized that Frondier's weaving couldn't affect reality, I was disappointed, but accepted it. Magic might seem omnipotent at first glance, but it has clear limits. You can burn, freeze, and break things, but you can't create something from nothing, not even a copy. I need to change my thinking. Trying to create something out of thin air was wrong from the start. It's impossible. I can't create a shield. What I need isn't matter, it's phenomena. Just like when a mage conjures fire, they're creating the phenomenon of burning. With a sword, it's the phenomenon of cutting. With a shield, it's the phenomenon of blocking. Swish, I tossed the baseball into the air. As it reached the apex of its arc and began to fall back toward my head, Frondier's unique skill weaving workshop item No. 3. Rank common iron shield. I'm not creating the shield itself. I'm creating the phenomenon of blocking an attack with a shield. Just for an instant. Clang! The sound was light, and the baseball deflected off the shield, changing its trajectory. I did it. It only appears in reality for the moment it blocks something. Even if it's just for a split second, reality is reality. A small thrill ran through me. Chapter 2.1 The Human Sloth Frondier 2 Part 1 I've gotten used to the classes. Not that I've started to understand the material. I still don't get a thing. I just store everything I'm supposed to learn, whether from the blackboard or textbooks, as images in the workshop. What I've gotten used to is the atmosphere during class. It would be more accurate to say that everyone, including me, has gotten used to it. Everyone has gradually gotten used to me, keeping my eyes open and looking at the blackboard during every class. The fact that I don't take any notes seems to have convinced the students somewhat. Let's pose a question here. The teacher lowered the wizard view screen he had been displaying. The answer to the question is probably on that screen. Mr. Frondier. The teacher's eyes, as he called on me, looked very displeased. The fact that I'm keeping my eyes open and listening to the class. To some teachers, that might be pleasing, but to others, it might be the opposite. The fact that Frondier could sleep through the entire class is because he's a child of the Roach family. The educational institution I attend, Constel, doesn't distinguish between nobles and commoners. The only distinction is based on ability. However, not everyone inside feels the same way. Just because Constel's system is meritocratic doesn't mean all its people share the same views. Some suck up to the nobles, while looking down on commoners, while others blindly support commoners and despise nobles. Frondier's position was interesting in that regard. Teachers who brown nose the nobility don't bother me when I sleep, and teachers who openly dislike nobility ignore me whether I sleep or not. In other words, either way, they don't interfere with Frondier's laziness. When I think about it, the teacher who woke me up initially was a unique character. He woke me up simply because I was a student, and it was during class. Such a typical teacher's reaction. The more people like that, the more it seems like a proper educational institution. However, the teacher before me now didn't give off that feeling. The disdain in their eyes, as they looked at me, proved it. What happened in the year 144 of the Terst Empire? The answer to this question was in the content I had just displayed on my viewer, but it had been only a few minutes since I saw it. Others would have diligently written it down in their notes. You can look at your notes and answer if you want. This lady. Was she annoyed because I hadn't written anything down, and was just sitting quietly? I pulled out an image I had saved in my workshop. This was my note. While I was pulling out the image and checking the content, the teacher sighed dramatically. Can't you answer? If that's the case, make sure to take proper notes next time. Edesian Terst passed away. Edesian. Simply put, he's the grandfather of the current emperor of Terst. Honestly, he's not an emperor the citizens of the empire are proud of. At that time, the human territories were continually being reduced by the monsters. Just an incompetent emperor who left behind only a record of defeat, but anyone who had ascended to the throne at that time would have died bearing the same disgrace. It was such a difficult and desperate time. It was just bad luck. The teacher's gaze towards me became more hostile. Why are you looking at me like that? The student got the answer right. There must be more than that. Immediately after the emperor's death, the capital was moved to Silster, marking the third, and to date, last relocation of the Terst Empire. I was just reading from the image I had pulled up. It might look petty, but what else could I do? At that time, once, the need for a combat training institution like Constel, where we are now, was highlighted, and it reached the legislative stage, but was dismissed. Ultimately, this decision was correct. At that time, it was a priority to clearly delineate the boundaries between humans and demons. And then, the teacher seemed to ask me with the intention of seeing how far I would go. But I'm just dumbfounded. The next one is in 145 years. Now that I've read it all. A brief staring contest. Honestly, I don't know why we are having a staring contest. A vein bulged on the teacher's forehead as she glared at me. Shortly after, she adjusted her glasses with a deliberately calm expression. All right, then let's move on to the next page. As if nothing had happened, the wizard view opened again, and the class continued. However, during the time the students were holding back laughter, the teacher's fingers trembled slightly. Chapter 2.2 The Human Sloth Frondier 2 Part 2 Divine Power Measurement Room. This facility boasts the largest space within Constel. Students with divine power are few, but their divine power varies greatly in strength and scale. For more accurate measurement, students with divine power each have a record sheet, and teachers comprehensively review these records to make appropriate evaluations. Incredible. And there stands a girl. The chilling scene around her. Cracked rocks, charred soot, frozen ground, distinctly engraved lightning patterns, etc. It's hard to believe that one person created the scene. The teacher, Alez, who was watching her measurement, swallowed hard. Is this child the Inwise? Inwise is not her exact name. She was given the middle name Inwise for receiving the love of 5 gods. Elodie de Inwise Rish A. Elodie, the eldest daughter of the Rish A family. A girl who monopolizes as many as 5 divine powers, a feat difficult even for one person to achieve. At the tender age of 17, her future seems almost set. It's a future filled with everyone's envy, respect, jealousy, and rivalry. How about it? The record. It's almost identical to before. No worries about it dropping. Alez answered with a faint calm expression. Ah, I was hoping it would go up, Elodie said with a playful smile. Alez smiled back but broke out in cold sweat. What was she expecting if it went up further? However, there was a shadow somewhere in Elodie's joking demeanor. She still had the memory of encountering Frondier in the corridor. How I waited for you with such feelings. The sentence was left unfinished. It was interrupted by a baseball that suddenly flew in. But now, she considers that a blessing. Frondier and Elodie have known each other since they were young, though nobody within Constel knows it. The Roach family of Frondier and the Rishi family of Elodie have been allies and rivals for a very long time. The Iron Wall achievement of Anfer, the head of the Roach family, is well known, but the Rishi family also played no small part in that achievement. It was inevitable for the son and daughter of each family head, being the same age, to know each other. Elodie had no particular expectations for Frondier, that son of Anfer, that brother of Azir. Everyone expected Frondier to have the same level of talent as them, but Elodie didn't care about that. She simply hoped that Frondier, as a long-time friend, would properly play his part as one person. But Frondier was not like that. Lacking in divine power and talent, even his character left much to be desired. He lacked the effort to improve his insufficient skills, the responsibility to accomplish the tasks assigned to him, and even the ability to manage his own daily life. The affection seen from childhood had faded over time. Frondier had finally broken the last promise he made with Elodie. Frondier, meet me at the Constel gate after school. I have something important to give you. It was surely a promise easy to keep. He was the one who said okay. But Frondier never showed up, and tried to pass by Elodie in the hallway, as if he didn't know her at all. The hallway. Elodie squinted her eyes, and then asked Alez. Teacher, if it were you, how would you block incoming arrows? She remembered the minor commotion that had occurred in the hallway when she was with Frondier. A baseball flew and shattered a window, and she incinerated everything in a moment. But as they fell, they were deflected in midair. It was clearly something Frondier had done, but she could not guess how. Not wanting to explain everything in detail, she changed the example from glass shards to arrows. There are countless ways magically, whether it's burning, freezing, or blowing them away with wind, as long as you make them lose their force. Unless it's a demon, breaking arrow. What if someone blocked the arrows with something like an invisible wall? Are you suggesting they were pushed away by the wind? No, I mean literally deflected by an invisible wall. Have you seen someone do that? Oh no, it's just a hypothetical. Just wondering what if. Elodie's question might sound childish and silly to another student, but Alez took it seriously. Because the student who asked was Elodie. Alez must have had the same thought as Elodie. Yet, the fact that she asked means there was considerable concern behind the question. But upon reconsidering, Alez's conclusion remained the same. It's peculiar, right? The most likely possibility is an invisibility spell. Whether it's a wall or a shield or whatever, you make an object that a person can carry invisible, and then block arrows with it. To others, it would seem like an invisible wall, literally. But invisibility magic is quite tricky. It's not actually about becoming invisible, but about manipulating light reflection. A slight miscalculation can result in failure. Even if you succeed, there are still questions left. Why go through all that trouble? Exactly. If it's just for blocking, there's no need for it to be invisible, and then a simple shield would suffice. Magic wouldn't even be necessary. If you really wanted to use magic, there are easier ways, and if you're going to block with a shield, there's no need to make it invisible. It doesn't make sense. Elodie nodded in agreement. Moreover, Alez didn't go into detail, but the fact is, shooting arrows is a matter of combat situations, and in Elodie's case, it wasn't arrows but glass shards, more like an everyday accident. Who would walk around the corridors carrying something like an invisible shield, preparing for an attack that might or might not come someday? After a moment of thought, Alez slowly opened his mouth. There's another possibility, but it's highly unlikely. What is it? Well, it's a preposterous idea. Still, Alez gave a bitter smile. That expression alone conveyed that what he was about to say was going to be an absurd story. Using aura. Aura? The aura that's infused in warriors' weapons? Right. Mana and aura are essentially the same substance, referred to as Kai. If a mage manipulates mana through formulas to produce magic, a warrior embeds aura into themselves through tens of thousands of training sessions and discipline. But how does that relate to an invisible wall? It might be unfamiliar to mages, but warriors who have reached a certain realm can generate aura without a weapon. Elodie's mouth dropped open. She finally grasped what Alez was trying to say. Now, she understood why it sounded so preposterous. So, are you saying that a warrior who has reached such a realm can create a shield-sized aura with their bare hands? It was just a hypothetical discussion, wasn't it? Oh right, just hypothetically speaking, asking if such a thing could be possible. Even as Elodie responded, she thought to herself. The possibility that Frondier had created aura was of course non-existent. The idea of creating aura with bare hands, without a weapon, was already rare enough. And to create an aura of sufficient size to deflect all those countless glass shards? That's impossible. Then, Frondier must have either foolishly cast an invisible magic on the shield or else. Or what? Seeing Elodie ponder with a troubled expression, Alez smiled. It seems Elodie definitely saw something. But Alez was certain. She must have seen it wrong. But it's just a theory. It's impossible for anyone. Ah, I thought so. If there had been even one person capable of that, humanity's territory would be much wider than it is now. Is it that significant? If one could create a shield-sized aura with their bare hands, without any weapon, their body itself would be equivalent to a legendary weapon. And not just any legendary weapon, but one that fires indiscriminately. Imagine dozens of invisible weapons flying at you. Each hit would leave a hole of that size. At Alez's words, Elodie's face turned pale. That's for sure. It's scary. Chapter 3.1 The Human Sloth Frondier 3 Part 1 Clang. Got it. I clenched my fist, looking at the broken target. This is the training room. Some are doing muscle training, some are doing magic tests, and some are doing skill verification. Anyway, if there is a vacant room and you get permission, anyone can use it freely. Since the situation inside is not visible from the outside, I can freely use the magic here. What I am doing now is target practice, one of the programs set in the private room. It is usually a facility used by people with ranged weapons, and all you have to do is hit a target that appears far away. At the lowest difficulty level, the target just stands still, but as the difficulty level increases, the target moves further away, hides and appears, moves around at will, and eventually even reacts to projectiles and evades them. Of course, I am humbly doing the lowest difficulty. By the way, the target is a magical hologram, so it's not really broken even if it's broken. The sound effects and graphics are just very realistic. When you succeed in hitting it, the hit area and damage are displayed, which is very convenient. What I am practicing now is the throwing technique of the dagger I made with magic. If you can just induce the phenomenon of aiming at the moment when the target is hit, you can damage the enemy even if you throw the dagger you made with magic. In other words, it is possible to make a ranged attack that cannot be seen. The intervention of magic into reality is only for a very short time. It only appears briefly at the moment of cutting, blocking, or stabbing. Therefore, in close combat, the ability of magic is halved. This is because even blocking an opponent's attack is only for a moment. If you block attacks at the last moment, they won't be deflected or parried, and the enemy's sword will cut through my weapon or shield and slice my body. It goes for both shields and swords. If you're using a shield, you have to parry every single one of your opponent's attacks like you're playing a game, and if you're using a sword, you can't just block haphazardly. You have to deflect or parry everything. I really don't want to engage in close quarters combat that's so insanely difficult. That's why it's best if I can use a bow dagger, or something else to take down my opponents from a distance. However, there's one fatal problem with this tactic. Damn, I can't hit anything. That's right, me. A total gaming nerd like me and Frondier, who is only good at sleeping, seem to have a terrible synergy that sends shivers down my spine. Still, if I keep at it like this, gritting my teeth and hitting once every 10 or 20 times, skill created. Created skill. Throwing rank. Common description. Throw things to hit targets. Accuracy increases with proficiency. Current proficiency, lowest I've acquired a skill. Nothing special, but since neither I nor Frondier have any talent for combat, we'll have to rely on skills. For your information, even a 10-year-old kid can acquire the lowest level of throwing proficiency with enough practice. Let's do our best. In the evening, when the moon was a slim crescent, I finished practicing and stood still in front of the entrance to the training room. Then I watched the time pass, because there was something I needed to check. When I first entered this game, I was so out of it. No, from the moment I entered, I was already out of it, and besides, I've always been a scatterbrained person, so. Anyway, due to the hectic days I had been living, there was something I momentarily forgot. At first, I didn't think much of it, but once the thought occurred to me, it grew uncontrollably. Today I must confirm it. I am waiting for someone right now. The reason I am waiting in the training room is that I know he will definitely be here. I checked the date on my smartwatch, and there's no doubt it's today. It's about time for him to arrive. Seizing the automatic door of the training room opened. I cast my gaze towards the man who came out. Found him. Blonde hair that cleanly reflects the moonlight, blue eyes that shine brightly, and features that are, of course, impeccably arranged, as if they were meant to be. Anyone who sees this man would realize that the air around him changes. Astor Evans. A first-year student at Constel, the shining hope of humanity. He is the protagonist of this game, Etius. Him? Hello? Astor glanced at me and nodded slightly. It must be the first time he's seen me as Frondier. Even if it weren't the first time, he probably wouldn't remember anyway. I bowed my head in greeting in return. I don't do anything to unnecessarily arouse suspicion. I wasn't waiting to talk to him. I was waiting to see him. After taking a brief look at me, Astor continued on his way. Just a little further is a fork in the road. The left leads to the library, and the right to the dormitories. I quietly watched his back. As he approached the fork in the road, his steps turned right. Having confirmed that, I dropped my gaze in despair. I was certain of it. This game was going to be far more challenging than I had anticipated. Game of Etius. As I mentioned a little earlier, Astor Evans is the protagonist of Etius. Being the protagonist of a game means, naturally, that he is the character played by the player. In other words, to put it another way, Astor Evans, when not being played by a player, is unknown to everyone. Chapter 3.2 The Human Sloth, Frondier 3 Part 2. Today there's an event happening. When Astor heads to the library, he has a meeting with the librarian and receives some information from them. It's not that the information itself is important, but the meeting is unique, leading to a close relationship with the librarian. It's what you'd commonly refer to as raising affinity levels. Since the librarian continues to provide various forms of assistance afterwards, all players naturally head to the library, because they know about the event where you meet the librarian. Being a player means knowing information that Astor Evans, in his position, would absolutely not know. Etius is a game that no one has ever completed. Those who have attempted Etius naturally guided Astor towards the most beneficial route that reaps the most rewards. The current Astor Evans would never follow such a route. It's the optimized route that has been built up through the sharing of information by many people in countless retries. Even if miracles happen 5 times, the unknowing Astor wouldn't follow it. Despite having played as Astor so many times it's uncountable. I know nothing about Astor. Astor Evans, when not played by a player, where he might head to, I had no way of knowing. There's nothing I can do about it. The initial plan was simply to grow myself and become a comrade of Astor's. While Astor would grow well on his own, I intended to learn in my own way to become an asset to Astor's power. Since Frondier wasn't originally part of Astor's comrades, me joining as a stronger ally would undoubtedly be a net gain, even by simple calculation. However, plans have changed. Astor here doesn't grow on his own as well as I expected. He doesn't follow the path of the veterans. Right now, it might seem trivial, like missing out on a librarian's information, but moving forward, he would miss out on experiences and various weapons and artifacts that could enhance his abilities. No one has successfully completed this game, but I can't imagine completing it without Astor. So, what I need to do now is subtly guide Astor to follow the veteran's path. We can't get everything. It's okay to skip some characters who only help with gathering information, like the librarian. After all, I have most of the information needed, but essential events must be experienced. It will be much more work since I'm not moving directly. Still, I have to somehow make it work, make Astor strong. At the same time, I have to grow stronger myself. Oh right, I have to rank within the top 10 of our grade by the end of this year. That too. Oh right, Astor just skipped the library event. Sigh. I sighed. A doomed game. That too. Everything Astor misses, I have no choice but to pick up. I opened the door to the library. There weren't many people, and as befitting the place, a quiet and relaxed air filled the space. Some students widened their eyes and avoided me when they saw my face. Frondier and the library seem like quite the mismatch. In fact, there's nowhere in Constal that suits a Frondier. Being institutions for improving skills and gaining knowledge, they obviously wouldn't appeal to a Frondier who doesn't want to do anything. I quickly looked around and found the librarian. The librarian was silently working at her station. Brown hair, round glasses, a plain face. In contrast, a glamorous figure, and a beauty mark under her left eye. The first time you see her, you think she's exactly what a librarian should be, but then you see her figure, and the occasional sultry expression, and that thought disappears. Librarian, teacher Ainen. Building a rapport with this teacher can give access to the latest news and miscellaneous information within the school. It might not seem like much, but since the game is filled with unfriendliness and absurdity, every piece of information is precious to a beginner. Well, to a beginner, that is. In reality, she's more important to Astor than to me. But since Astor missed this event, I couldn't just pass it by. I doubt my arrival will trigger the event. Since it's come to this, I'll gather all the information Astor missed. If the opportunity arises, I might share some of it with Astor. Now what to do? My reputation must be well known among the teachers. Ainen probably knows about Frondier too. Meaning, I have to become friendly starting from a negative impression. You're a Frondier, right? Then Ainen spoke to me first. Ainen gestures me over, as if to say, come here, just by looking at my face. What's this? I approach clueless. I didn't expect you to come here. What brings you? I'm looking for a certain book. That's not true. But I can't exactly say my real purpose is you. Good timing. Want to take a look at this? Ainen pulls something from under the desk. It's a newspaper. I want to ask what I'm supposed to look at with just a newspaper in hand. But as soon as I see where to look, I understand. Content on the front page of the newspaper captures my attention. A party discovers a divine object. Location: dungeon near Solgatop territory. Accompanying the headline, there was a photo. In the photo, a branch was enclosed in a transparent case. A branch. Its shape looks familiar. Everyone's calling this mistletoe. That's right. When I first entered the world of Etius, a branch shown to me by a teacher through a wizard view. It looked exactly the same. You said to Jane that this was a mistletoe? So the teacher's name was Jane. I quietly nodded. Anan seemed to be testing me, subtly asking, "How about it?" "In the newspaper, and soon it will be on the news through wizard view. Everyone who sees this calls it mistletoe. They say the Empire is buzzing with the discovery of a divine object that's hard to come across even once in a lifetime." That would be the case. An item used by a god holds significant value, no matter how trivial it might seem. Moreover, mistletoe is by no means a trivial thing. Balder, who was called the perfect god in Norse mythology, the mistletoe branch that killed him, that is what mistletoe is. Its value cannot be measured by money, and there are only a few divine objects that can stand against it. Someone has found the mistletoe as everyone knows it, and I said, mistletoe did not look like that. In other words, Anan is now asking me, can you still push for your opinion given the situation? Can you say again that what you said was not just bravado or nonsense? Between Anan's smiling face, I can see a faint hint of mischief. She probably thinks I will back down, or evade, deny my words, or stutter. Either way, she is expecting to see me flustered. However, my opinion remains unchanged. My assertive words wiped the smile off Anan's face. Mistletoe did not look like that. I know, not just what mistletoe looks like, but also the identity of the fake mistletoe encased in a clear container, featured in the newspaper. But this I can use. I've been pondering how I could naturally approach Aster. This could be the solution. Aster would definitely be most interested in the news about this content, because the target of Aster's divine power is Balder himself. Chapter 4.1. The Branch in the Coffin. Mistletoe 1 Part 1. The night is steeped in darkness. A woman quietly walks towards her destination. Her long blonde hair gleams in the moonlight, glowing brilliantly in the surroundings. Slightly sunken eyes, calm gait. Her gaze, gently pushing away the scenery as if cutting through it, had an alluring charm that could make a man look back. In this manner, the woman continued her leisurely pace until she suddenly uttered, "Oops." She opened her eyes. No, her eyes were already open. She just woke up from her trance. A few strands of hair stuck to her lips. "Well, I'm here." Ellen looked at her house in front of her. She checked her appearance. "I don't look disheveled." "Good." Last time, she walked all the way home with leaves stuck in her hair. Yawn. She still felt sleepy. Has there ever been a time when she wasn't sleepy? She opened the front door. "Oh, you're home, sis?" Her younger brother greeted her from the sofa. No, he wasn't greeting her at all, since he didn't even look away from the wizard view. "Aster." Ellen threw a suspicious glance at her younger brother, Aster Evans. "What's wrong? Do you know a freshman of the Roach family?" "Who's that?" "Frondier." "Moron, Frondier." Aster tilted his head upon hearing Ellen's words. "Who's that?" Ellen sighed. Her brother was really clueless about the world outside. To think that he didn't even know about Frondier. "I heard that you were with Frondier. In the training room." "Oh, that guy." Aster spoke as if he suddenly remembered something. "But we weren't together. I just met him in passing and greeted him. It seemed like he was waiting for someone." Ellen briefly snorted before walking past Aster. Aster watched her walk towards the refrigerator with a dumbfounded look. "Hey, is that it? I was worried that you might get involved with something weird." Ellen fetched a jug and poured water into a cup. Behind her, the sound of Aster's snickering could be heard. "You're funny. Spending all day sleeping." Swiftly, Ellen's hand swung around. The cup that extended from her fingertips, and the water it contained. The whole thing flew towards Aster, maintaining a clean horizontal line, as if it had been gently placed on a table. Aster caught it with his hand, and leaned back with the momentum, slightly altering the direction of the force to spin around. Splash! The water in the cup swayed. Ellen looked on with a nonchalant gaze and said, "Spilled it. That's what happens when you throw it like that." "Like that? Want to be thrown like that too?" "Damn it." Aster swallowed his frustration internally and drank the water. As if using mystical power was nothing to him, Aster shifted his gaze to the wizard view to forget the pointless thoughts. "Huh?" The wizard view was broadcasting news. The content stopped Aster in his tracks. "Here's the next piece of news. A party venturing near the dungeons of Solgatop has reportedly found a divine object. The object is a branch nearly 2 m in length, resembling mistletoe in appearance, and has become a topic of discussion." "Mistletoe?" At Aster's mutter, Ellen also reacted. She set down her cup of water and moved beside Aster. On the screen, a member of the party was holding a transparent cylinder. Inside, a long branch was placed. An interview was in progress. "Why is it in the cylinder? We didn't place it there. It was like this when we found it in the dungeon. Did you think about breaking the cylinder?" "Of course not. If this is indeed a divine object, including the cylinder, we could incur the wrath of the gods. I see. There's speculation that it might not be mistletoe. What do you think? We're not sure. If it truly is, that would be delightful. The party's leader laughed heartily. Listening to that voice, Aster quietly examined the branch inside the coffin. Ellen looked at Aster's expression and asked, "What do you think?" "I'm not sure. I've never seen the real thing." "Did he react at all?" Aster shook his head. The Ellen referred to was Baldur. Since it was the weapon that killed him, they had hoped he might reveal something to Aster. For reference, most gods have experienced death. Throughout long histories and mythologies, gods have done so. However, this does not mean they are completely annihilated. It means they have left the world of humans. They now exist in the world of salvation, which is a concept somewhat superior to the Greek underworld or the Norse Helheim mentioned in various mythologies. Therefore Baldur could also be there, and if he wished he could give Aster some sort of sign or hint. Unfortunately, Aster received no hints from Baldur. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on the branch as if nailed to it. "But you still want to check it out, right?" "Yeah. That really is mistletoe. I have to have it." The branch that killed Baldur. For Aster, who was loved by Baldur, it becomes a weakness. Conversely, if he could possess it, his greatest weakness would disappear. No, not only that. If there is someone who can wield this divine object, someone who is permitted by the gods to use it, that could only be him. What do you plan to do with the divine object then? You can't use it as it is. We think it's a weapon too presumptuous for us to have. We're considering selling it if we can get the right price. Aster, I know. That weapon will surely fetch an enormous price. Real or fake, it doesn't matter. Even if it's fake, until the real one appears, this is considered the real one. Probably, a family not involved in combat would never use this weapon. They'll just display it in their house without ever verifying if it's the real deal. Even that much is enough to raise their reputation. The price will jump just for that. A commoner like Aster Evans wouldn't be able to dream of a price like that. Chapter 4.2. The branch in the coffin mistletoe 1 Part 2. Did you hear about the mistletoe? Yeah, the auction was cancelled, right? A few days later, the talk of the town in Constal was about the mistletoe. Every student and professor alike, everyone's attention was on it. The party that discovered the mistletoe put its due up for auction, but it was cancelled soon after. This was an expected development. What the prestigious families offered was something that couldn't be converted into a mere sum of money. In the end, the heads of the prestigious families were going to gather in one place and come to an agreement. Any nobles of lesser status wouldn't even be able to attend. Today was the day of that nobles' meeting. For once, the eyes of the classroom were all on Frondier today. Regardless of his character, he is still the son of a prestigious family. They say his father, Enfer de Roche, deeply loves his son. The son in question here is not Frondier, but his older brother Azir. Then there was Frondier's recent statement. His incomprehensible bluff that that's not how mistletoe looks had become a rumor known to the entire grade. The moment he would be found out was soon approaching. For all these various reasons, Frondier had become the center of attention in today's constal. Of course, the person in question, Frondier, just sat there, drowsy-faced as usual. Frondier. After school, Elodie came to Frondier's classroom. There are 6 classes per grade at constal. Elodie and Frondier are in the same grade, but they're in different classes. Frondier is in class 5, while Elodie is in class 2, the same as Aster. Since Aster is the main character in the game Etius, many named characters are gathered in class 2. As Elodie approached Frondier, the eyes of the students gathered on them. But Elodie's behavior was perfectly normal in a way. She is also the daughter of a prestigious family, a daughter of the Richia family, which is a rival to the Roche family. Naturally, she will be attending today's meeting. Don't go making strange comments even at the meeting place. Elodie warned. Strange comments? Like mistletoe not looking the way it does or whatever. I won't say such things. Don't worry. It's not about worrying. I'm just afraid I might end up being embarrassed. Well, it's a relief if you're not going to talk nonsense. Elodie sighed ostentatiously. Frondier laughed. For a moment, a light flickered across his languid face. I don't need to do that because it's mine. Huh? What did he just say? Mine? Oh, you mean it belongs to the Roche family? That's one way to put it. Then say it that way. Don't talk weirdly. Frondier and Elodie headed towards the school gate together. Many students were watching them, as if they were looking at a bride and groom coming out of a wedding hall. Of course, the relationship between the two was almost the opposite. Elodie. Then someone approached. It was Aster. Being promising students in the same class, they naturally had a connection. By the play standards, around this time, Aster would start talking to Elodie. Take care. Yeah, though there's nothing for me to do. Elodie joked with a smile. Aster smiled back, but there was a slight stiffness in his smile. Elodie, can I ask you one thing? Huh? I know it's a lot to ask, but if possible, get mistletoe. I'd feel relieved if it's you. Elodie smiled bitterly at Aster's words. She was not unaware of Aster's situation. However, it's not as easy as it sounds. From the Richia family's perspective, Mistletoe is not an item worth coveting to that extent. They would take it if they could, but it's not something worth shedding financial blood over. The Roach family is probably the most likely candidate. The family head in fur is said to be willing to do anything for Atsi. That's why Frondier claims Mistletoe is his own. There's a good reason for it. Well, I'll try, Elodie said. Depending on the progress of the meeting, I might even be able to raise my voice once. Though I'm not sure how much that would mean. Don't worry, Aster Evans. Suddenly, Frondier spoke. Aster looked at Frondier. Aside from an encounter in the training room, they were practically strangers. To such an Aster, Frondier calmly said, I'll take away your worries. With those words, Frondier walked away. Elodie followed shortly after. What does that even mean? You'll take away his worries? Exactly what I said. What does that even mean exactly? Elodie looked uneasy. In fact, for Frondier, there was a more important and nerve-wracking issue than the meeting itself. The figure waiting for him at the school gate, that was the issue. Frondier. A cold voice called out to Frondier in front of a stationary carriage. First impression Frondier had of him was, if one were to make a comparison, like a sharpened blade. Sharp yet firm eyes, tightly closed lips that seemed to symbolize everything about him. If one were to judge by the standards of beauty alone, he would be considered one of the most handsome in the continent, but few could approach him due to his sharp and seemingly dangerous demeanor. Brother. This man was Frondier's brother, Azier de Roche. He inherited all the talents of the impregnable house lord in fur and grew beyond them, becoming a chief character in the official Etius ranking. You've wasted a lot of time. Get on the carriage. Father is waiting. Azier moved without giving Frondier a chance to speak. It was a gesture that naturally suggested it was the only course of action. Elodie, who came with them, had already boarded a carriage prepared by the Rishi family. Yes, Frondier boarded the carriage. This man he saw for the first time today was his brother, and the person most likely to discover Frondier's true identity. Chapter 5.1. The Branch in the Coffin. Mistletoe 3 Part 1. The meeting place was at the Miller family's mansion. The Miller family is located in the central Herald region of the continent. There are three main reasons why the Millers were chosen. Firstly, the family's rank is low, so they have no interest in purchasing Mistletoe. Secondly, they have no special ties with the families attending. And thirdly, they are located centrally among the attending families. Brother. On my way to the carriage I saw Azier. Do you also desire Mistletoe, brother? Basically, Azier does not lie. Being the most likely candidate to possess Mistletoe, I was curious about his feelings. Well, it was only then that Azier seemed to consider it, tilting his head slightly. It would be nice to have. That response was so Azier-like. I nodded in satisfaction. After a brief moment, the carriage stopped, and we arrived at the Miller family's mansion. And upon seeing a certain figure in front of the mansion, I swallowed my breath. The Iron Wall Patriarch in fur de Roche. If Azier was a sword, then in fur was the embodiment of a completed weapon. His stern eyes, and the stylish mustache that elegantly covered his lips. His hair and mustache were white, proving his age, yet he didn't look weak at all. Looking at it this way, it seemed incredibly unfitting that Frondier was in fur's son and Azier's younger brother. Let's go. Just 2 words. I thought Azier was also rather blunt, but in fur was even more so. He did not give me a single glance while speaking. Everyone is waiting. This way. The mansion's butler guided us. From Constal to here was the longest distance, so it was natural for our family to be the last to arrive. Actually, it wasn't so natural. We could have simply left a few days earlier. This was merely a display of Infer's pride and ego. The only one who could make the distinguished family's wait was Infer, a proof of such. The butler opened the door to the meeting room with a creak. I almost let out a sound. I can already feel it. The significance of the distinguished families of the Terst Empire gathering in one place. It feels like the love of the gods they receive will soon overflow out of the meeting room as a crushing pressure. You've arrived. A short greeting from an elderly man with white hair. Zodiac Elder. Late are we? Seems no one has anything to say just yet. The head of the Roche family, guarding the opposite Frondier. Ludwig von Urfa. Welcome. The most friendly gaze among those present from Infer's rival. Ortal de Rishi. Behind him stood Elodie. And besides, famous family heads and notable children, all gathered in one place. My gaze then drifted to a woman. Among the notable characters, none are as easily recognizable as her. Black hair, black eyes. Even the dress she wears and the fan she holds are black, a woman cloaked in darkness. Quinny de Viet, the only daughter of the Viet family, and a third year at Constal, known as the Little Devil for reviving her family from the brink of ruin. Surprisingly, she has achieved such feats at just 2 years older than me. For some reason, the subtle smile hidden behind her fan, seemingly directed at me, feels suspicious. Does she know me? I think not, but it seems worth paying attention to. Let's get started then. Mr. Miller, where is it? Yes. Ludwig looked at Miller with his characteristic dialect and light tone. Though it might seem rude to some, Ludwig speaks to everyone regardless of their social standing in this manner. Which is to say, it's rude. The head gestures to the butler, and soon servants carefully move the container to the table in the center of the meeting room. Oh, so this is it. Helder's eyes sparkled. His gaze was as sharp and intense as during his prime, dark and brooding. Yet, everyone's eyes shone with the same intensity. It looks quite convincing, doesn't it? According to someone, the branch inside the container indeed possessed a certain dignity in its form. Above all, it perfectly matched the description of the legendary mistletoe. So the real question is, who gets to have it? I'll say this first. I am willing to put up the mining rights to the Etius mines. For 5 years. Someone threw out an unexpected deal. Such impatience, then I will. From there, the competition for the family treasures and rights began. Some had gathered various valuables and assessed their value in advance, while others, having no personal wealth, offered lands and buildings, saying it was fine to hand over assets if they had none. Naturally, the children could only watch this unfold, keeping their mouths firmly shut and surveying their surroundings. They had no right to speak. It was merely a field trip for them. 3 houses remained unmoved: Roach, Rishi, and Quinny. Ortal, the head of the Rishi family, had no intention of purchasing from the start, and Quinny was simply observing the situation around them. As for Infer, he was just biding his time, and it seemed that time was not far off. The Roach family will stake the sword. My lord, there are more than 1 or 2 swords. Ludwig, following his usual tempo, began to tease but stopped. Did you just say you'd stake your sword? Is there a need to repeat myself? Click. Infer detached the sword sheath he was wearing at his waist. The worn leather, the weight of the steel, landed on the table. Exchange a divine artifact for another divine artifact. Chapter 5.2. The Branch in the Coffin. Mistletoe 3 Part 2. Ortal smiled with interest. The most notable expression was made by Aesir. However, truly, is that item truly worth offering up, Graham? Here is Sigurd's famous sword, Graham. Sigurd is arguably the most famous hero in Norse mythology. It is not only gods, but divine relics encompass even the weapons of heroes. And Graham would surpass the weapons of most gods. Now hold on, just calm down, Miller intervened in a fluster. The deal was proceeding so abruptly that I've been observing, but there's an issue that needs to be resolved first. That's right, Quinny continued. First of all, is this really mistletoe? All eyes turned to Quinny. She stepped forward to mediate, having observed the situation until now. If this is not mistletoe, then this deal becomes an entirely different matter. Indeed, it's too early to conduct a transaction based on the assumption that it's genuine. The value lies in not knowing whether it is authentic or not. So, who will verify that? Ludwig pointed to the transparent container surrounding mistletoe. The simplest way to find out is just one: breaking that container. The current mistletoe does not give off any divine aura. However, if the aura was erased because of that container, then mistletoe, including the transparent container, could be a divine relic. If so, breaking the container would be a perilous act. Nobody wants to incur divine punishment. We will not verify. What do you mean? Whether this branch is mistletoe or not cannot be determined. It might be, or it might not be. The value of this item lies precisely in that. We must proceed with the transaction, keeping this in mind. In other words, the value that arises from the item itself. If the expenditure matches that value, then the deal is valid. This was Quinny's thought. If the transaction were based on the assumption that this is the real mistletoe, Quinny could not possibly offer terms to match that. Nor did she want to. However, if it's assumed that this is merely symbolic of mistletoe, not actually usable, the price drops, and the families desiring a change. Not the families who want to treat mistletoe as a weapon, but as a sign. Precisely families like Quinny's. Good. If this is the flow, I might be able to get it quite cheaply. It doesn't matter. At that moment, a single sentence cut off her train of thought. And first spoke as if he was passing judgment. Whether it's real or not, I'll prove it later. Even so, you're willing to hand over your sword? What if it's fake? This time, even Ortal was surprised and asked back. If it's not real, then that's the end of it. Nothing more. Don't be ridiculous. Do you know what it means to hand over Graham? Ortal. His voice was slightly breathy, and the air grew heavy. My era has long since passed. These were words that no one dared to ignore. Everyone looked at Infer, their faces filled with bewilderment. Aesir will surpass me. So what use is a sword to me? Are you really going to give up Graham? How many times do I have to repeat myself? Infer's eyes were resolute. They had never wavered, not even once. Mistletoe belongs to Aesir. The words that silenced the room. They were clear and definitive, as if a conclusion had been reached. Quinny let out a sigh. She never expected the Lord of Roach to go to such lengths. Can't be helped. It's time to back down. What can we do when he's offering to give up Graham? There are other valuable items out there. Everyone seemed to be following Infer's lead. Then, a voice as gentle as a blade of grass spoke out. There's no need for that, father. It was completely different from Infer's voice, a comforting tone that felt like an everyday conversation. However, the meaning behind those words was far from light. The gap between the tone and the content was so great that everyone's reaction was a beat too slow. Frondier, watch your words. His older brother Etius warned him. Infer also narrowed his eyes. A simmering voice escaped Infer's lips from deep within. Do you know what you're saying? Of course. Frondier's voice remained calm, as if he was still unaware of the atmosphere. Ludwig pushed his displeased face closer to Frondier. Is this brat serious? The second son hidden away by Infer. For the first time, Ludwig directly looked into Frondier's face, which he had never cared to notice before. It was a face of laziness and tranquility. To put it nicely, that is. To put it bluntly, it reeked of laziness and negligence. Could such a peaceful face really head into battle in the future? Kid, you don't understand what's going on and just barged in, huh? Frondier glanced at Ludwig's growling for a moment. Just for a moment. Then, he shifted his gaze to point at Misteltein. Father, there's no need to waste Grandma on something that's not even genuine. Ludwig was momentarily stunned by Frondier's words. Is this a sign of disrespect towards me? How do you recklessly claim to know such things? How I know I cannot prove. Frondier took a step forward, with a step as natural as flowing water, as if he was leisurely going for a walk. At the end of that peaceful stride, no one could feel certain that peace awaited. He stood in front of the container and placed his hand on it. Verifying it is simple. By the time he said that, everyone understood his intention. They had been dreading it from the moment he stepped forward. Infer, Azir, Ortel, Elodie all moved simultaneously but stopped. It was too late to stop Frondier. Nothing could surpass his lead now. Unless they cut off his hand or killed him, perhaps. If that's truly a sacred relic, what will you do? Aren't you afraid of the gods? Ludwig, flustered, his dialect became even more bizarre. Huh. Frondier laughed. That laugh made the real atmosphere unclear and made everything around him seem languid. I have never been afraid of such things. Crash. The container shattered. Chapter 6.1. The Branch in the Coffin. Mistletoe 3 Part 1. A sharp tearing sound. The sound was enough to leave everyone present frozen. Divine punishment is coming. Everyone couldn't speak carelessly due to the tension. Huh? What is this? At that moment, the branch that was in the coffin flowed down. Literally, what had been a branch a little while ago was becoming a black liquid and pouring down, pulled by gravity. I told you. It's a fake. Frondier reached out to the black water that was flowing down. The surrounding nobles screamed. Seek, and you touch that. Frondier received the black water in his hand. The water ran down his hand like that. At the moment Frondier clenched his fist, the water in his fist became metal again, and when released, it became a liquid again and flowed down. Oh, this is a strange guy. Then, as if something came to mind, Elodie opened her mouth. Viscoelasticity. What? Frondier smiled in agreement with Elodie's words. That's right. This material is a viscoelastic metal. What is that? Simply put, it's a property that becomes hard when force is applied, but becomes liquid again soon when left alone. However, it is impossible for a metal to have this property in the first place. Viscoelastic materials are soft, even when they become solid, as they have their original elasticity and viscosity. It can't be as hard as metal. It wasn't Misteltein, but there was no doubt that this jet black water was a magical metal. Then what about what looked like Misteltein just now? Someone must have infused mana using a spell to imitate its appearance. Mana is also a power. Perhaps this coffin served that purpose. Phew, only then did the air of relief spread around. Since it wasn't holy water, there would be no divine punishment. Ortel asked. But how did you know that this thing is a fake? The elders thought the same. Misteltein is the weapon that killed the god Baldur. If this really were that branch, the god Baldur wouldn't just stand by. Frondier concealed the fact that he knew the original form of Misteltein. Excessive truth kills persuasiveness. And I've never heard of Misteltein being stored in a coffin. But, is that all? What Frondier had mentioned was common knowledge. The chances of this branch being the real Misteltein were undoubtedly low. However, no matter how slim the chances, one does not gamble with their life on the line. A wrong gamble on divine punishment means a fate worse than death. As I said before, I am not afraid of divine punishment. And Frondier filled a glass bottle on the table with black liquid. The liquid, which turns into metal when pressure is applied, was easier to contain in the bottle than expected. Then with a heavy look, Frondier said, "To think this could replace my father's sword, I cannot bear it." At those words, everyone fell silent for a moment. But soon a hearty laugh broke the silence. Ha ha ha! Completely fooled. Showing such an embarrassing side in front of these youngsters. It was Zodiac Helder. Despite his age, he burst into a hearty laugh and approached Frondier, placing a hand on his head. What did you say your name was? It's Frondier. Frondier, yes, Frondier. I will not forget that name. After saying this, Helder looked at Infer. Infer, you have a son who is deeply filial. I have nothing to add. You never had to put out Graham thanks to your son. Shouldn't you give him a gift? Helder's face, wrinkled with age, had a mischievous glint in his eyes. Infer looked quite displeased. I was originally going to scold him sternly. However, in that short moment, only Quinny had something different in mind. What for? Didn't you hear him? He said he wasn't afraid of divine punishment. Nobody present here has the courage to say that. Maybe even the gods would want a bold young man like this. And Fur briefly closed his eyes. As a result, it could be said that Frondier's actions were right. He did not have to sell Graham, and he prevented further conflict between the families. Obtaining Mistletoe was not the only problem. In these times when attacks on families were becoming more common, there was no need to draw attention to oneself due to petty jealousy. However, it's too result-oriented to praise you, Frondier. Yes, I'm sorry, Father. Your actions were very dangerous. Much more so than anything you have done before. Normally, I would hold you strictly accountable and educate you so that you won't make such a mistake again. You should be grateful that I'm not doing that. I'll keep that in mind. Frondier stood still and listened, watching that gesture completely devoid of childishness. Fur sighed. However, considering the value of Graham, I can't just let this go. Ho! Ludwig attached himself to the conversation unnecessarily. Fur said, if there's anything that you want, go ahead and tell me. Frondier's eyes held surprise at his words. An emotion that rarely appears in those emotionless eyes. Ah well then. Frondier briefly put his hand to his mouth as if in thought, and then looked up. I would like to see Graham. The inside of its scabbard. Chapter 6.2. The Branch in the Coffin. Mistletoe 3 Part 2. Huh. Wow! Short exclamations of surprise burst from the people around them. Fur's heirloom, the divine sword Graham. It's a rare opportunity to see its true form. At Frondier's suggestion, everyone's eyes sparkled. Would that be all right with you? Of course. Fur pondered for a moment. Even he himself had to admit that this felt insufficient as compensation for Frondier's actions. Fur reached out to Graham, which was placed in front of him, the sword that was concealed within the scabbard. Everyone watched Fur's movement intently. How? In that brief moment, only Quinny was thinking differently. How did he break it? Frondier was barehanded. He had merely placed his hand on the coffin. It shattered in an instant without him even striking it with his fist. Could it be magic? Without even a spell? If not, perhaps aura. Quinny swallowed hard. Someone who can emit an aura with their bare hands is not at a student level. But it was too early to be certain. If it was an aura, it meant releasing Kai, but she had not felt any flow of such energy. However, if Frondier really did use an aura just now, and it was an instantaneous release that others couldn't perceive, at any cost, he must be brought to our side. No matter what it takes. Swiftly, the sheath was heavily stripped away. The pristine blade inside reflected the light. Ah, this is... The noble's eyes sparkled. The legendary sword of the hero Sigurd Graham. Despite its fame, Graham looked more rustic than expected. Although there was a rather beautiful pattern flowing like waves on the blade, it wasn't the kind of beauty one would attribute to divine craftsmanship. Yet, silence settled among the audience. This weapon couldn't be judged merely by its aesthetic beauty. Merely placed there, it seemed to press down the air heavily. The aura was chilly, and from top to bottom, the blade felt as though it was born with condensed power in its very shape. Even I who do not wield swords can tell. Indeed, divine artifacts are different. Quinny inwardly marveled. It was her nature to inadvertently try to put a price on this weapon, but she let that thought pass for now. What expression might Frondier, who first mentioned the weapon, be wearing? Curious, she turned her gaze, and Quinny held her breath. Worried that he might have noticed her looking, she quickly averted her gaze again. What's with those eyes? Frondier was also looking at Mistletoe. With a pure face, with pure eyes. Yet, that purity was far from peaceful. Frondier gazed purely, as if he could swallow Graham whole, as if it were truly possible. Those eyes longing for Graham, they were eyes that transgressed a taboo. Aster, have you heard the news? Huh? About what? Aster responded to his friend Thane's excitement. Thane, like Aster, was a commoner, and the two quickly became friends. Since Aster was quite famous, Thane almost approached him with the admiration of a fan, but their personalities meshed well, with Aster's affable nature. Didn't you see the news? About Mistletoe? Ah, I went to bed early last night, Aster said with an awkward voice, scratching his head. It was a lie. Ellen had confiscated the Wizard View viewing rights the night before, insisting there was a romance movie she had to watch. Then she said, it's not ours anyway, check it out later. There will be other chances. Damn it. My sister is as rational as steel when it comes to others' affairs. But she's a sucker for romance. Frondier broke the coffin. What? Aster's eyes wavered. It wasn't displeasure or anger, but a sinister premonition. Is Frondier still alive? Are you talking about the coffin that stored Mistletoe? Yeah. Well, it's a bit different. What's different? Turns out it wasn't Mistletoe. It was a fake. Thane still spoke with an excited voice. But indeed, this was worth making a fuss over. A fake. Then, there's no divine punishment, so no worries about Frondier. But wait. So Frondier knew it was a fake? Well, maybe he had some belief in it. I mean, I wouldn't do it regardless of any evidence. Exactly. No matter how strong the suspicion, who would do such a mad thing? So, it wasn't suspicion but certainty. Something only Frondier could know. It was a fake. Astor's eyes rolled. He recalled Frondier's voice from the day before. "Don't worry, Astor Evans. I'll take care of your worries." He believed it was a minor consolation. It seemed impossible. No matter to whom Mistletoe would go, Astor Evans must have felt like there was a knife placed before his heart. But indeed, he broke that sword. Indeed, in my dormitory room, I quietly observed the black liquid sloshing around inside a glass bottle. A viscoelastic metal. In the meeting room, I focused entirely on maintaining an indifferent expression towards it. Originally, in the progression of the game, this fake Mistletoe is highly likely to be exchanged for an ferrogram. It is then temporarily placed in a visible spot in the row residence, but its falseness is quickly discovered. A spell without a sorcerer has a limit to mana input, so the vessel breaks on its own accord. What happens to Graham afterward is truly unknown. It varied each time I played the game, but in whosoever hands it ends up, it triggers a sub-event, a terrifying entity. For now, it is still safely in my father's hands. Now then, I placed a rectangular mold on the desk. Then, I poured the metal from the glass bottle into the mold, filling it. Even when I was playing the game, I thought of this metal as quite a peculiar thing. It's a bit awkward to say this, but originally, this metal's most viable use was perhaps for forging something to imitate Mistletoe. However, with Frondier maybe, this metal's properties could be enhanced beyond 100%. I smiled, not hiding my anticipation. From now on, you will be called Obsidian. I placed my hand over Obsidian in the mold. The sensation of the temperatureless liquid still feels very unfamiliar. From now on, I will add weaving to this Obsidian. Weaving, Obsidian Workshop No. 1 grade normal iron dagger. The image of the dagger mounted in the workshop is engraved on Obsidian. Magic is infused into Obsidian, and Obsidian began to change its shape. And then, it's done. In my clenched fist was a dagger. Finally, not an illusion, nor an image. A black dagger that exists as a clear reality. Chapter 7.1. The Branch in the Coffin. Mistletoe 4 Part 1. Frondier played with the dagger a few times, feeling its weight and balance. Everything was just like the original's weaving. Whether the sharpness of the blade was the same could only be known after testing, but it was likely very similar. However, it continuously consumes mana. Obsidian is a material that solidifies while force is applied to it. To maintain its form, a continuous supply of magical power is needed. Frondier's mana level is that of an average person. It's nowhere near the standards of Constel's students, but it should be sustainable for the duration of one battle. The weaving with Obsidian completely reverses the pros and cons of standard weaving. Weapons made from weaving only appear in reality for the moment they make contact, so you can't block an opponent's attack head-on. If you tried, the opponent's attack would penetrate the weaving and kill you. Moreover, if it doesn't cut in one go, it disappears, making it hard to inflict proper damage. On the other hand, since Obsidian is a real weapon, you can use regular weapon techniques with it. You can block normally, collide, and even if it gets blocked for a moment, you have the option to push through. However, Obsidian continues to consume mana while it is maintained through weaving, and being a real entity, it's visible to the enemies. Depending on the situation, there's a need to discern when to use regular weaving or Obsidian. So, I swallowed nervously. This is where things truly begin. In my workshop now is the famous sword Graham. Seeing the real Graham was an unexpected gain. As soon as I saw Ampher's Graham, I immediately inserted its image into my workshop. I placed the Obsidian dagger on the mold and released the weaving, naturally returning it to liquid form inside the mold. Then, I placed my hands over it again. This time, I'm not replicating a regular dagger, but a hero's sword. If this is possible, it's a step forward in conquering this world. Weaving, Obsidian grade legendary Graham threads of mana stretched towards the Obsidian. Imprinting the image and structure was simple. Graham grade, legendary description, the renowned sword used by Sigurd. The hero and the weapon's achievements surpass those of several deities. Ability details: Dragon Slayer. Kills dragons, absorbing their blood. Significantly enhances attack power against dragons, and instills fear in dragon species of unique grade or lower. And it's complete. Up to this point, it's all due to Frondier's pure talent, with no interference. The problem is the moment I grasped the woven Graham, I was overwhelmed by severe dizziness and nausea. Mana depletion. I couldn't maintain the weave for even 3 seconds and had to cancel it. Huff cough, cough cough. The dry coughing persisted. It felt as if all the moisture in my body was drying up. Yet, even amidst the pain, hope emerged. Cough it, cough, work, scoff. Yes, the weaving itself was a success. It just demanded an absurd amount of mana. I need to think of a way to increase my mana. The fastest way is to wear an artifact. However, artifacts that increase mana are prohibitively expensive. Even for the Roach family, or rather, especially for them, pricey items are a sensitive issue. If I were Aesir, I might tolerate such an expense, but I'm Frondier, so it's not possible. Then for now, let's try a brute force method. There's another way to increase the mana pool. Just like before, deplete all the mana. When mana is depleted, the body grows the mana pool to prevent future depletions, much like muscles. In fact, most characters in Etius are unaware of this method. The amount of mana growing is very minimal compared to items or divine power. Just like how muscle growth from exercising doesn't become visible overnight. And using up all one's mana is taboo here, for a good reason. You never know when danger will strike, so having your lifeline mana completely depleted is extremely dangerous. But well, if you know mana can increase, there's no reason not to do it. My plan is to weave grams a few more times and repeat the mana depletion to grow it. However, there's a limit to this method. Eventually, items are necessary. Quinny, that's the conclusion. To make a deal with Quinny Deviate. She's my only trading route, but without money, I'll have to trade something else. Of course, building a rapport comes first. Let's think about how to persuade her. Anyway, how do I carry this around? I stopped mid-sentence. My fingertips trembled. Curious, I watched the trembling soon crawl up my arm and sweep over my body. What's this, ugh? It was fear, nothing else. The emotion that suddenly enveloped my body. I didn't recognize it as fear at first. There's nothing around. No trigger for this fear exists. No. Just a while ago, there was nothing, no one in the void. Like slowly opening a curtain, the middle of the void split open. Someone slowly squeezed through the gap. You are. A small boy with unfolded black wings. Golden eyes fixed on me. A look filled with disdain and contempt as if tearing through my throat. The fear swells. With the last bit of my sanity, I quickly scanned the boy's appearance. He's not human. He's a god. One of the gods that actually exist in this game Etius. But who could it be? Judging by the looks, he's one of the gods from Greek or Norse mythology. Try to remember, golden eyes, black wings, a god in the form of a boy. In the world of Etius, the descent of a god is no easy feat. It requires considerable preparation, even from the god's standpoint. Yet, despite such obstacles, he appeared before me. Could it be because I used obsidian for weaving? If the act of weaving had been set as a condition for the god's descent all along, then it means the preparations for his descent were in place from the start. And if that's true, this god knew that the weaving would have an impact on reality. I don't know yet, but to this god weaving is that dangerous. The god in the form of a boy moved his lips. I couldn't hear, and even if I could, I wouldn't understand the language of gods, but somehow, I felt as if the god was saying, "You've really done it now." Just then, the god snapped his fingers. At the same time, my right hand involuntarily rose. Frondier's unique skill weaving workshop, item number 1 ranked normal iron dagger. My hand weaved on its own. The blade that was created pointed towards me. This bastard, he's trying to kill me. Chapter 7.2. The branch in the coffin, mistletoe 4 part 2. He's controlling my body, trying to make me kill myself with my own hand. Perfect disguise for a suicide, leaving no evidence behind. My right hand just trembled, not following my will at all. The blade was getting closer. I tried to clench my teeth with force. I can still bite down on my molars. I changed my thinking. I couldn't resist with strength. I am just a human, and not even a named one, just an ordinary person. Opposing a god is foolhardy. So what I need to do is to make him stop his own actions. It was still possible to bite through it. I could bite through it while my mouth can still move. I met his piercing golden eyes. Holding my breath, I moved my lips. Thanatos. My voice was barely a whisper, but the damn god should understand it. If he is a god, he should be able to do that much. His golden eyes widened. At the same time, the boy's body moved away from me. The blade that was coming at me stopped. Gasp. Huff gasp. I regained my freedom and exhaled roughly. Oh, holy moly. I almost died. The god in the form of a boy shouted something at me with a face filled with panic and anger. I have no idea what you're saying, idiot. Then, he quickly made a troubled expression, as if he had just thought of something. He bit his lower lip, glanced at me once, and walked through the closed gap. Soon, the gap closed and my room returned to its usual state. Is he gone? I collapsed as my tension eased. The Greek god of death, Thanatos. However, in Etius, he is not death itself as portrayed in the original myth. He is a powerful and high-ranking god, but if he disappears, death does not disappear. Despite being in charge of death, he can also die. Anyway, I'm lucky I figured out his identity. Golden eyes, black wings, and the form of a young boy. There aren't many gods who possess all 3 characteristics, but I had to risk my life to find out. The most important clue is the killing method. Just like now, when a god possesses a human's body and makes them kill themselves, there will be no trace left, making it suicide. That's Thanatos, the god of death for you. Among the gods, only a few know Thanatos' face. Those few are higher-ranking gods than Thanatos. I simply took a shot in the dark, but from Thanatos' perspective, it wouldn't seem that way. To him, the fact that I know his face would appear as if I have a close connection with other higher gods. Therefore, killing me now would be risky. That's why I mentioned his name, hoping he would think this way. Yet what I can say is I was really lucky. It feels like a tremendous crisis, but also a tremendous opportunity. The attempt on my life was surely because of the weaving. Why the weaving angered a god, I don't know. But there has never been a case in the history of Etius where a human has affected a god's emotions like this. Could it be that Frondier, lacking divine power, is despised by the gods? Did I go too far? Initially, humans with divine power are rare, and it's unlikely that Frondier is despised by all gods. In any case, this ability called weaving could be more dangerous and powerful than I thought. However, I glanced down at my hands. The trembling wouldn't stop. I mocked myself. I guess I need to get used to fear. I don't know how far my bravado will take me. The Nados can't just directly ask the other higher gods about me, so I'll probably have some time. But I need to prepare as much as possible until then. Frondier. Quinny thought about him in the classroom. Frondier de Roche, the second son of the Roche family. Now, in her third year at Constal, she thought she wouldn't have to care about the Roche family anymore. She only learned of Frondier's name after he enrolled. She knew Azier had a brother, but didn't think much of him. She tried digging for information just in case, but there was nothing worthwhile. The only information was that he was very lazy and negligent, which seemed credible. Quinny, what are you thinking about so deeply? Quinny's friend spoke up beside her. Quinny glanced at her subtly. Anne, what do you think about Frondier? What? Don't tell me, Quinny, seeing that face of Frondier's. Have you finally felt those fresh feelings? Have you experienced it? That sweet and sour, that lovely. I'm asking for information. Is that so? Anne chuckled. Frondier, well, I don't know. He used to just sleep during class, though it seems not to be the case recently. Anything but what everyone in Constal already knows. That's all I know too. That makes sense. Anne wouldn't know much about Frondier. Instead, Quinny asked another question. You know about the incident a while back, right? The one where Frondier broke the transparent case storing mistletoe. Oh, I know. It was really noisy until a few days ago. What do you think about that? About his action? Yes. Anne tilted her head, pondering, then flashed a wide smile. She cheerfully responded, it was reckless. Stupid. Yes. That was the public's opinion of Frondier regarding the incident at the time. Even if it was for his father, what if it really was a cursed item? Who would want to see their son die? But to me he seemed filled with certainty. He must have been. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to do such a thing fearlessly. I've never been afraid of such things. Quinny laughed. It was the first time she had seen someone talk like that. Especially in a place where people who are loved by various famous gods gather. Truly fearless. All right, I've decided. What? If I want something, I should go get it. With her arms crossed, progressing thoughts in her head, and with shining eyes, Quinny spoke. Watching her, Anne wondered, could Quinny really be after Frondier? Chapter 8.1 The Branch in the Coffin, Mistletoe 5 Part 1 The largest museum on the central continent, Remuse. It's a space that is like a collection of the past, where you can experience ancient weapons and culture at a glance, starting from artworks such as paintings and sculptures. Quinny visited the Remuse Museum for both hobby and study. By looking at high-quality artworks, one can develop a discerning eye to evaluate the value of items. However, today she was a bit distracted, and Quinny gave a vague smile. You didn't have to come. No, it's fun really. Anne, who was next to her, responded automatically, her repetition indicating her soul was about to leave her body with each answer. Why would a kid who's not interested in this kind of thing follow along? My dad bought a painting a while ago, and it turned out to be a fake. So, I guess he was a bit embarrassed in front of his friends. After that, he suddenly came to me and said, Daughter, you shouldn't let this happen, and told me to study about artworks. Apparently, there have been a lot of such incidents lately. He seems like a good person. Well, I needed something like this too, and since it's my father's request, there's no reason not to accept it, right? Just to get to know a bit? Anne twisted her hair as she spoke. Quinny chuckled at her. But if you don't like art, you can't develop an appreciation for it. Because appreciation in art is a sense of feeling beautiful. Quinny debated whether to say this, but in the end, she swallowed it in silence. Who knows, maybe this experience might open her eyes. Oh my! Quinny stopped in front of a painting while walking. It was a woman praying, but it was not a church or a cathedral. She was praying in the midst of golden grains. The woman was smiling, and her face was not solemn or serious, but bright and sunny. All these elements were different yet harmonized, and it was both alien and magnificent. Incredible. Quinny was flustered, afraid she might have inadvertently voiced that thought. Quick, Quinny, look over there. Yes, I'm looking. When you reach this level, you'll understand. No, not the painting next to you. At Anne's barely audible whisper, Quinny slightly furrowed her brows and looked to her side. Indeed, when she looked to her side, Quinny was even more flustered than before. Next to her was Frondier. Frondier was in a place that was not Constal, in a museum, in front of an artwork. Nothing made sense, and Quinny was frozen on the spot. Just like Quinny a while ago, Frondier seemed unaware of Quinny next to him. His eyes were solely focused on the painting. There was no particular admiration on Frondier's face. It was the same languid face he always had. If you looked at it differently, it seemed like he was observing the painting. Whether Frondier had an eye for art or not, it was certainly not ordinary to stay this long on a single piece. This piqued Quinny's interest. Yes, it was Frondier who knew that Mistletoe was a fake. He might have some knowledge about art as well. What's your impression of this painting? Remarkable. Frondier's mouth opened gently. The sigh that came out with it seemed to contradict his admiration for the painting. It's a counterfeit. It was a brief comment. Frondier just said that and walked away. His steps were as plain as ever. Quinny saw Frondier passing by her. She looked at him and then again. Wait. Just a minute. Hey. Wait. Stop. Hey. She strode briskly toward Frondier. Her words fluctuated between formal and informal speech. Oh, Senior Quinny. Nice to see you here. Frondier greeted her. Quinny flinched at his usual demeanor. She decided to return the greeting for now. Oh yes. What brings you here, Frondier? I didn't expect to see you in a place like this. Well, I came to see relics rather than artworks. I was on my way there. Relics? Yes, like weapons or armor. At Frondier's words, Quinny finally understood. Frondier, who had recognized Mistletoe as a fake. He was an otaku who was interested in old things. But there was a more pressing issue at hand now. A far frontier. What did you mean by what you just said? Huh? What did I say? You said counterfeit when you saw that painting. Clearly. I heard you loud and clear. Quinny pointed at the painting with a pop. She took another look at it while she was at it. Even upon a second look, it was an outstanding painting. It was so good that it wouldn't be strange if it were placed in a Hall of Fame, let alone being a counterfeit. Ah yes. I did, Frontier replied. His reply was again, refreshingly straightforward. Does this guy have a habit of calling everything, including Mistletoe, a counterfeit? Do you know where we are? This is the Remuse Museum, the best museum in the central continent. It's not a common occurrence to find counterfeits here. Upon hearing that, Frontier pursed his lips. He seemed to be pondering something. So, Senior Quinny, you mean I should have formally protested against the museum for bringing in a counterfeit? That's not what I meant. What's with him? Doesn't he have even the slightest doubt that he might be wrong? Whether it's Remuse Museum or the Louvre Museum, a counterfeit is still a counterfeit, Frondier said. His tone implied that he was stating the obvious. Well, it is obvious. But where is the Louvre Museum? Tisahen. A museum in Paris, you're saying that's a counterfeit? Yes, a counterfeit. Really? Don't you regret saying that? Really? Really? Absolutely. It's 100% a counterfeit. Quinny looked at the painting once again. Indeed, no matter how you look at it, it's a remarkable piece of art. Although her standards for Frondier have risen after the Mistletoe incident, she still trusts her own eyes more. Then, how about a bet? A bet? Yes, a bet to determine whether the painting is real or fake. If Frondier wins, I'll send the amount indicated on the painting to the Roche family in Loire. If I win, it'll be the opposite. How about it? How do you plan to confirm its authenticity? I'm going to buy it. That painting. Anne, who had been quietly standing next to her, exclaimed in surprise on her behalf. Quinny looked at Frondier with a confident expression. In fact, she had been thinking about purchasing something since she came to the Remuse Museum. That painting was enough to satisfy her eyes. She was also angry to hear that such a painting was a fake. You can cancel it now and it will be as if it never happened, all right, Frondier said. Quinny blinked her eyes in disbelief, her mouth agape. But then Frondier said something even more unbelievable. Could you send it to me personally instead of giving it to the Rowe family? Like cash. You're really asking for a lot, aren't you? Chapter 8.2. The Branch in the Coffin. Mistletoe 5 Part 2. The current highest stock price is being run by the Viet Trading Company. However, that's a recent evaluation, and the Viet Trading Company had lost its brilliant heyday before it passed through Quinny's hands. At that time, everyone thought that the Viet Trading Company was irrecoverable, and it was indeed true. Looking at the flow of the Viet Merchant Association, it was impossible to return to its heyday. So, Quinny completely broke it down and started over. She eliminated all unprofitable trade relationships, fired people, and cut off all ties with the nobles she had been close to for a long time. After removing all the bubbles stuck to the Merchant Association, the deficit was resolved. The problem was that the number of enemies increased accordingly. Viet had been doing a lot of business with other merchant associations and families. Among them, there were many who would go bankrupt if the Viet family went bankrupt. But Quinny cut them off without hesitation. Things like time and affection that had been traded for a long time were not considered. Naturally, the number of enemies had to increase. Hence, she earned the nickname Little Devil Quinny. Afterwards, Viet grew impressively. And as the Viet Merchant Association grew, all the families that Quinny had cut off walked the path of downfall. As a result, the world's evaluation of Quinny, who they had called reckless, changed. Cold-hearted, yet with a discerning eye that sends chills down one's spine. Her ability to judge people and evaluate abilities is comparable to foresight. If Quinny doesn't cut them off, or if she reaches out first, the family grows. If Quinny cuts them off, the family falls into ruin. After such situations repeated, the families who tried to bring down Quinny found themselves in hot water. Being cut off by Quinny became proof that they were not worth it. Naturally, their popularity fell, and they were labeled as incapable families. Quinny, who had an eye for discerning people, was like a ghost. Her ability was said to be comparable to foresight, but of course, it was not foresight. So naturally, she couldn't rid all the incidents that occurred unexpectedly. Such an obvious fact was particularly annoying to Quinny today. So everything is mixed up? Well, that is, by the time we arrived, it was already this bad. So it's mixed up? At Quinny's inquiry, the butler stammered and shut his mouth. Quinny sighed. Let's go and see how much of a mess it is. With that, Quinny led the butler out to the front of the mansion. In front of the mansion, the servants were already busy sorting out the items that had been unloaded. Unbelievable. The front of the mansion was a complete mess. Items that were not recorded as purchased from the Merchant Guild were visible to Quinny's eyes. Recently, counterfeit scams are trending. Especially, places like our Merchant Guild that purchase goods in large quantities are the main targets. They forcibly drive out the driver by bringing a similar vehicle, and swap similar items from the cargo of both vehicles. They even prepare separate counterfeit items that are hard to distinguish from expensive ones. So, if the counterfeits are prepared in advance, that means they knew what we purchased from our Merchant Guild. Yes, it seems there was someone who stole records from galleries or museums. Sigh. Quinny let out a sigh. Only then did she remember Anne's words that her father had been scammed by counterfeits. It was too much to expect her to anticipate this situation from that one sentence. Still, the situation was better for the Viet Merchant Guild, because they discovered the crime scene. The problem was that the scam artists were in the middle of swapping, so the cargo from both vehicles got mixed up. They had brought both vehicles here, and were sorting through the contents. But what are they doing over there? Amidst the employees and servants busily sorting items, people were gathered in one spot on the other side. Ah, we hired a few appraisers. We found a lot of fakes that look very similar to what we bought. Out of curiosity, Quinny walked towards where they were gathered. She wondered how similar the fakes could be. But then, wait, no way. No way. What was in front of Quinny's eyes were two paintings. The painting she bought from Remus. It was a painting of a praying girl. This can't be. The two paintings looked exactly the same. Only, the girl's expression was different. One was smiling, and the other was expressionless. The painting Quinny bought was definitely of the smiling girl. Is the appraisal finished? Ah, Miss Quinny. I apologize. It was quite difficult, but the appraisal is finished. The painting was so good that I lost my mind without realizing it. Ha. The appraiser smiled awkwardly. Quinny swallowed. Which one could be the real one? Quinny looked at both paintings again. To her eyes, the one with the smiling girl seemed more real. The act of prayer and the girl's smile. The dissonance was even more beautiful. So, which one is the real one? Which one has higher artistic value? The answers to those two questions are different. Pardon? The appraiser pointed to the painting of the smiling girl. The one with higher artistic value is this one. We all admired it as soon as we saw it. Not only the girl's expression, but also the way the colors were used, the effort put into the underpainting. All of these accurately depicted the beauty of an unfamiliar combination. Above all, it borrowed the coloring method used in the original, yet elevated its sophistication. Most people wouldn't be able to distinguish it from the original. Having said that, the appraiser then pointed to the painting of the girl with a neutral expression. The original is this one. This one is also a painting of excellent quality. However, the method is a bit old-fashioned, and above all, the girl's expression is regrettable. We also initially thought this one was the imitation. But how do you know it's genuine? Fortunately, we had someone among us who knew this work. Another appraiser came forward. It's the Girl's Prayer by Elaine Bouchon. Both the artist and the work are quite obscure, and the artist has been dead for a long time. Very few people would know about it. The fraudsters who were trying to switch it with a fake must have brought the real one. They probably bought it cheap from some gallery. A fake with higher artistic value than the real thing. So, is that why Frontier called it a great counterfeit? No then. So, is there a way for an ordinary person to recognize this as genuine? It would be difficult. Even museums have displayed fakes thinking they were genuine. To distinguish between fake and real in such works, you would really have to have been lucky enough to see the real one in the era when there were no fakes, or you would have to have conquered almost all the paintings on the continent. At his words, Quinny blinked several times. She seemed to be thinking about something, then she finally spoke. It was good luck, wasn't it? It must have been good luck, right? There's no other way to explain it. She was fervently appealing a story that the appraisers couldn't understand. Chapter 9.1 Fate Manipulation 1, Part 1. Today's lesson is about aura. Basic Combat Technique Lecture. The instructor Alex said, looking around at everyone. The students were lined up in the outdoor training ground listening to Alex's explanation. Combat-related classes are often held here. Sometimes they also rent out a hall or a field. Human muscles have their limits. Of course, sufficient growth is essential, but excessive muscles hinder movement, and as you know, muscles are inherently heavy. In the end, what fighters need is a body with the right balance of flexibility, strength, and quickness. In other words, it's not like you can just blindly build muscle for strength. After saying that, Alex looked around. His gaze fell on Aster. Aster, come forward. Yes. Aster stood next to Alex. Alex put his hands on Aster's shoulders. A body like this is a good balance. Muscles, when appropriate, increase quickness, but when they are lacking or excessive, they reduce quickness in both cases. In Aster's case, he has found the right balance. I want everyone to think of this level of muscle training as a model. Aster looked somewhat embarrassed. Well, I agree with Alex about Aster's physical balance. However, instructor Alex has always favored the commoners. He's just being sweet when dealing with Aster, the representative. So, when it comes to building strength, it's not about blindly building muscle. You need to use other human strengths. You need to effectively increase your attack power while maintaining your body's balance. That strength is aura. Alex stood in front of a huge stone that had been placed in front of the students. Then he picked up his sword. It's impossible to cut a rock like this with a sword using only your muscles. It's not just a matter of strength. The sword would break first. However, with an attack from a prepared stance through repeated training, you can project aura. Alex assumed a stance. Holding the sword with both hands, he positioned it vertically in front of him, his gaze straight ahead, the tip of the sword matching his line of sight. It was a posture, as if drawn in a picture. Alex raised the sword above and slashed downwards towards the rock. A blue light flickered at the end of the blade. With a swish, the blade neatly sliced through the rock. Oh, the students marveled. Alex wore an expression devoid of any particular emotion. After all, he had demonstrated it during lectures. A warrior can imbue their sword with aura through thousands of hours of training. At first, it's only momentary, and only in a single movement, but later, you'll be able to use aura in various movements. Teacher. Someone raised their hand at that moment. From the back, it was unclear who it was. Given I don't recognize them, maybe an extra? Then, if you continue to train, can you always imbue your weapon with aura? Judging by that question, they must be an extra. Alex smiled broadly as if it was an excellent question and nodded. Of course. And you can do even more than that. More? When you reach the pinnacle of aura, you can weaponize aura from your bare hands without needing a weapon. Oh, the student's eyes sparkled. Of course I can't do it. Not yet anyway. Laughter lightened the mood at Alex's joke. Today's lesson is to attack this rock with the weapon you possess. Alex pointed to the other half of the rock he had sliced. Among you may be students who, even before enrolling in Constel, have practiced and skilled enough to imbue your weapons with aura. Slicing through this rock will not be easy. This is no ordinary stone. It was specially crafted through the professor's magic. Even if you can imbue it with aura, the strength of that aura varies greatly. While you might be able to scratch the rock, slicing it is exceedingly difficult. And this is no ordinary rock, but a specially crafted one. Disappointment filled the student's eyes. Knowing this from the start, Alex raised his voice. If you can manage to cut or break this rock without using divine power or weapons, you will be granted one admission to a 5-person, lower-level dungeon. However, the party of 5 must include at least one teacher and one third-year student. The student's eyes lit up at his words. Dungeons are rare places where various magical creature materials and treasures can be obtained. Their exact creation principles are yet to be clearly identified, but they share a common trait of being formed in places where mana gathers. Conquering a dungeon does not simply mean finding the exit. Defeating the dungeon boss, deciphering codes, and activating hidden devices can also be part of the strategy. Therefore, as the difficulty of the dungeon increases, not only do the monsters become stronger, but the traps and devices also become more deadly. Even so, dungeons are places of opportunity where you can earn money, gain experience, and collect items. Moreover, an unexpected treasure may pop out, like the mistletoe that was recently in the news. Of course, it turned out to be fake, but no one believed it was 100% fake until I proved it. That's because there was a slight chance that it could be real. You never know what item will appear in any dungeon. Shall we begin then? At Alex's words, the students in front stepped forward one by one. All of them were filled with enthusiasm, eager for the chance to use their dungeon pass. But to be honest, I wasn't interested in cutting that rock. I wonder if I could cut it if I wove Graham. However, the dungeon pass isn't important enough for me to show Graham. Weaving is my only weapon. I'm not in a situation where I can afford to fight while showing everything I have. In fact, what I'm interested in right now is not whether I can cut the rock or not. It's finding a student who can cut the rock. As far as I know, there is exactly one person here who can do it. Chapter 9.2 Fate Manipulation 1 Part 2 Hup. It was Aster's turn as the order was passed around. The blade he swung left a fairly large scratch on the rock. However, it was not enough to cut it. Impressive. Aster's clothes puffed up as if being blown by the wind. Then his pupils glowed white, and the white light dyed his hair. Ah, that's it. Stop it, Aster. Using divine powers is prohibited. Oh, I apologize. Aster nodded and went back to his seat. Yeah, if you borrow Bald Year's power, you could probably cut that rock. But that somewhat dampened the students' enthusiasm. A rock that not even Aster could cut. That fact was quite shocking to the students. And then, it was several turns later. Screech, oh my! The rock had been cut. The girl standing there, holding a sword thinner than her own arm, looked flustered. She was fidgeting, unsure of what to do with the cleanly cut rock. It was only natural that the eyes of everyone, including Alex, went wide. I found her. Pink hair, green eyes. Wow, Professor! Look, I did it! Her hair danced, and her excited shoulders drew a graceful line. Every gesture was lively yet bewitching, and her expression seemed innocent, yet held a hint of cunning. From head to toe, she had a delicate appearance, as if she was sculpted by a god. Sybil, you pass, Alex said with a trembling expression. Sybil Forte, a woman beloved by fate, and one of the main villains of Etius. Sybil Forte, if this world wasn't truly the result of the world's movements, but had an element of luck embedded in each individual, then a person who seemed to be born with only that luck was Sybil Forte. Sybil wasn't a villain because she had a bad personality. She was basically an optimist and an opportunist. She did what she wanted to do, and she didn't do what she didn't want to do. Even if she started something, she would drop it if she got tired of it. However, her fate always aligned perfectly with her will. Sybil, could you use aura before? No. This is my first time. Sybil spoke cheerfully. Her words weren't a lie. Although it may appear as vanity to others, Sybil had never learned how to cut ore until just now. There's a simple explanation for why she's able to cut that rock now. Because she wanted to. Because she wanted to have the dungeon pass that Professor Alex had mentioned. Not everything she desires comes true. However, if it's something she can do, she'll do it. If what she desires isn't realistically impossible, then it will happen. While others repeatedly train over and over to build knowledge and skill, Sybil skips the entire process. That's why she's a villain. Because when faced with an enemy she can't defeat with her power or her luck, she immediately collapses. Because she has zero experience of overcoming such adversity. A character who is destined to fall or retreat. That's why, during their first play, players trust Sybil due to her good stats and ease of use, only to get smacked in the back of the head at the end. If you blindly support Sybil, she will climb to an incredibly high position with her high talent and luck. From that position, she'll devour the soldiers, regions, and even countries under her control. Then she'll leisurely survive on her own and disappear. Yet, if you give Sybil adversity from the start in an attempt to make her grow mentally, her fate won't allow it. There is no character that can overcome Sybil's luck. Not even Aster can stand up to it. So, in the end, the player has to focus on their own growth and surpass Sybil with their own strength while neither helping nor hindering her. There are few villains as troublesome as this. Teacher, about the dungeon pass. Do I need to bring a companion? You need to fill 5 slots. Out of those 5, you need to include 1/3 year and 1 teacher. So if you want classmates, you can include 2 more besides yourself. A dungeon expedition with upperclassmen and professors in tow can be said to be extremely safe. Moreover, most people here have hardly ever experienced a dungeon. To have a proper experience, it's essential to have someone experienced. I knew from the beginning who Sybil wanted to accompany her. Slowly opening her mouth, Sybil, as I anticipated, calls out Aster. She calls Aster's name. I nodded quietly, satisfied. In reality, there's nothing for me to gain from the dungeon. Rather, it's important what Aster Evans gains from this dungeon. His growth is as crucial for breaking the game as mine. It's not a difficult dungeon, and with Aster and Sybil, they should easily break it. The teacher is going too. It's a party without worries. Meanwhile, I should focus my energy on my training. Will you come with me, huh? Sybil's tone is almost like a seduction. A refreshing smile and a slightly tilted posture. Her pink hair flutters. Yeah, sure. Aster readily agreed. Sybil clapped her hands with ease, showing her happiness. Wow, I can see the boys' eyes around us growing cold, to feel Sybil's popularity this easily. But there's one spot left for a classmate. Can I choose that one? Then, Aster said something strange. As far as I know, Aster wouldn't say such a thing. Even though later on, Lunia Freisel, who's practically the game's official heroine, joins out of jealousy for Sybil. Aster wouldn't usually make such a proposal to anyone. Huh? Sure. As Sybil responded, all eyes turned to Aster. Amidst the curiosity about who Aster would mention, Frondier. He called me. Huh? I lifted my head upon hearing this. Why suddenly call me out here? Wasn't he looking for someone to go to the dungeon with? Wanna go to the dungeon? It was me. Despite Aster's sudden nomination, I maintained a calm demeanor. As a proud Korean gamer, and someone deeply immersed in this game, I can keep my composure in any situation. With such a contemplative mindset, After understanding the intent behind Aster's words, I answered, huh? Chapter 10.1 Manipulating Fate, 2 Part 1 After class. Frondier, Sybil, and Aster were sitting together at a cafe on campus. Sybil was sitting at a round table, rolling her eyes back and forth between the two. In front of her sat the most reputable good and bad boys of the first year. Aster Evans, respected by both teachers and students, possessed strong divine power and talent. Frondier DeRoche, who spent all class sleeping and lazing around, with neither divine power nor talent. Their mere presence together drew the cafe's attention, making Sybil self-conscious. The attention was partly because Sybil was with them, but she didn't realize it went that far. Aster, why did you pick me? Frondier's languid lips parted. Sybil was curious about that too, naturally shifting her gaze to Aster. But Aster, surprised by the question, widened his eyes. Why? You helped me. Me? Miss Tiltane. You helped ease my worries. Worries that would have disappeared eventually anyway. Frondier sighed. Ah, I heard about that too. Sybil's eyes sparkled as she spoke. Frondier's actions at the Nobles' Council were a famous incident. The so-called insolence of the human sloth, Frondier. His outrageous behavior in front of the Empire's prestigious families. From boastful words claiming not to fear divine punishment to reckless actions destroying trade goods. Ultimately, Frondier's actions benefited his family, but they were seen merely as reckless. Frondier, are you really not afraid of divine punishment? Sybil asked. It wasn't out of mockery or disdain, but pure curiosity. Frondier looked at Sybil and replied, Yeah, that's it. Yeah? Sybil mumbled, taken aback by the short answer. It's too risky for someone just wanting to show off. Why would I show off in such a situation? I guess he knows. It didn't seem like he was trying to show off. Let's skip that for now. We have something else to discuss today. Aster said, as if to clear the air around them. Sybil said, the third-year students and the teacher who will accompany us. Who should we choose? Indeed, there was a reason the three of them were gathered. The dungeon exploration team requires 5 members. At least 2 of them must be third-year students and a teacher. Who should we choose? Teachers are generally cooperative, but many third-year students refuse. They're busy with their own work and find it bothersome. Shouldn't we assume some will refuse and start by writing down a list? Soon after, Sybil and Aster mentioned a few third-year seniors. Sybil was diligently writing down the names mentioned. Meanwhile, Frondier remained silent. The two didn't ask Frondier anything, not only because they knew of his reputation for being lazy, but also because he seemed to be deep in thought, unusually so. And after much deliberation, Frondier spoke up. Quinny. Huh? Aster asked back. Quinny isn't Quinny Deviat? Yeah. Frondier nodded, and Aster and Sybil's eyes met. Quinny Deviat, a genius who revived her family from the brink of ruin, at a young age, not even 20. Known as Little Devil Quinny for her cold efficiency, ruthless decision-making and genius commercial skills. Frondier said, how about it? Building a connection with Senior Quinny from now could be a big help in the future. That's true, but both of them agreed, but with hesitant expressions. Sybil frankly said, I don't think she'll help. That's right, none of them had a close relationship with Quinny. Moreover, Quinny is extremely thorough in her cost-benefit analysis. She's not someone who would simply agree to accompany a dungeon party. Something significant has to be offered. As far as I know, Quinny Senior hates credit or debt. The idea that you'll repay her later for accompanying you to the dungeon won't work at all. Aster agreed with Sybil's words in a show of solidarity. At that moment, Frondier's languid eyes briefly sharpened. If I bring Quinny Senior along, both of you would have no complaints, right? Frondier, are you planning something reckless again? Aster's expression hardened. Frondier smiled at his worried face. Oh, Sybil was a bit surprised by that smile. Given that Frondier's appearance was the epitome of a high-class noble, when a smile graced his languid face, it was quite a sight to behold. Don't worry, I'll make a proper trade and come back. After parting ways with Aster and Sybil, I headed back to school. Seeing them exchange numbers on their phones reminded me that I didn't have one. In Etius, just as there are devices that mimic TVs, called Wizard View, there are also devices that mimic smartphones, called Sage Phone. Everyone simply calls it a phone. With a phone, you can freely use calls, texts, and messengers. But Frondier doesn't have a Sage phone. Neither does his brother Azier, nor his father Infer. Infer is from an older generation, and his way of thinking is even more outdated, showing no interest in such things, and Azier feels the same since his father doesn't use one. However, for my position of needing to help Aster, having a Sage phone is crucial. It's essential for emergency contacts and easily checking locations. I stopped in front of a classroom. Just stopping there seemed to double the attention and commotion surrounding me. Ignore it. As the door slid open, a few students inside turned their gaze this way. Initially, it was just a few, but as they shook their friends in surprise, pointing in this direction, and openly said, look at that, even more people around began to look this way. So, in the end, everyone was staring. Let's get this over with quickly and leave. I approached a woman. She, of course, was already looking at me, with a face that couldn't hide her disbelief. I found you, Senior Quinny. Have you lost your mind? Little devil Quinny. It was quite amusing to see her, who always wore a leisurely smile, looking flustered. We met at the Miller family's mansion last time, didn't we? I feel like I didn't properly introduce myself then. No need. If you want to make connections with me, send the corresponding amount to our family's account. Don't make me stand out. Quinny waved her fan dismissively. I brought my face closer to hers. Around us I could hear exclamations of Kia and oh my, along with gasps. Quinny froze as well. I whispered in her ear. I want to sell information to Quinny DeViet. At those words, Quinny's fluttering hand stopped. She looked at me with a calm gaze. She was no longer a student, but had become the head of the Viet family. I don't like nonsense. Neither do I. This isn't something we should discuss here, is it? I nodded once and turned to walk away. Without looking back, I could hear Quinny's footsteps following me. The murmuring around us grew louder. But, Chapter 10.2, Manipulating Fate 2 Part 2. So what is it? We moved to an empty classroom. Quinny meticulously cast the whisper of the wind magic to ensure our voices wouldn't leak out. It was a welcome move on her part. I closed my eyes for a moment. It was best to get on friendly terms with Quinny as quickly as possible. For me, and for Aster. It wasn't just about the benefits her trading company could offer, but more importantly, because she was someone you can trust. In Etius, having someone you can truly rely on and trust your back to is more important than anything. But right now, I don't have much to offer her. However, there's one thing. One piece of information that Quinny would definitely be interested in. I pondered for a moment on how best to say it, then opened my mouth. A monster from outside is coming. Quinny's expression hardened. The monsters from the outside. As mentioned before, in the world of Etius, the domain of humanity is insignificant. Humanity, as it is now, struggles even to deal with the monsters within that domain. Outside means literally, outside the realm of humanity. The monsters lurking there are different from those within. She cast a dubious look at me. Are you sure you should be saying that so casually? It won't just end there, will it? But if left alone, it truly won't just end. Quinny glared into my eyes, as if she could read my inner thoughts by doing so. I accepted her gaze. The third years have a dispatch mission coming up, right? For a temporary professional experience. How do you know about that? You'll face a monster from the outside there. How many? Quinny demanded the details of the information before verifying its authenticity. That was the right approach. I held up my index finger. Just one. One. You mean a single creature? Yes. A particularly weak individual from the outside world's pack. An outcast that couldn't withstand the life of the pack and was left behind. You'll face that one. Quinny blinked at my words, her expression one of uncertainty about how to react. I smiled gently. It doesn't sound that dangerous, does it? Honestly, it doesn't. I've never encountered a monster from the outside. But to fear just one, and an outcast at that, seems almost like underestimating the pros, doesn't it? That thought isn't wrong. A creature that inferior could indeed be subdued by just one pro. Then why? Because the dispatch mission Quinny Sr. is set to undertake wasn't originally considering that creature. Quinny's eyes widened at my words. As expected of Quinny, quick to catch on. Still, speaking directly has its effects, so I continued. Many will die. The monsters on the outside are far stronger, and above all, more cunning, even if they are of the same kind as the monsters inside. They will hide themselves and attack people from a distance where the pro's eyes can't reach them, until the moment the pro discovers them. Oh my! Quinny, who had been listening quietly, raised one side of her mouth. There are many third years. There are ordinary people in the training ground too. What are the chances that I'll be the one to face that thing? The pro will find it before that happens. All I have to do is avoid it while others deal with it. Besides, you have already leaked all the information, so what do I have to give you? She doesn't care about other people's deaths as long as her safety is guaranteed. A cold-hearted person who only thinks about money and power in order to raise her family's status. Little devil Quinny. She's very good at deceiving people. That's why she's the head of the Viet family. I know its weakness. The information I'm selling is that. Quinny's gaze wavered. If she really intends to hide among people and run away, this information is meaningless. What good is knowing a weakness? Just keep running away and that's the end of it. But Quinny wavered, because her saying that she would sacrifice others was just a lie. I lowered my eyes. I'm sick of seeing Quinny's bluff any more than this. Don't you hate it when people die? WH, who are you? I have my own means of obtaining information. Information came to me that way. Memories of the countless times I've played the Etius game in the real world. There is no more accurate source of information than this for me. At my words, Quinny bit her lower lip. I can hear the sound of her mind whirring rapidly. Quinny looked at me straight in the eye and said, So, what do you want? Money? She's cool and quick. She must have judged that it would be much more profitable to form a business relationship with me than the possibility of me lying. No, we managed to get a chance to enter the lower dungeon this time. Would you like to accompany us? Will that do? Quinny asked suspiciously. I smiled. Quinny doesn't like deals that are overly advantageous to her. That's because she suspects there's a catch hidden somewhere. And I need a few things. That's why I said it, to make a fair deal with her. In fact, from my point of view, this is the main point. Since I've succeeded in completing Graham's weave, even if it's unfinished, I need many things. Things? Yes. First, I need something that can increase my total amount of mana. It doesn't matter if it's an elixir or an artifact. You want a lot all of a sudden. Is there anything else? Another thing is an accessory that can hold water. I'd like it if I could wear it on my body, and it's easy to take out or put in water, and the inside shouldn't be visible. That's a strange order. Why don't you just carry a water bottle? I want it to be very, very easy to take out and put in. Quinny tilted her head even more and looked at me like I was a weirdo, but I had nothing more to say. The accessory that can hold water is actually for storing obsidian. To be exact, I just said water instead, because I thought Quinny would find out. Fine. Is that all you need? I promised to provide it, in the name of the Viet family. Thank you. So? What's the weakness? The weakness is I stopped as I thought of something. Quinny's eyebrows furrowed. What is it? You're not going to say you don't have one now, are you? No. Now that I think about it, there was one more thing I needed. What is it? It would be nice if I could also receive a sage phone. Quinny opened her mouth in disbelief. You don't have a phone? Chapter 11.1 Manipulating Fate 3 Part 1 It's not going as planned. Sybil's fingers brushed her lips as she fell deep into thought. Aster Evans. His divine power is too well known. Ordinary people, upon receiving divine power, would hurry to hide it within their family, but when the owner of the divine power is as renowned as Baldur, there's no need to hide. Instead, it's better to make it widely known, benefiting from other families or institutions. Thus Aster's divine power is known to all, regardless of his will. With his thick network of trust, sincerity, talent, and a captivating appearance, I really want to make him mine, but it's not going as planned. After Frondier left to recruit Quinny, she thought she had tried quite hard. She was gently rejected with a soft smile. I had put so much effort into my expression, gestures, and even the tone of my voice for that proposal. As Sybil walked, a rhythm emerged in her movement. Soon, she was almost dancing as she moved. Sybil has rarely faced rejection in her life. The world always caters to her tastes. Therefore, she cannot understand the unfortunate. She cannot comprehend people's efforts. It's not that she looks down on effort. She literally does not understand it, because she believes everyone has the same luck, talent, and puts in the same effort as she does. For her, rejection is neither familiar nor pleasant. Creak, creak, creak. Ah, it can be heard. The sound of fate aligning. The sound of those gears moving just a little bit in her favor. Of course, Sybil knows this sound is merely a hallucination. Fate does not make such sounds. Without any forewarning, fate is already prepared for her. The dungeon I'm going to participate in has a sanctuary. Those with divine power are given the chance to briefly face the owner of their divine power, that is, the deity. A simple wish can be granted, or just a few words can strengthen the force. This is the perfect place for Aster. So if it were the original game, Aster would reach that place and see Baldur. That way Baldur's power could be further strengthened. I don't need to go. For me, who doesn't have the divine power, it's obviously useless. I'll leisurely explore and watch Aster do the event in the sanctum. Oh, I saw Quinny waiting at the main gate of the console. I felt a little relieved. I'm sure Quinny wouldn't do that, but the possibility that she wouldn't come after we made a deal was definitely there. You're fast. Quinny waved at me. Her expression was subtle. Frondier, why did you participate in this dungeon raid? Oh, I didn't originally plan to participate, but Aster nominated me. Aster Evans? Quinny looked surprised at me. It was as if she was asking, You're close to Aster? Huh? Hey, did I come late? From a little further away, a cheerful voice could be heard, and Sybil, running in a hurry, could be seen. I told you, you're not late. Behind her, Aster calmly followed, speaking. Sybil ran up to me and gasped for breath. Are really not late? Teacher hasn't even arrived yet. What are you saying? Yeah, that's a relief. Sybil was relieved. Soon, she found Quinny and bowed deeply. Hello. I'm Sybil Forte. I'll be in your care today. Nice to meet you. I'm Quinny de Viet. Quinny also nodded pleasantly. It seemed like it was their first time meeting, but they quickly started a conversation. These two are good at communication and dealing with others, and they're a little similar to each other. Okay, now, here comes someone I feel awkward with. While I was bringing Quinny here, Sybil and Aster went to pick up the teacher. Everyone, did you wait long? A poised yet gentle voice was heard. Teacher Jane. She is the female teacher I met as soon as I came to this world. So, she's the one to whom I resolutely stated was not mistletoe when I saw the branch of the mistletoe. She probably doesn't have good feelings towards me. I'm Jane, who will be in charge of today's guidance and escort. Shall we leave right away? Jane smiled. Her face directed towards me was sparkling clean. At least that's how it looked to me. Frondier and the group moved by car. It took about an hour by car to get to the dungeon. Since it was quite a short distance, everyone was relieved. Constant students who enter a dungeon are given vacation time depending on the size and dangerousness of the dungeon. The period assigned this time was 3 days. They had to complete the dungeon raid within that time frame. We've arrived. After getting out of the car, Jane looked around the front of the dungeon. Good. It's a very orthodox dungeon. The entrance to the dungeon was a rectangular passage made of stone. There was a staircase leading down in front of it. The easiest way to recognize a dungeon is the outer appearance of its entrance. When the terrain changes into a dungeon, the dungeon changes its shape and becomes very noticeable, as if it's inviting people in. Wow, this is a dungeon. Sybil looked around the dungeon entrance with sparkling eyes. It must be her first time seeing a dungeon. Frondier should have been the same, but he had an indifferent expression on his face. Now from here on, Aster, Frondier, and Sybil should focus on observing. Quinny and I will take care of the dungeon raid. Dungeons are dangerous for first years. In fact, the problem is not the monsters, but the traps lurking inside the dungeon. Constal is a place for training combatants, so they can deal with monsters, but they are relatively vulnerable to traps. I'll lead the way and I'll ask Quinny to take the rear. Okay. From the front, Jane, Aster, Frondier, Sybil, Quinny. To anyone watching, Frondier was in the safest position. This was decided based on reputation and skill. Let's get going. Chapter 11.2 Manipulating Fate 3 Part 2. As they descended the stairs, a wide cave appeared. It looked like a natural cave. Flowers bloomed sparsely among the moss and rocks, and countless stones covered the floor. If not for the entrance, it would be hard to believe it was a dungeon. Let's proceed with caution. Jane spoke in a slightly lowered voice. Then, she took out a wand from her bosom and lit it up. In reality, Jane wasn't very nervous. There wasn't much danger in a low-level dungeon with her around, but she had to pretend to be tense, so the students wouldn't let their guard down. Meanwhile, Quinny was observing everyone from the back. Frondier really doesn't have any sense of tension, does he? She could see it from the back. Unlike Aster and Sybil, Frondier's walk was as if he was on a leisurely stroll. Is that just his nature? Could he really be so carefree just because he's lazy? While leading, Jane discovered a hidden trap trigger. It was an old-fashioned trap, but surprisingly hard to spot in a place that looked like a natural cave. Jane stopped walking. Aster, Frondier stopped for a mo. Huh? Jane stopped and looked back. Frondier had already stopped. Seeing him holding Aster's arm, it seemed he had stopped Aster's steps as well, even before Jane could warn them. Do you know if there's something ahead? It's not that I knew, I saw it. Frondier pointed to the ground with his finger. A protruding stone that didn't fit in. The trap trigger that Jane had discovered. Got sharp eyes, Frondier? Isn't it amazing? I was just lucky. Frondier responded modestly to Jane and Aster's compliments, but it seemed like he was just being terse because he was annoyed. Quinny silently observed this entire interaction. Looking at the trigger, Frondier found it definitely wasn't impossible to spot if one looked closely enough. Was it really just luck? But then, Quinny didn't miss the direction of Frondier's gaze. Frondier's eyes moved from the trap-laden stone floor to the right, and then directly at the right wall. A simple wall that had nothing to do with the path they needed to take. Though Frondier looked at that wall only for a moment, there was a clear sense of dissonance. All right, let's avoid the stone floor just like Frondier said. Following Jane's lead, the four in front of Quinny slowly bypassed it. However, Quinny stopped in front of the stone floor. Even with her trap disarming skill, she couldn't precisely know what trap would be triggered and how by stepping on the stone floor. But Frondier's gaze earlier, the way he looked at the right wall. Quinny unfolded her fan and pressed down on the stone. Swoosh! An arrow flew out from a crevice in the right wall. Clang! Quinny easily deflected the arrow with her fan. Jane cried out in shock. What are you doing, Quinny? Sorry. I thought it would be better to remove it in advance. We might have to come back this way. Sigh. It's a relief you weren't hurt. Next time, please, say something in advance. Yes, I'm sorry once again, Quinny replied, looking at the arrow that had fallen to the ground. It really did come from the right. At the end of Frondier's gaze, on the right wall, precisely there, an arrow flew. Could it be that Frondier has a higher level skill in disarming traps than she does? Or perhaps he has mastered such knowledge? Quinny looked at Frondier. Frondier was looking at her as well. Only Frondier would understand the real intention behind Quinny's actions. He smiled faintly, as if he had been caught with a secret, and then turned his attention forward again. Quinny covered her mouth with her fan. It was a habit she had when she laughed unintentionally. Afterward, Quinny observed Frondier's every move more closely. But Frondier didn't do anything. In a lower-level dungeon with a party accompanied by juniors and a professor, there was hardly any crisis, let alone an opportunity for Frondier to shine. After Quinny deliberately triggered a trap, Frondier became even more reluctant to take the initiative. Yawn. Sybil interlocked her fingers and placed them behind her head. Aster, who was beside her, warned her. Sybil, be on your guard. But it's so boring. The professor immediately spots the traps, and the occasional monsters that appear are insignificant. This was Sybil's first dungeon. She had quite high expectations. It sparked her adventurous spirit and curiosity, but she wanted to see Aster in action. However, he hardly did anything. The traps were disarmed in advance, and if monsters appeared from the front, Jane would take them down, and if from behind, Quinny would quickly annihilate them. This isn't what I wanted. Sybil looked ahead at Aster. Aster didn't seem particularly bored. He occasionally checked the walls, as if confirming the terrain, but that was it. Boring. Sybil's excitement faded. She had persuaded him because she wanted to know more about Aster. She wanted to get closer to him by exploring dungeons together. So even if it was forced, it would be right to satisfy my curiosity, wouldn't it? There should be something here. Something. Creak, creak. Make me happy. Suddenly Frondier touched the wall, just when Sybil and Frondier were very close to each other. The hand that touched the wall sank in. Huh? Frondier's body leaned. Problem is, Sybil's body leaned as well. Whoa. The trap was simple. As soon as Frondier touched the wall, around Frondier within 2 meters fell forward. Naturally, Sybil, who was with him, was also swept away. At the same time, the floor, they were standing on rows. The wall became the floor, and the floor became the wall. It was as if a revolving door had been installed on the floor. Ugh! Sybil touched her head that had hit the floor. She looked around and saw no one other than Frondier. They were beyond the wall. The trap separated Frondier and Sybil from the remaining 3. What do we do? Sybil pounded on the wall that had been the floor. Professor, we're here. Can't you hear me? The trap, which had been triggered once, showed no signs of moving again. Sybil was scared. She was alone with Frondier in a place like this. Frondier, whose true intentions she did not know, was merely a subject of caution for her. She was confident that she would not lose in a head-on fight, but if he caught her off guard, she had no way to win in a fight of pure strength. Sybil. Why, yes. I don't think we can hear their voices at all from this side. Let's move forward on our own. Why, yes. Contrary to her worries, Frondier was acting normal. Sybil sighed in relief, looking at Frondier's back, who was ahead of her. Horse Frondier had intentionally triggered the trap. Chapter 12.1 Fate Manipulation 4 Part 1 Jane checked the wall that Frondier and Sybil had crossed. There was no way to step on it, and there was no other device in sight. It seemed impossible to activate the trap again. Frondier. Sybil. Can you hear me? Silent. Is it that they can't hear our voices from here, or we can't hear their voices from there? Maybe both. Anyway, communication seemed impossible. What should we do? Both of them are just first years. Just as Quinny was about to ask worriedly, she felt a strong gust of wind right beside her. She looked to the side, and saw Aster's body covered in a white aura. I'll break through. Aster's divine power, Bulger. The moment he saw his teammates in danger, Aster didn't hesitate. However, you can't. Jane stopped him. Why? With my power, I can break through. Aster spoke, already in full battle mode. Jane shook her head. Yes, you can break through with your power. It's not even a matter of breaking through. If you make a mistake, you might destroy this entire dungeon. Aster regained his composure at Jane's composed words. Jane looked straight at Aster and said, Student Aster, if the dungeon collapses, the 2 inside might be buried alive. If that happens, there's nothing we can do. Aster remained silent for a moment after hearing what Jane had to say. Soon he released his divine power and closed his eyes. I apologize for getting excited. I'm glad you understand. Jane smiled, watching Aster apologize sincerely. But the situation was not resolved. Jane thought for a moment. Would Frondier and Sybil stay where they crossed over, or would they move? Frondier would want to stay there. He is knowledgeable about traps, and is famous for his lazy nature more than anything else. On the other hand, Sybil wouldn't be able to stand waiting. Just a while ago, she was showing signs of being bored. If Jane and Quinny were there, some mischief would be fine, but right now, there were only the 2 of them there. They shouldn't move. I can only hope that Frondier will stop Sybil. If so, we still have time. Let's keep going. If we clear the dungeon, it will lose its power and the area will return to normal. Then, the 2 of them will also be safe. Yes, let's hurry up then. Quinny nodded resolutely. Jane looked at Aster. Student Aster, I have high hopes for your ability. Leave it to me, Aster said confidently. Even if we don't necessarily have to break down walls, his power is essential for clearing this dungeon quickly. Jane would probably want us to be there. It's like Mia's fundamentals. But Sybil and I kept walking diligently. Sybil looked around with anxious eyes. Actually, she was mostly looking at me. It seems like getting separated from the group was the right answer. I intentionally activated the trap, to leave only Sybil and me in this place. There are a few reasons for this. One is Quinny's quick perception. I've done this dungeon many times, so I remember the location of almost every trap. So, I briefly glanced at those locations without realizing it. But she caught that brief moment. At least in this dungeon, it's better to be separated from Quinny. Another reason is because of Sybil. Sybil manipulates fate as she desires. The dungeon exploration up to this point, to put it nicely, was probably not the situation she wanted. She's interested in Aster. She wants to see Aster's achievements and hopes that things will progress between them. However, that's not something I'd enjoy. After all, Sybil is a villain. Of course, Sybil in this world might be a little different. However, during the countless times I've played the game, Sybil has never changed. I have no confidence in changing her now. That's why it's better for Aster and Sybil to be apart as much as possible. The problem is that damned fate manipulation. If Sybil's desires aren't satisfied, who knows what unpredictable variables will occur. Encountering a monster from outside that doesn't belong in this low-level dungeon is also entirely possible for Sybil. So before that happens, I decide to take part in manipulating her fate. Don't come any closer to me. As soon as Sybil and I were alone, her wariness reached its peak. This must be her real perception of me. A mix of disgust and a similar degree of fear. Seeing Sybil's face without any pretense was quite refreshing. Probably almost no one has seen her like this. But for 2 first years, a low-level dungeon is a dangerous place. Even if Sybil dislikes me, it's dangerous for her to be apart from me. Sure, we can handle monsters, but traps are usually not something first years can detect. However, I know all the traps. And as a bonus, I've been storing them in the workshop every time I find one. Now then, let's see about changing Sybil's desire. Click. I deliberately stepped on a protruding stone. As such, wish, the same arrow trap as before. This time, arrows shot out directly in front of me. Oh. Knowing where the arrows would fire, I pretended to be surprised. Sybil was right next to the trajectory of those arrows. Huff, Sybil trembled as she looked at the arrowhead. The arrow would have missed anyway. Even if it hadn't, Sybil's reaction speed would have allowed her to dodge. Not just Sybil, but any combat student from Constal would have narrowly reacted. Even if they hadn't, her unique luck would have somehow managed it. But since I stopped it, there's no need for that. There's no need for luck, so luck doesn't come into play. Sorry, looks like I stepped on a trap. You. Sybil's face was tear-streaked. She might want to blame me, but with no knowledge of traps, she can't know if I did it on purpose. Despite her tear-streaked face, Sybil hurriedly drew her weapon, a sword thinner than her arm, with a hilt adorned to protect the hand. The rapier. I also pulled out the dagger from within my cloak. Originally, it's meant for collecting monster parts, but it's the only weapon I have. Truthfully, I hardly need it. Still, I have to pretend to be tense so Sybil will be too. Let's go. Okay. Sybil seemed to comply easily. Yet, the distance between us hadn't significantly closed. She hasn't fully regained her senses yet. Chapter 12.2 Fate Manipulation 4-Part 2 Eek. Mommy. While walking, I deliberately triggered traps, handling the incoming attacks myself. Each time, Sybil was visibly startled. Of course, I didn't activate all the traps. Most of the time, I informed Sybil of their locations, instructed her to avoid them, and disarmed those that could be disarmed. In doing so, I built up Sybil's trust, and just as she began to feel relief once in a while. Ugh. This time, it was a trap where the floor gave way. I caught her hand as she nearly fell from the edge. Sybil's body leaned diagonally towards the abyss, her entire balance depending solely on my hand. If I let go, she would fall. Phew, that was close. Save me! Calm down, you're safe now. I pulled her hand. Sybil's body fell into my arms. Having regained her balance, she trembled as she looked at the vanished floor. Bottom couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Not knowing what was below was more terrifying for Sybil. But in reality, there was nothing. Just solid ground. Even if one fell, staying calm during the landing wouldn't cause any harm. Whose Sybil's wariness and suspicion towards me seemed to have vanished as she clung to me tightly. That's expected. Sybil herself senses that fate aligns with her, but she can't fully grasp how powerful it is. Her good fortune isn't about humorously dodging an arrow with a sneeze. From the start, there's no chance for an arrow to fly at her. She doesn't allow such situations to arise. Thus, Sybil rarely ever experiences having an arrow laid before her. It's not about overcoming a crisis with clumsy luck, but about eliminating the crisis altogether with powerful luck. Ironically, this level of power causes confusion when Sybil faces a true crisis. A far Frondier. She's already on the verge of tears, and she's not even hurt. If she were alone in this situation, she would have been reassured. Most traps would be avoided without her even knowing, and even if she triggered any, they would be duds or very trivial, reassuring her instead. But I step on them myself and deal with them. I keep pushing danger at her, and then I eliminate that danger. Since I'm doing what her luck should, it doesn't activate. In other words, my very existence is essentially Sybil's luck. But Sybil must be utterly confused. From her perspective, it looks like I'm also in danger. Since it seems like I'm barely managing to block the traps, she doesn't feel the effect of her luck. I hope Sybil's desires change like this, turning off her interest in Aster, and changing it to a desire to leave this place. I could help with that as much as needed. I know about this dungeon. The path Sybil and I are taking has more traps but is actually closer to reaching the sanctuary. The sanctuary is the dungeon's final location, so reaching it means we're almost at the exit. However, Aster's side will likely reach the sanctuary first. Aster, burning with a sense of justice, will be making his way through using his divine power unsparingly. Even if we close the distance a bit, we can't catch up to that speed. Ah, it's gotten wider. While walking, I checked our surroundings. We had entered a significantly wider space than before. So, what's different if it's wider? Sybil, closely following behind me, asked with a frightened voice. There are fewer traps. Really? This is true. Traps aren't set where there is plenty of space to avoid them. Unless the entire area is a trap. Where did you learn all that anyway? Sybil asked with suspicion. From class. From what I know, you sleep through every class. Didn't you hear I've been paying attention lately? It feels strange to talk about it, as if it's someone else's business. After all, I'm not really Frondier, so I am talking about someone else. So if it's not a trap, what's there? What do you think? After walking a bit, we saw a group of beasts in the distance. They had gray fur with red eyes, their backs were quite hunched, but they walked on two legs, and their faces resembled rats. Ratmen. There's that. I see. Sybil seemed a bit more composed, and lightly swung her rapier. I gripped my dagger again. Better than a trap, right? 100 times, 1,000 times better. Pack of ratmen charged at us. About 10 or so. It would have been annoying if they all came at us at once, but seeing them come one by one, I guess they really do have the intelligence of rats. Sybil knocked down the approaching enemies one by one. There's a bit of uniqueness to Sybil's swordsmanship. While one would primarily use thrusts with a rapier, Sybil prefers to with her thin blade. Since awakening her aura, the frequency of her slashes has increased even more. Naturally, a blade wrapped in aura doesn't break easily. Hey, you, aren't you going to fight? While fighting hard, Sybil pressed me. I shrugged my shoulders. Sorry, I'm not good at fighting. Sybil's face was filled with disbelief. Such a person is a constant student. Chapter 13.1 Fate Manipulation 5 Part 1. Of course, it's not that I can't fight at all. As a result of daily training in the practice room, my throwing skills have improved from the lowest grade to the low grade. Moreover, I've been depleting my mana over and over to fully utilize Gram, which has increased my mana capacity, albeit slightly. Thanks to that, I've been feeling extremely fatigued recently due to repeated mana exhaustion. These days, I feel like I've truly become Frondier. Plus, having played the game to the point of saturation, I know the patterns of the monsters. Although they don't move exactly like in the game since this is reality, they generally show a similarity in patterns. However, Frondier must always be incompetent and lazy. There's something I've thought about every time I played the Etius game as Aster. Aster is great, but he's too famous, and with that comes a lot of expectations. Allies naturally depend on Aster, and enemies are overly cautious, making it hard to expose them. On the other hand, Frondier is the opposite. No one expects anything from Frondier, and if you're an enemy, it's the perfect character to be complacent about. There are benefits to be had from this position. Plus, there's Thanatos. Thanatos, the god who tried to kill me when I first wove the obsidian. There's no guarantee that my bluff by naming him will always work. So, to avoid being caught by Thanatos, it's better if my existence doesn't stand out in this world. Sybil handled the ratman diligently, albeit with incredulity. Meanwhile, I quietly observed her fighting, and facing the ratman positioned in her blind spot, weaving workshop item No. 1 grade normal iron dagger, I threw the woven dagger, hitting the target. The ratman fell to my dagger, defenseless and twitching. The ratmen were distracted by Sybil, and besides, the woven dagger was invisible to them in the first place. It seemed too easy to deal with them like that. Huh? As I was counting the remaining numbers while taking care of the ratman, the air shimmered suddenly. Sybil didn't seem to notice. Was I seeing things? No. I quickly scanned the surroundings. Something, set against this darkness, glimmered like a mirage. That mirage swiftly moved towards Sybil. Sybil! I shouted, throwing the dagger. It was almost simultaneous with the mirage pouncing on Sybil. What? Ah! Sybil, having heard my voice, seemed to barely dodge, but her steps were wobbly. I approached Sybil, taking down the remaining ones with my dagger throws. I wasn't worried about Sybil catching on to the weaving. She didn't have the luxury to watch me fight. Thump, the sound of the wind escaping a cloth. Sybil collapsed. Ugh! Blood seeped from her hand, clutching her abdomen. She didn't completely avoid it, did she? Sybil tried to stand up but collapsed again. I approached her to check her complexion. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she seemed to have difficulty breathing. Her limbs trembled, seemingly unable to move as she wanted. What's happening? Why like this? Sybil was bewildered by her own body's condition. It's paralysis poison. Paralysis poison? Why, yeah, one of them was carrying a pain-in-the-ass weapon. Ugh, I see. Am I alright? Don't worry. You can sleep soundly since I will take care of the rest. There should be a sleep effect mixed in there too. You'll be fully recovered when you wake up. I guess I can. You can't even fight though. Despite her words, Sybil's eyes slowly closed. Actually, there was no sleep effect in this poison. It was a type of hypnosis. Sybil's dungeon exploration today was considerably long, and the traps that were activated consumed a significant amount of mental strength and stamina. She was already in a state of accumulated fatigue. If she was told that there was a sleep effect, she would honestly believe it and quickly fall asleep. All right then. I got up after confirming that Sybil had fallen asleep. Phew, I took a deep breath. Let's not get impatient. My body will make a mistake if my mind wavers. Even though the poison she was exposed to was not very fatal. Even though it wasn't a ratman who attacked her. What I said to Sybil was full of lies. Let's stay calm. If I succeed, then I can turn those lies into the truth. When I looked around, I could only see the corpses of ratmen, but I couldn't find any sign of it. I didn't get impatient because of that. It was originally that type of guy. I bit my lip. An invisible foe. A whirlwind of blowing air. A weapon coated in deadly poison. A heretic who would even try to harm Sybil, who was blessed by the love of fate. I know who it is. It's a guy who should never be in a low-level dungeon like this. Its name is Sleb. She was born a human, but she became a monster because her soul was shackled. The most difficult part about Sleb is that it's over if you get even slightly grazed by her. What's smeared on that sword is deadly poison. I didn't lie when I told Sybil that it was a paralyzing poison. It's just that the level of paralysis is different. At first, your limbs will stiffen, like how Sybil couldn't get up earlier. And then your internal organs will slowly stiffen, and your lungs will stop listening to you. It becomes agonizing to breathe, and by the time it reaches its peak, your heart and brain will finally stiffen. It takes about 12 hours for that to happen. Within that time, I have to break through this dungeon and get to a church or hospital to get the antidote. 12 hours may seem like a lot of time at first glance, but you could die from shock before that. The feeling of slowly dying is hard for ordinary humans to endure. Even if you get the antidote, there could be severe mental aftereffects. That's why I have to finish this guy off as quickly as possible. Where is she? I lowered my stance and looked around my surroundings. Sleb is invisible to the naked eye. Since she's a spirit, she doesn't even make a sound. Only when she attacks does a slight ripple appear. However, right before he attacked Sybil, I threw my enchanted dagger at her. I couldn't see it properly, but if I go by the trajectory, she must have been hit by my dagger. The more damage Sleb takes, the more her figure is revealed. As if a curtain is being peeled away little by little. It's the same for any monster, but they're at their most dangerous when they're in perfect condition. That's why it was a blessing in disguise that I damaged him. Thanks to that, the ripple that Sleb should only show when she attacks can be seen all the time now. The ripple grew even larger, and the moment the weapon flew sideways towards me, Lang, her dagger and mine clashed. Chapter 13.2 Fate Manipulation 5 Part 2 Huff. Sleb pushed forward with his dagger, seemingly dragging the fight into a contest of strength. With my spirit power, mana, and physical strength lacking, I couldn't win this struggle of force. If this were a contest of strength, that is. Swish. I wove a dagger in my empty hand and slashed at her arm. No, since I couldn't see it, I swung the dagger at where I assumed her arm would be. Screech! A sharp scream. She stepped back in pain, but she didn't seem to drop her weapon. Was it too shallow? It's unavoidable since I can't see. My left hand is still empty. Sleb wouldn't understand. My empty hand had slashed her arm. I can see it more clearly now. A woman in tattered clothes, barely covering her body, almost naked, staggering around. But her true form is a ghost, so faint that if she moves quickly, she's easily lost from sight. Like now. The moment I thought I'd lost sight of her, I rolled on the ground. I can't afford a half-hearted response against this creature. I could attack 100 times, but it ends the moment she grazes me once. If only I had obsidian. Obsidian, the metal with elastic properties. I left it at the mansion. The artifact I requested from Quinny hadn't arrived yet, and I hadn't expected to encounter an outside monster in a low-level dungeon. Weaving workshop, no. 1 grade normal iron dagger. I created a weapon through weaving. An actual dagger in my right hand, a woven dagger in my left. It's my first time attempting dual wielding. The stance is awkward. Moreover, the woven daggers cannot be trusted. They disappear the moment they appear in reality. So instead of blocking, they must be parried, and each time recreated anew. But what I'm attempting now doesn't hinge on weapon skills. It's all about baiting Sleb. Will this work? I swallowed. The odds aren't great, but against a ghostly opponent, my only chance is to gamble like this. Sleb seemed a bit wary. The first thrown dagger, and the sliced arm. She must know I have an invisible weapon in my hand. However, that wait didn't last long as she swung his dagger at me again. Clang! Clang! Keeping Sleb's faint form in my sight, I parry her attack with my weapon. Sleb doesn't have any sword skills. She just swings at me, far outpacing my speed. Woo! Huff! My flesh trembles. My breath feels like it's injuring my lungs. I completely abandon the thought of attacking and focus solely on defense. The opponent isn't even using proper swordsmanship. Yet, the moments of blocking are thrilling, as if my blood itself is trembling. As my attacks don't penetrate, she presses on even more fiercely. With every sharp blade I fend off, I hate. Her voice is heard. I hate the gods who lied to me. I curse all the gods who have given me eternal trials. Her voice is full of resentment and anger. It seems to be only those emotions left, like an attack pouring out vengeance. But, so what? I can't help but gasp for breath from tension. I'm not a god. I am not loved by the gods. I have a body that has neither divine power nor talent. Rather, I almost got killed by a god. Clang! Even parrying it was getting difficult. Is it time? I raised my right hand holding the dagger, and while blocking his dagger, I loosened my grip. Clang! The dagger left my hand with a flashy sound. I made it look like I dropped the dagger to her. An empty hand without a dagger. A revealed chest. If I were Sleb, I would definitely aim for this opening. Swish! The dagger held by Sleb shot towards me in a straight line. Please. Weaving workshop item no. 3 rank common iron shield this time. A shield. Sleb must have thought that the invisible weapon I had was a dagger. She must have guessed that my weapon was a dagger after clashing a few times. If I had another weapon, I would have taken it out a long time ago. Since she's making that assumption, this shield will work. Clang! I swung my shield with all my might, parrying Sleb's dagger fiercely. My shield disappeared at that moment, and Sleb's dagger fell from her hand. Without the dagger, Sleb's means of attack are gone. Since a spirit body cannot exert physical force, Sleb's only means of attack is that one dagger. Screech! Sleb turned her body rapidly with a strange scream, at a speed as if lines were being drawn in the air. She reaches out her hand towards her dagger. However, I, who knows where the dagger is falling, am one step ahead. I saw the position she was aiming for and got in position. I unconsciously held my breath in tension. Once more a weave. Please hold on. Weaving grade legendary Graham Ugh. As soon as I grasped Graham, a wave of nausea hit me. Even without the obsidian, I had already used a lot of mana. However, my opponent was distracted by her lost weapon, and her movement was predictable. If I miss this, it's only right that I die early. I swung Graham from above down towards Sleb. Swish! The sound was brief. My hands trembled. Graham had vanished. Symptoms of mana exhaustion covered my whole body. On the other hand, Sleb, who had been noisy until now, didn't even scream. She just silently revealed his entire body. Thud! She fell to her knees without a trace of pain in his expression. Was this death? That's what I thought when. Is this that person's sword? I heard Sleb's voice. The sound was faint, and with each syllable, it grew even fainter. Breathing heavily, yet suppressing the convulsions of my body, I said, Do you know the owner of the sword? I've been cut by the sword. As a soul, yes. Sleb is hard to damage with physical force. Being a soul, she can't be touched except by that dagger. I also don't precisely know how I was able to cut Sleb. Is it because the weave is magical? Or is it a characteristic of Graham itself? I didn't know, so I spared my words. After all, Sleb didn't have the time to hear them all. Is that so? Am I still able to reach that person's sword? With those words, Sleb's exposed body gradually disappeared, not merely concealed as before, but as a complete annihilation. Chapter 14.1 Fate Manipulation 6 Part 1 Is this a Taster? And his companions stopped, staring at what was in front of them. There, standing right before their eyes, was a humongous statue made of stone. The statue looked like a woman, and it also looked like a man. Its facial expression seemed cheerful, yet it also appeared sorrowful. The statue's eyes then glowed, and a resonant voice echoed out, as if the voice itself was birthed from within the statue's eyes. You've done well on your journey thus far, adventurer. Its voice was so dry it crackled. Tell me the name of the god you believe in. I am the guardian of truth, as well as the mediator of the world. I shall grant you the honor of having an audience with a god. This is the sanctum, isn't it? Quinny uttered. The dungeon's interior was suddenly filled with a light that seemed to originate from the sanctum. You're the one who needs to go, Aster. You're the only one here who has divine power. Aster nodded and stepped forward. Speak the name of the god you believe in. Underneath the imposing statue that towered over him, Aster softly spoke a name. Baldur. As soon as Aster gave his answer, the statue's glow intensified. The light became so blinding that Aster had to shield his eyes with his hand. When all the light finally faded, a humanoid figure appeared, having absorbed all the light into itself. This figure was incredibly tall, and its body was translucent like a ghost's, so much so that Aster could see what was behind it. However, it radiated a divinity that was light years beyond that of a mere ghost. The god of light, justice, and purity, Baldur. His snowy white hair and exquisitely sculpted face were the spitting image of what one might imagine a god to look like. Slowly Baldur opened his eyes. As if descending upon the statue, Baldur settled down and looked at Aster. Aster Evans. Aster was taken aback. He never thought Baldur would be the one to speak his name first. An honor to finally meet you, Baldur. The honor is all mine. I am truly honored to stand in the presence of humanity's hope. Humanity's hope? That's right. You must have a vague idea of it yourself, don't you? Your talent and your power. The heavy burden that you must carry because of those gifts. Without realizing it, Aster gulped. Baldur's power is composed of divine power, his own talent, and prestige. During his time in Constal, Aster felt what role he needed to play. However, hearing talk about being the hope of humanity directly from the deity himself was different. I don't have the power of this sanctuary for long. Aster Evans, what is your wish? Upon Baldur's words, Aster thought for a moment. But from the beginning, he only had one wish. I want strength. Strength to protect everyone and repel the monsters. To Aster's words, Baldur nodded nonchalantly. That's like you, Aster. A ray of light stretched out from Baldur. It slowly gathered around Aster, and he felt his divine power grow incomparable to before. Aster Evans. As Aster felt the power imbue him, Baldur said these words. Aster, be wary of Frondier de Roche. Yes? What's that? Before Aster could finish his sentence, Baldur's figure slowly dispersed and turned into a ray of light from the stone statue. Aster turned behind him to look at Quinny and Jane. They seemed on the verge of leaving as well. Huh? Jane looked around as if she felt something strange. Something was wrong. Nothing had changed. Did we fail to clear the dungeon after reaching the sanctuary, the destination of the dungeon, and meeting the deity? The dungeon wasn't cleared. Only when this dungeon returned to being a normal cave would Frondier and Sybil be safe. What should we do, teacher? First, let's head to the exit. We should be close to the exit since we've reached the sanctuary. Let's leave the dungeon for now to contact Consul and the other organizations. Yes. The three of them moved quickly. I collapsed, drained of strength. This damn on exhaustion, I never seemed to get used to it. Kneeling with my hands pressed to the ground, my body still trembled. Every muscle was cramping. It's not over yet. I gritted my teeth and stood up. In the distance, I could see Sybil collapsed. I wished that with Sleb's death, the poison affecting Sybil would disappear like something out of a game, but such things don't happen. Even now, the poison was slowly infiltrating Sybil's body. By the way, I've stored Sleb's dagger in the workshop. Since that one weapon significantly increases the danger level of any monster, it should be useful. I started walking towards Sybil. Now, I had to carry her out of here. By now, Aster and his group should have arrived at the sanctuary, and they would be panicking because the dungeon hasn't been solved. This dungeon is one of Etius's unsolved dungeons. Even if Aster meets a god in the sanctuary, the dungeon remains the same. Gamers have tried various methods, but the dungeon has never been solved. So, I shouldn't expect this dungeon to turn into an ordinary cave. Let's quietly leave. Phew. I took a deep breath and picked up Sybil. Damn, she's heavy. Under normal circumstances, Frondier's body wouldn't have any trouble, but Sybil's body, paralyzed, was completely limp, and I was suffering from mana exhaustion. Trying to carry something with a body suffering from exhaustion and dehydration must feel like this. Let's go. I tried to mutter but couldn't even make a sound. Sybil slowly opened her eyes. It felt like floating in gentle waves. But soon, she realized she was being carried on someone's back. Frondier. Sybil tried to call out to him, but no sound came out. She couldn't muster any strength in her body. Not even enough to move a finger. Still paralyzed. Is it lucky that I opened my eyes? There was no discomfort in my body. Sybil was fortunately calm, unaware of the severity of the poison she had been afflicted with. Looking around, it seemed we were still inside the dungeon. Huff, huff, the weary voice of Frondier. He looks exhausted. Frondier's back was broader than I thought. Solid muscles and bones. He always seemed weak and languid, but he is indeed a man. So heavy. That bastard. Ugh, there's a rock in my shoe. Frondier's body swayed significantly before regaining balance. Seeing him struggle, Sybil decided to think positive thoughts. Chapter 14.2 Fate Manipulation 6 Part 2 After walking for a while, Frondier stopped. I wondered if he was tired, but then I saw the dungeon brighten. This wasn't the light from outside. It was a sacred aura materialized. This is a sanctuary. Sybil realized. I've heard about it. Some dungeons have sanctuaries at their final destination. A precious place where you can face the deity you believe in and amplify their power. This is the destination. The statue spoke. Adventurer, you have done well. Speak the name of the deity you believe in. I am the steward of truth, also the mediator of the world. I will grant you the honor of facing your deity. Frondier doesn't have divine power, but if this is a sanctuary, mentioning any deity could grant an opportunity to meet them. And if truly fortunate, one might even receive divine power. Which deity will Frondier mention? Curiously, Sybil perked up her ears. I do not. Frondier opened his mouth. Believe in any deity. What? Sybil doubted her ears. The statue simply asked. What is the reason? Statue is called the steward of truth because it can know the deity humans believe in. Therefore, mentioning the name of a different deity in front of the statue is meaningless. The statue knew from the moment it saw Frondier that he did not believe in any god. Not believe in gods? To Sybil, these were shocking words. In this world, most people do not receive divine power, but not believing in gods is a completely different story. How can one not believe in gods when they clearly exist? Then, what about what he said during the Mistletoe incident? I have never been afraid of such things. Were those words not bravado or posturing, but because he truly did not believe in gods? I believe in humanity. Those words settled in Sybil's heart. Every word Frondier spoke built upon the last. I believe in the will of humans. I believe in the days they have strived to build with all their strength. There is no room for gods to intervene. These words were so dangerous that if someone from the church heard them, he might be branded a heretic. But to Sybil, those words were like a mighty wind, a wind that peeled away the fates enveloping her. Everything today becomes tomorrow. I believe in this obvious truth. Frondier's words pierced Sybil's heart like a blade. Was it so? Was I also like that? She felt ashamed of herself without knowing why. I do not believe in gods. Sybil, who is loved by fate, that love was like a cradle, too comfortable and cozy. It seemed to lead her swiftly to the grave. Because I do not believe in fate. That last statement remained in her heart as an eternal echo. I did not feel very good as I answered. It was partly because of mana depletion, and partly because I was carrying Sybil, but it was also because this whole conversation felt like a waste of time, a sanctuary that gives those endowed with divine power the opportunity to face a god. That's no use to me. It'll only be useful to Aster. You don't believe in God? That statement isn't a lie, is it? Why do you keep asking me useless questions? You clearly know I don't have divine power. Is not having divine power different from believing in God? It seems strange to say you don't believe in God in a world where God's existence is obvious. I don't believe. Is that so? Suddenly, the stone statue started to glow. The statue, which previously only had its eyes glowing brightly, was soon enveloped in light. It was a sight that even I had never seen before. What is it? And the light gathered in front of my eyes to show me some kind of picture. The picture, although I don't know what it is, looked like a magic circle. My eyes naturally absorbed the shape of the magic circle into the workshop. Creak, soon all the light died down, and the stone statue started to crack. It soon turned into a large fissure. Giant pieces fell to the ground. What is this? Did I make a mistake somewhere? The moment I thought that, the atmosphere of the dungeon changed. The strangely twisted stone patterns and trees returned to their original forms. The walls and floor returned to their original states. The dungeon was now an ordinary cave. In other words, I cleared the dungeon. Huh? I've never seen this kind of result while playing the game, nor could it happen. I blankly stared at the remains of the broken stone statue for a moment. I should get out for now. I started walking again. There's not much time left for Sybil. I met up with Aster and the others not long after leaving the dungeon. I left Sybil with Jane. As her teacher, she would be better at taking care of her than I would be. Jane and Quinny were relieved when I explained everything that happened. I told them that Sybil had taken care of most of the monsters. After I returned to the dormitory, Professor Jane, M.S. Sybil has been hospitalized. She'll probably be fine by tomorrow. A message arrived on my Sage phone. Quinny and Jane took this opportunity to ask for my messenger address. It was a suitable pretext to prevent dangerous situations like this from happening again. Of course, there was no reason to refuse. Quinny Sr., if you feel anything unusual about your body, make sure to tell us. Aster, thanks. Sybil is alive thanks to you. Take a rest for now. How kind of them. But I can't rest. I immediately sat down at my desk. First, I checked my smartwatch. Dungeon Conquest reward completed the conquest of the dungeon, the Sanctuary of Truth. Acquired the magic circle of Menosorpo. The magic circle that unfolded before my eyes right after the sanctuary was destroyed. It seems its name is Menosorpo, but I don't know how to use it. I don't have any knowledge about magic circles, so all I know is the name of the magic circle. Is there no other way than to activate it myself? I'll try using it when I have time later. Then I might learn something. Next is this. I reached out to the frame containing the viscoelastic metal, obsidian. Weaving, obsidian. Grade rare Sleb's creepy dagger grade. Rare description. A dagger owned by Sleb. The strong grudge of Sleb has turned into toxicity. The toxicity acting on the blade has magical properties and does not fade or disappear. Ability details poison paralysis. Poisons the attacked opponent. The poison target rapidly becomes paralyzed, and if not detoxified within 24 hours, they will die. Indeed, it's toxic. This characteristic has good synergy with my weaving. If toxicity is added to my weaving that appears and disappears momentarily, it can deliver a lethal attack to the opponent. But it's too dangerous. Let's not use it on people. Chapter 15.1 Clubs Part 1 Club recruitment is in full swing at Constal right now. The recruitment itself started when the first graders arrived, but it was nearing its final stages. With just a week left until the deadline, both upperclassmen and freshmen were filled with interest in the clubs. Of course, this was also the case for Class 2, which was the most talked about class at Constal. Elodie, have you heard about the clubs? Huh? What? Aster asked Elodie, and Elodie pretended not to hear. Aster repeated himself dutifully. I'm talking about the clubs. The deadline is coming up soon. Nah, there's nothing that I'm interested in. I see. Aster didn't ask any further. It was his nature not to be suspicious and to be conscientious. It backfired on him a bit this time though. Elodie hesitated before asking. What about you? I'm joining the equestrian club. I haven't learned mounted combat yet, but I hear Constal has a Cajun, which is an excellent breed for war horses. The most common means of transportation on the Phylan continent is the automobile. However, in this world where mana and illusion are intertwined, a good steed surpasses it. Top ones can outrun even the best sedans, can make their own judgments and move accordingly, and can even evacuate their masters to safety if they lose consciousness. The Cajun is a superior breed that meets all the criteria of such a steed. It is one of Constal's prides, even among the central continent. Oh, I see, Elodie said, as if she wasn't interested. In truth, she had no interest in horseback riding. She had no interest in horseback riding at all, which was why her plan to follow Aster and join the same club as him fell through. Aster tilted his head. They'd welcome you anywhere you go. Haha, of course they would, Elodie replied coolly. It was true. Ever since the first day of club recruitment, she had received numerous invitations. Even today, she still occasionally received club pamphlets. But it's lonely going by yourself. I guess there's nothing you can do if you're not interested in clubs. Aster said that, and then left. Elodie clenched her hidden hands under the desk. It's not that I'm not interested. It's not that I'm not interested. Hey, are you listening? Sigh. A heavy sigh escaped from Elodie's lips. Elodie gets along well with everyone around her and is good at maintaining relationships. That's why it's hard to notice. But in reality, she has few friends. The only one she can truly talk to are Aster Evans and Frondier, who just left. It's not that Elodie has trouble making friends. Rather, her abilities are so outstanding that it makes it difficult for her to make friends. Overwhelming divine power, being loved by the 5 gods, and then there's the prestigious northern family of Rishi. She herself is flawless in appearance and conduct. Her grades are outstanding, and she lacks common vulnerabilities. Therefore many people, regardless of gender, show kindness to Elodie, but most of it is admiration or envy. A flower on a cliff. There is no one in Constal who fits this saying more perfectly. It's not any different for me. No matter how outstanding her talents and skills are, she is still only 17 years old. She thinks as much as others, enjoys as much as others, and dreams as much as others. However, only Elodie herself thinks this way. I'm not lonely, Elodie blurted out as if complaining, then seemed to catch herself and changed her statement. I do have friends. Just a few. Let's go home. What am I even doing? Joining clubs at Constal is optional. One does not have to join. It's common to become part of the Going Home Club. Elodie's father Ortal would be pleased. He adores his daughter. It's not that Elodie wanted to voluntarily become a member of the Going Home Club. Elodie leisurely headed towards the school gate. When school ends, the family chauffeur always waits with the car. Joining a club and having to tell the chauffeur that the time for going home has changed was Elodie's small wish. She even practiced keeping a straight face, fearing that a smile of joy might break out and show to the chauffeur. As she walked, without much thought, she glanced towards the training room. Recently, rumors have it that he frequents the training room every day. Another rumor suggests that he entered a dungeon and saved a female student among the party. Rumors say he has changed a bit from before, that he has become a different person. Well then where? Maybe I should go see for myself now to verify the truth of these rumors. Elodie took out her phone, though for a different reason than she first thought. It was to inform about the change in dismissal time. In use occupants, 1 user, Frondier de Roche. It's true. Elodie was slightly amazed. That Frondier, in the training room. He's doing self-draining without anyone asking him to. When I used to say it, he wouldn't even listen. Elodie moved her upper body around, peering this way and that. Each private room has mirrors arranged, and these mirrors are made of one-way glass that allows visibility from inside the room but not from the outside. While preventing outsiders from watching the training, it enables those inside to see who comes from the outside. So, if he shows himself in front of the mirror, he should come out, but, really, how focused is he not to even think of coming out? Is he ignoring me? He saw me and just ignored? Are you also treating me like I have no friends? Let's see how long he can keep this up. Elodie moved from in front of the mirror to the door. There's a buzzer button on the door for people with a purpose to notify those inside. Elodie, standing in front of the door, was about to press the button with all her might when before she could, the door opened. Chapter 15.2. Clubs Part 2. Oh. Elodie sounded perplexed, her voice a mix of confusion and surprise. In front of her was Frondier. His clothes were soaked from the shoulders to below the chest, and his upper body gently rose from the chest to the shoulders and then sank back down. His entire face was drenched with sweat, and his wet eyelashes slowly covered his eyes before he opened them again. That languid expression was even more so, and his downcast eyes even more sunken. Elodie blinked a few times. For a moment, she wondered if she had gone to the wrong room. Even though it was clear that Frondier was in front of her, she had that thought. Elodie took a deep breath. She had to say something. She couldn't just stand there and stare at him. Something, anything. Why, you smell. Elodie blurted out. Undoubtedly, It was the best save of the year. Huh, Frondier laughed in disbelief. What do you expect in a place like this? You should at least give me time to wash. I guess. So what's up? Frondier wiped his face with the towel he had brought. Thanks to that, he now looked a little more like his usual self. Elodie felt a little better, though she didn't know why. I heard you come to the training room a lot. Yeah, I'm practicing. After saying that, Frondier moved to put the towel in his locker. As the distance between them increased, Elodie's neck relaxed a bit. So that's it. I was looking up at Frondier. That's natural since he's taller. So natural. But somehow, did you come to check up on me? To see if I'm still training? Are you still worried? Worried? About what? Elodie denied it for the time being. But she couldn't find a better way to say it. The truth was, Elodie had been worried about Frondier for a long time. Elodie and Frondier had known each other since they were children. Elodie had been worried about Frondier, who was gradually becoming lazier, and had given him a lot of advice. But it had all been for naught. But the current Frondier was different. Why had Frondier, who hadn't changed even after Elodie had tried so hard to help him, changed so much? What was the trigger? She wanted to know, but she didn't ask, because it felt like jealousy. Suddenly, Elodie remembered and asked, "Speaking of which, have you joined a club?" "No, not interested. Don't have time for that." "Then are you going home?" "Yep," Frondier replied and took a drink of water. From the towel to the water bottle, even up to the personal locker, it was obvious he frequented the training room. Although it was a brief reply, Elodie felt somewhat relieved. It was as if she had gained a comrade. This time, Frondier asked, "You? Me?" Elodie was slightly taken aback when Frondier asked back, but gave the usual response. "Well, I don't particularly have any interest in anything." At that, Frondier stopped drinking his water. He put down the bottle and said, "Liar. What? You want to join a club?" It was as if Frondier was stating something as evident as the earth still spins. He said it so matter-of-factly. Elodie blinked in disbelief, even more so than before. "Hey, what do you know?" "I know. Because you're like me." Elodie frowned in annoyance. What is this lunatic talking about? However, what Frondier said next left Elodie frozen. "You seem to be alone." "Oh, it feels like you're isolated in a desolate place, thinking you can't escape from this isolation." Frondier spoke calmly. That calmness gradually made Elodie freeze over. "Even if you talk and laugh with others, you think they don't truly understand you." Elodie tried to say something but eventually closed her mouth. The Frondier right now seemed truly unlike the Frondier of rumors. Frondier said Elodie was like him, meaning the story Frondier was telling was not only about Elodie, but also about himself. "I thought you didn't care about that stuff." Human sloth Frondier. The nickname everyone knew for Frondier was, of course, heard most by him. Yet, Frondier's expression was nonchalant, as if he wasn't hurt by it, as if it wasn't his story. "But," Frondier said, "you're the same." "Yes. You also act as if it's all fine." Like Frondier, Elodie didn't show it on her face. She pretended to be okay. But still, had Frondier noticed? "Well, you're carrying a heavier burden, so it must be much harder." Frondier shrugged his shoulders. However, Elodie couldn't dare to think that she was suffering more than Frondier, especially not after having glimpsed into Frondier's inner world. Elodie lifted her head. Somewhere, she felt relieved. Maybe she wanted to hear such simple words of comfort. If there was even one person who understood her, that would be enough. Club activities became such a trivial matter, and Elodie could laugh. "Thank you. I feel at ease. I can't say I feel better because you comforted me, as I'm too embarrassed." Then Frondier looked at Elodie. His expression was as languid as ever, and somewhere, just as cold. "Join the club." "I'd like to, but there's no one to do it with." "You can make friends. You're different from me." At those words, Elodie's eyes twitched. It was the last thing she wanted to hear, especially from Frondier, especially after the conversation they just had. Everyone treated her as if she were someone else. No one truly understood her. Was Frondier the same after all? "You said we were alike." Elodie spoke, her voice coming out weaker than she could believe. "Why do you say that?" Frondier closed his eyes for a moment. His shoulders slumped as if he was exhaling all the breath he held inside. "Because I know your loneliness. You're the same. I can't help it. It's my fault and I can't undo it. But you can change. In that sense, you and I are different." Frondier was too calm for someone who was spitting out such words. "At least do what you want to do, Elodie." Those words sounded almost like a wish conveyed to Elodie de Wise Rishi. Chapter 16.1 Test 1, Part 1. A package arrived in my room. Inside was a single letter. "Just try not to be surprised. Scary mess. Winnie. Soon the third-year students will have their professional experience. That's when the monster from outside I warned about will come. I've detailed the timing of my arrival, the monster's weaknesses, and how to deal with them, so there shouldn't be much damage. That is, considering it's an attack by an external monster." I checked the contents of the package. First, there was a ring. It had a blue gemstone shining brightly. Viet Trading Company's magic ring grade. Rare description. A high-quality ring handled by the Viet Trading Company. Feature: slightly increases the total amount of the wearer's mana. If I'm right, this gemstone is sapphire. The effects of Etius's accessories depend on the creator's decision, but generally, the metal's material greatly influences the abilities. The most important aspect is color. The redder the gemstone, the more it increases the strength or stamina needed by combatants, while blue increases mana or intelligence. Green is for dynamic vision, reflexes, speed, and other colors depend on the creator's discretion. If it's sapphire, it's a blue series, meaning it's a fairly expensive gemstone among mana accessories. It will be very meaningful in increasing my mana. I immediately put it on my index finger. Before I wore it, the ring seemed much larger than my finger, but once on, it fit perfectly. It's almost like an optical illusion. And there's another item. This is what I'm most looking forward to. An artifact to store obsidian. I told Quinny it needed to be easy to take out and put in the water, using a very vague expression. I'm counting on her sense. Is this it? I lifted something out of the box as I felt it in my hand. What is this? A long chain made of metal. A small gem wrapped in luxurious decorations. What I was looking at was a necklace. It's certainly beautiful and luxurious. The black gem probably reflects my request that its interior shouldn't be visible. I like both the design and its reflection. How do I put obsidian in here? In the border region of the Terst Empire, Tyburn. This place is located opposite Eurons, the domain guarded by the head of the Roach family, in Fur. Tyburn is the domain of the Urfa family. The head of this Urfa family is Ludwig Urfa. So, the dead and injured? 11 dead, about 30 injured. It's very few for an incident caused by an external monster. That's fortunate indeed. Ludwig was sitting in a carriage, listening to the situation. In the Tyburn region, the professional experience of the Constal third-year students was scheduled. It's a constant task at Constal, where they observe the duties of professionals and, if possible, are given simple practical exercises. But it seems that a monster from outside has invaded the area where they were assigned. What's the identity of the monster? It's a black werewolf. It's presumed to have strayed from its pack. You mean to say only 11 died before it was stopped? Ludwig was astonished. While the death of people is never a pleasant matter, the fact that the number was surprisingly small was definitely a relief. Werewolves, being originally wolves, live in packs. When in a pack, they actively hunt for prey, but once an individual strays, it becomes incredibly sinister. While together with its companions, it behaves like a fearless warrior, but becomes an assassin the moment it's on its own. The black werewolf in particular is even more sinister when alone, making it more troublesome to deal with, especially if it's outside. There was someone who anticipated and countered it efficiently and quickly by identifying the outside black werewolf's weakness. Oh, who? You'll meet them in person. We've arrived. The carriage stopped and Ludwig stepped out. The site was bustling, with the injured being moved and the dead being identified. Following a subordinate's lead, Ludwig arrived at a familiar face. No way, isn't that Lord Viet? Ludwig looked at Quinny de Viet with interest, remembering she was a student at Constal. Having met as family heads on many occasions, Quinny's young age felt particularly striking at times like this. You've arrived, Ludwig Urfa. Quinny's complexion, as she greeted Ludwig, didn't look too pleasant. Her expression, hidden behind a fan, was clearly enduring revulsion. What's with that expression? I hear thanks to you, the damage wasn't severe. Yes, thanks to me, 11 people died. Quinny's words were filled with self-derision. One corner of Ludwig's eye twitched. Quinny, you're still not over it. You speak as if it will be all right with time. You did well. Many more could have died. You prevented that. Be proud. Yes. Though Quinny didn't feel much better, she considered Ludwig's words to be true. She had done her best. Even if she could go back in time, it would have been difficult to handle it any better. So, 11 people died. Quinny remembered what Frondier had said. All the information he had given was correct. The identity of the monster outside, its weakness, even its habits. Quinny had shared this information with the professionals in advance to minimize the damage. If possible, she had wanted to cancel this temporary pro experience altogether. But information with weak evidence lacks persuasiveness. The pros, having heard Quinny's words, deemed it possible, but couldn't cancel the entire schedule. That was the extent of the response, and that was the extent of the casualties. Chapter 16.2, Test 1 Part 2. You hate it when people die, don't you? Frondier's voice echoed in her ears. Frondier had information that Quinny most desperately wanted to keep hidden. From the beginning, he possessed this piece of information that Quinny least wanted revealed. Given the timing and tone of his revelation, it was clear he hadn't spoken carelessly. The vulnerability that Quinny harbored, something close to fear, was undoubtedly known to Frondier. Let's consider it a blessing in disguise. Frondier didn't use that information to demand anything from Quinny. There was no blackmail involved. What existed between them was merely a fair exchange. Frondier provided Quinny with information about the external monsters, and Quinny compensated him accordingly. This indicated that Frondier, too, desired to maintain a good relationship with Quinny. Frondier, Hard to put a price on. It was Quinny's habit to judge everything in terms of money. This habit applied equally to people. She believed that assigning the right value was the fairest way to treat someone. To her, Frondier was an exceedingly troubling figure. The fake Misteltein incident, the series of actions in the dungeon, and the information he provided her. Nothing was clear, everything shrouded in fog. It's tough to look at them. Why don't you go somewhere and rest? Ludwig noted Quinny's expression and thought she was troubled by the corpses. He was one of the few humans who knew Quinny's weakness. Thus, this kind of consideration was something only Ludwig could offer at the moment. But Quinny shook her head. No, I am the head of the Viet family. Indeed, she was the head of the Viet family. Quinny, the little devil who raised her family at a student's age. Her instincts as a family head were sounding an alarm. It was an alarm from her sense regarding Frondier. Days later, inside a luxurious sedan. Elodie, are you listening? Elodie? Ah, yes. Sorry, Dad. Just in case, call me Father when we arrive at the Roche estate. If you were worried about that, you should have called Brother. Calling your brother would only lead to another quarrel with Frondier. You know that. Elodie sighed deeply at Ordel's words. She had been looking out the window all the while. Elodie and Ordel were on their way to the Roche estate. The two families, both of high repute and long-standing friendship, often met and interacted in this manner. For two families with many enemies, such public activities were crucial. Displaying the friendship between two strong noble families would deter others from acting rashly. You seem unusually distracted. Is there something on your mind? Yes, a little. Indeed, Elodie had been lost in thought until a moment ago. Frondier's recent actions seemed strange. His lethargic and sleepy appearance remained the same. From the Misteltein incident to the dungeon exploration, a few days ago, even Aster seemed to have a fairly high opinion of Frondier. I will take away your worries. Frondier said that to Aster, and it turned out to be true. In other words, Frondier knew that the Misteltein was fake before he actually saw it. How? There was only one answer. Frondier knows the true form of Misteltein. What was thought to be a bluff is now believed to be the truth. But if that's the truth, another problem arises. How can a human know about Misteltein? Misteltein, whose shape no human has ever seen. Does Frondier have divine power? Someone among the gods must have shown Misteltein to Frondier directly. Then of course he would know its form. As far as Elodie knows, there's no other possibility. Thoughts endlessly chase each other's tails. Assuming it's true that Frondier has divine power, what have Frondier's actions shown all this time? Divine power is mostly determined at birth. The gods have already chosen whom to love. Meaning, it's highly likely that Frondier had divine power from the beginning. All this time, it was believed that Frondier's lazy behavior was because he lacked both divine power and talent. But if Frondier actually had divine power, that assumption collapses completely. Frondier's laziness had a hidden intent, Frondier with divine power. If he has divine power, even if Frondier lacks talent in combat, it's not a big problem. Now it's also uncertain whether Frondier truly lacks talent. It's all speculation, but Frondier might have deliberately pretended to be lazy. But for some reason, he stopped being lazy. Dad. Huh? We haven't arrived yet. Still, it's time to start getting used to it. Yes, Father. Have I missed anything about Frondier? Ordel seemed puzzled by Elodie's question, not quite understanding it. Huh? Missed what? I heard recently that Frondier has been less lazy at Constal. Is there a reason? Oh, that. I heard it from Infer. He said he was told to rank within the top 10 of the year, or else he'd be expelled. Elodie nodded at that and fell into thought again. Top 10 of the year. Expulsion if he fails. Did he not want to be expelled? No. I can't help it. It's my fault, and I can't reverse it. There was no sign of regret on Frondier's face as he said those words. While saying it was his fault, he didn't really seem to think he did anything wrong. As if it was a mistake made on purpose. As if he was prepared for it to be irreversible. We've arrived. Shortly after, the car stopped, and Elodie's thoughts came to an end. They got out of the car and headed towards the Roche estate. Chapter 17.1. Test 2 Part 1. It's a nice view no matter how many times I see it. Especially the location of the mansion and courtyard. Huh? While admiring the landscaping of the well-maintained Roche mansion, Ordel noticed something. Elodie directed her gaze there too. Isn't that Frondier over there? Seems so. The two tilted their heads in puzzlement, not expecting Frondier to be outside. Frondier was in the middle of the mansion's empty lot. His still, sleepy eyes held an unusual hint of tension. Then, Elodie sensed it. Frondier drew upon his mana. His jet, black hair fluttered slightly. It was a considerable amount of mana, though it was unclear what magic he was about to cast. Did Frondier have that much mana? Frondier seemed to possess more mana than Elodie had been aware of, though she couldn't say for sure since she hadn't paid much attention to it. Mana capacity alone didn't matter though. What was important was the amount of mana one could use at a time. One couldn't simply pour mana into a spell. For basic spells like flame darts, recklessly adding more mana in an attempt to increase their power would only result in the excess dispersing, since there's a limit to how much mana it can hold. In other words, using a lot of mana meant that the spell was high level. What kind of spell does Frondier know that requires that much mana? With those thoughts, Elodie and Ortal observed Frondier with a mixture of tension and anticipation. Finally, Frondier finished channeling his mana, and a radiant halo appeared at his fingertips. Then, nothing happened. Huh? She rubbed her eyes in case she was seeing things, but nothing had changed. The empty lot looked exactly the same as before, regardless of what Frondier had or hadn't done. In a word, nothing happened. I don't know what kind of magic circle this is. Minisorpo. I came out to the mansion's empty lot to test this magic circle that I got as a reward for clearing a dungeon. It takes a significant amount of mana just to manifest the magic circle. But nothing changed even after I inscribed it on the ground and activated it. I had high hopes for it since it was much larger than it looked. I scratched my head. Am I connected to things that can't be seen? What are you talking about? A voice came from behind. I turned around and saw Elodie. Elodie was there too, along with her father, Ortal. I bowed my head. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Risha. Well, this is unusual. You're outside. Ortal seemed a bit impressed. Normally, the original Frondier would have stayed holed up in his room at the mansion, never thinking of coming out. I found staying in my room to be suffocating lately. I deflected with a vague response. Elodie furrowed her brows and pressed me. What do you mean by that? You said you had a connection with the unseen. Of all things, she had to hear that. I quickly thought on my feet. Ah, you might not have heard. I saw a ghost when I went to the dungeon a few days ago. Good, that was quick thinking. Seeing the ghost named Slub wasn't a lie. Is that really what happened? That's right. Elodie's lips pursed, her doubt not entirely dispelled as she scrutinized my expression. But all she saw was my languid face. Well, okay. You went to the dungeon and worked hard. No worries about the joint mission then. Joint mission? Yes. Teams are formed with one student from each grade, first, second, and third, to perform tasks in the field. Ah, now that she mentioned it, I remembered. When facing magical beasts, it's basic to move as a team, so it's important to know the students' abilities and positions in advance. However, teams composed only of first-year students are considered too risky, so trios are formed with the inclusion of second- and third-year students. First-year students learn from their seniors, and seniors teach their juniors, gaining indirect experience for when they become professionals. But when playing the game, joint missions weren't such a big event, because I was Aster Evans. Among the first years, my skills were unparalleled, and with second and third years by my side, it was a smooth event. But now I am Frondier. Anything could happen. You need to be in the top 10 of your grade, right? The joint mission gives extra points too. She heard that too. Setting aside my rank in the top 10 of my grade, the extra points Elodie mentioned were true. The joint mission is an immediate precursor to the third year's professional experience. I'll have to train up until then, at least to avoid any embarrassment. Chapter 17.2 Test 2 Part 2 On the day of the joint mission, all of Constel's students gathered in the field. The field is a special area created by Constel for the practical training of its students. The field is a managed area within a certain range, its size comparable to that of a village. Here, students undertake various missions such as tracking, annihilating, and capturing magical beasts. After the teacher's detailed explanation from the front stage ended, I pulled out a piece of paper from the box. Group B. I silently looked at the paper I drew by lot. Somehow, I wondered, did Frondier also pick this paper? Was this the lot I chose of my own will? It was a frivolous thought. Oh, oops. Looking around, I then noticed her. Quinny DeViet. Quinny was fluttering a paper marked B, looking at me. We meet often. Indeed. Quinny's expression in response to my greeting was subtly complex. Ah, she went through the pro experience. Should I ask to confirm? Was the information helpful? Yeah, more than I thought. Quinny hesitated but answered honestly. Excuse me, and then another person. I'm a freshman, Quinny's a junior. So there's still a sophomore left in Group B. This is Group B, right? Please take care of me. A man with a powerless voice approached. His brown hair was in a short sports cut, contrasting his friendly face with a somewhat shrunken posture and narrow shoulders. I greeted him first. Yes, I'm Frondier. Nice to meet you. Ah, I'm Edwin. A sophomore. I stopped upon hearing his name. It was a name I couldn't possibly not know. Edwin, by any chance from the Betio family? Huh? You know my family? As I was surprised by Edwin's question, a loud voice came from in front of the field. Now if you found your group, start the mission. As mentioned initially, the time limit is 3 hours. The field is limited to the temperate forest. Moreover, magical beasts were placed in the field a day ago. So, if you look carefully, it will be easy to see the traces left by the beasts. Upperclassmen will lead, tracking the traces and instructing on how to do so. Depending on how the freshmen you teach act afterwards, the upperclassmen's evaluations will also change. Tracking the signs of monsters is taught in theory classes, but practice is a different matter. Many students become overwhelmed by the gap between reality and theory during actual training, unable to perform to their full capabilities. The role of the upperclassman is to eliminate that confusion. If one calmly observes the situation and recognizes the difference between theory and practice, it is entirely possible to make use of the knowledge they have learned. Then let's begin. With that declaration, some teams quickly ran off, while others were still discussing their plans. Let's go too. It's not that being fast is everything, but it's frustrating if the monster we're tracking gets caught by another team first. Quinny leisurely took the lead. Frondier followed her, and Edwin trailed behind with hesitant steps. Edwin von Behardy. To be honest, I hadn't realized it was Edwin. I thought he was a commoner. His clothes were shabby, and his posture timid. But he's not a commoner, nor is he an ordinary noble. He is one of the characters with divine power. A fallen noble, Edwin von Behardy. Edwin is a bit of an odd character. Because he possesses divine power, players often hear his name, but he is almost impossible to find in the game. If Frondier is a character who has completely exited the scene, Edwin is definitely within the console, but hard to find. That's how faint his presence is. Edwin, nice to meet you, I'm Quinny. Yes. Even as Quinny spoke to him in a friendly manner, Edwin's voice retreated more and more. This personality contributed to his faint presence. From here on is the temperate forest. Frondier, stick by me from now on. I'll teach you the tricks to finding tracks and tracking. Somehow Quinny is being nice to me. I don't know why, but it's not bad, so I'll quietly listen. While listening to Quinny's explanation, I briefly observed Edwin. He seemed to be earnestly engaged in finding the tracks. Edwin is quite a good character. Like Quinny, he belongs to the good side, and more importantly, he possesses divine power. That alone raises the value of his character. Edwin's divine power comes from the blacksmith god of Greek mythology, Hephaestus. Excellent with metalworking and familiar with flame, a blacksmith's necessity. He might later create golems using metal. Edwin naturally raises a family as the game progresses, given his potential. The restoration of his family's honor, though unnoticed, is a given. That's how it was in the game. Can such a gloomy man really succeed in rebuilding his family? The easiest and best trace to find is footprints. Look at these. Quinny pointed at large footprints, much larger than a human's. The prints were intermittent due to fallen leaves and twigs, but their direction was clear. Great. Judging by how distinct the footprints are, and the stride length, it must have been walking. Looks like we found something first, Quinny said cheerfully. Then she gave me a mischievous smile. So, our newbie, do you know whose footprints these are? Playfulness filled half of her tone. Probably a question she didn't think I'd know. Of course, I have no idea who owns these footprints. I could just say I don't know, but I somehow feel like she's testing me. If I pass this test, I might be able to befriend Quinny. If I'm wrong, no harm done. It's not like I know which monsters were placed in the field for this joint mission anyway. It felt strange knowing information the other students didn't. All I can tell about these footprints is that they're huge. Among the things placed in this field, the huge monster would be a red bear. At my murmur, Quinny and Edwin looked at me at the same time. How did you know? Taken aback by their surprised reactions, I answered noncommittally. Well, like Quinny said, the footprints are big and clear. It's a rough guess. That's probably one of the 5 honest statements I've made since coming to this world. But they didn't seem to believe me at all. Chapter 18.1. Test 3 Part 1. Winnie mentioned that the footprints were distinct, but that was based on her own standards. The standards of a third-year student. In the forest, it's hard to leave clear footprints. Often, one walks over fallen leaves and branches. At a glance, they might just seem like indented marks, difficult to identify. From Quinny's perspective, just the fact that Frondier could say it was a bear was enough to pass. He had identified the footprints and their direction. Rather than focusing solely on the footprints, looking at the direction, one could roughly gauge the size from the broken branches and cleared leaves. Add to that the forest locale, the size of the footprints, and their stride. Considering these conditions, guessing bear was possible, but to deduce it's a red bear among bear monsters, that's really mastering tracking. Edwin seemed to notice too, but in reality, many third-year students haven't properly learned tracking skills. It's not a major skill after all. Frondier, is that by any chance divine power? Quinny was intrigued by Edwin's question. Everyone just believes that Frondier lacks divine power, but that's all, it is belief. Could he be receiving some form of divine power? A god responsible for hunting, perhaps? It's a secret. Frondier smiled slightly. Many keep their divine powers a secret. However, it's rare among nobles. Normally families boast about it first. So even if you want to keep it a secret, it's often difficult. But in the Roach family, there's the famous Aesir. So, it might have been okay for Frondier to keep it a secret. I see. A secret all right. Now that we know what it is, let's hurry. There's no need to be overly cautious with the red bear. Leaving Edwin's murmurs behind, Quinny took the lead. Frondier tilted his head in confusion from behind. No need to be cautious, why? If we approach, it won't run away, it will attack. Wouldn't it still be better to surprise it? Quinny dismissed Frondier's question with a flick of her fan. Don't worry, I'll take it down. Oh. Frondier uttered a short exclamation of admiration. Quinny's shoulders lifted in pride. I should show off a bit for once. Her steps grew more confident. Frondier, what kind of weapon do you use? A dagger. Want to see? Oh, this is the basic weapon provided. Are you fine with this? I'm most familiar with it. After Frondier revealed the identity of the tracks, Edwin's questions towards Frondier noticeably increased. Frondier answered kindly without showing any sign of annoyance. He didn't hesitate to show his waist-bound dagger either. There was no need to make himself disagreeable, and the questions were reasonable enough from the other person's perspective, arousing natural curiosity. Let's stop making a fuss now. We're almost there. Okay. Upon Quinny's words, Frondier and Edwin lowered their posture. Walking a bit slower, they spotted a bear covered in red fur in the distance. It was a bit of an understatement to say they had found it. The bear was looking in Frondier's direction as well. Initially, it was more like they had approached each other. Quinny stepped forward. Now, since this mission was about upperclassmen teaching the underclassmen, Frondier, step back. I thought I was going to learn about teamwork in combat too. That's for next time. The path ahead for Frondier and Constel is mostly one that Quinny has already walked. Becoming a team and fighting together would come a bit later. After all, their positions didn't match yet. Watching is also a form of learning. At that, Frondier honestly nodded and stepped back. Seeing this, Quinny moved a bit further ahead. And Edwin, he just stood there. That must be nice. He thought about Frondier. He was surprised by his appearance the moment he saw him. Although easily overshadowed by Frondier's reputation and perception, Frondier's appearance is quite distinguished. It's not just about being handsome. It's as if his face itself says what a noble's appearance should be like, exuding dignity and grace. That, coupled with his always languid face, created a unique atmosphere. Moreover, the prestigious Roach family, Frondier's brother Azier, is also a tremendous monster, but Edwin had hardly any thoughts about Azier. Quinny is a senior, and Azier has already graduated from Constel. Besides, he has never directly faced his abilities. But Frondier is different, always sleeping during classes, with sleepy eyes and a languid expression, earning him the nickname Human Sloth. But his actions thereafter were impressive. His words and actions at the Misteltein meeting as well. Some called it reckless, but if one only looks at the results, it was a courageous act with meaning. And the tracking skill he showed just before. Surely, it must be the work of a high god. I should have been like that. If only I had done a bit better, could I have prevented the downfall of my house? Frondier had something Edwin envied. If Beatorio hadn't fallen, if Edwin had been a bit more noble Edwin. At that shout, Edwin snapped back to reality. Quinny's voice came from the right. When did the battlefield move? As he hurriedly shifted his gaze, the volume of the bear charging at him with bloodshot eyes came into view. Oh, ah. The bear's roar sounded dazed. Chapter 18.2. Test 3 Part 2. Did I have my sword in hand? Was it on my waist or hanging on my back? There's no time to draw it. No, there's no time to block it. Not even time to dodge. This. A situation where I can survive suddenly. Someone grabbed his shoulder. His balance shifted. His legs floated, and the sky spun. Vroom, the swinging paw of the bear grazed Edwin's nose tip. Frondier, Edwin, thrown backward, saw Frondier pulling him back. The bear's assault didn't stop. Its body was covered in minor wounds, and its bloodshot eyes saw nothing in front of it. Likely inflicted by Quinny. Gasp! Frondier threw his dagger faster than the bear's next attack. Clang! The dagger, aimed with astonishing accuracy at the bear's forehead, was blocked by its paw. Bad luck. It was blocked by a claw, swung haphazardly. Dangerous. Quinny hurriedly extended her fan. However, roar! The bellowing of the red bear. Quinny's hand froze for a moment at that terrifying scream that shook the air. Right beside her, all the hairs on Edwin's body stood on end. Look! But at that moment, a dagger embedded itself in the bear's left eye. In the midst of that horrifying scream, Frondier alone showed no superfluous movement. He had shot the second dagger amidst the roar of the red bear, as if he knew the red bear would bellow. What is that? Can a human remain that calm? The bear screamed in pain, and its movements slowed. That was the end. Quinny had more than enough time to take its life. Flutter. 6 blades shot from the end of the fan, and embedded vertically into the bear's body. All 6 were fatal, and at least 2 were sufficient to kill with just one hit. The red bear died instantly, stood for a while, then collapsed after a while. Boom! With an earthquake, like collapse, the leaves fluttered greatly. Quinny hurried over in front of the rustling leaves. Edwin. Frondier, are you okay? Ah yes, I'm fine. Frondier's calm voice. He approached Edwin and reached out to him, who had already fallen. Are you hurt? Ah no. Edwin took his hand and stood up. After lifting Edwin, Frondier discussed feedback about the recent battle with Quinny. Meanwhile, Edwin's eyes, looking at Frondier, were filled with an inexplicable annoyance and unbearable anger. After the joint mission ended, in Constel's private research room. I'll leave the supplies you mentioned here. Oh, Edwin. Always thankful. Edwin placed a box full of various items on the desk. Teacher Binkies, who had sent him on the errand, was busy with her research. Binkies was a person very much like a researcher. To put it nicely, to speak plainly, she was obsessed with her research. She's a summoner. Her talent specializes in observation. She watches and memorizes the techniques of others, and applies them to her own familiars. Her summoning structures golem. Since Binkies assembles and constructs her own familiars, it is possible for her to imitate the techniques of others. Binkies was currently in the process of creating a golem. This time, it wasn't a familiar. She was creating a pure golem that could move on its own. It's a little different from what I've seen before. Yeah, it's a metal golem this time. A metal golem. In other words, metal. A very familiar material to Edwin, who was favored by Hephaestus. Plus, it's a golem. Edwin looked at Binkies. Is this by any chance for me? Well, you said you wanted to see a real metal golem, didn't you? I'm also making this as a token of my gratitude for everything you've done for me. Professor Binkies smiled shyly. She was truly grateful to Edwin. His help had been a great asset to her. He was especially talented with metal, fire, and golems, and he often gave her advice. Edwin looked at the golem in awe. Then, next to the golem, he noticed a huge spear that matched its imposing size. Is this golem supposed to use a spear? Yeah. You saw Azier using a spear last time, didn't you? I was really impressed by that. Edwin clenched his fist at her words. Azier again. Azier Frondier. The Roach family's been getting on his nerves lately. Edwin's swordsmanship was average. Since he didn't have a talent for it in the first place, it was surprising that he was even at the second-year average. Edwin thought to himself that no matter how hard he tried, he would never be as skilled with a weapon as Azier, even if he trained with a sword until the day he died. But he didn't despair. Edwin wasn't particularly interested in fighting in the first place. His specialty was metalworking and golems. However, golems required a lot of money just to attempt to make them. For him, a fallen noble, that amount of money felt like a distant dream. Edwin looked at the metal golem in silence. If I had the money, could I make a golem like this? He was just looking at the golem with that thought in mind when it hit him. Huh? Edwin stopped dead in his tracks. With his eyes that had been blessed by Hephaestus, he could see the structure of this metal golem at a glance. Everything from the joints, actuators, core, and monocircuits. This golem, and the many signs of incompletion that were visible to his eyes. One of those signs caught his eye in particular. It doesn't have a master yet. A golem, which must always follow orders, must be inscribed with a spell and it's designed to designate its master. That space was currently empty. In other words, if he wanted to, Edwin could become its master. Chapter 19.1 Golem 1 Part 1 After the joint mission was over. Oops. As usual, on my way to the training room after class, I spotted someone approaching from far down the corridor. A woman with long brown hair. Her gentle eyes had a calming effect on anyone who looked at her. The woman approached me with a smooth stride, and then she walked right past me. What an odd person. The number of students who have simply walked past me like this can be counted on one hand. With my bad reputation, and the notoriety mixed in, it's rare for anyone to just pass by. But this woman treated me with utter indifference. No, not indifference per se, it's more like, how should I put it? It's as if I didn't even enter her field of perception. As I thought that far, I realized who she was. A memory clicked. Once I figured out who she was, a hollow laugh escaped me. I felt somewhat foolish. It's Ellen. Astor Evans's sister, Ellen Evans. She wasn't indifferent or calm. She was just asleep. I scratched my head and headed to the training room. Ding, while I was taking a short break, my smartwatch buzzed. A quest notification. I guessed what this quest was about based on the timing, but I hoped it wasn't that. Despite my hope, I opened my smartwatch to find main quest, raid. A massive invasion of monsters will occur in Constel. Be prepared. If not properly dealt with, there's a possibility of losing named characters. Is this what you call a quest? The quest description couldn't be more straightforward. However, the reality is not that simple. The main quest of Constel, raid. Exactly as it says. An event where monsters flood in like a tide, all of a sudden. Etius always demands a choice from the player. An event is merely an incident that occurs, and how to respond is up to the player's discretion. The same goes for this raid. You can kill the monsters indiscriminately, target only the important ones, or even just observe. Indeed, it's entirely possible to completely avoid the Constel during the event, if it really comes to that. But there would be a price to pay. The quest explicitly states the possibility of losing named characters. In the end, I need to become stronger. When I fought the Red Bear, I was lucky. Or should I even call that a fight? Knowing the habits of the Red Bear and being able to see its pre-attack movements, I knew it would roar. I managed to hit the bear in the eye with a thrown dagger, but that was all. If I were alone, I would have died right after that. Relying on improvisation like this won't always work. Indeed, strategy is important, but I need to gain more experience in combat itself. Sigh. A sigh escapes me. In truth, I know how to solve this, but I'm not particularly keen on it. But there's only one answer, and at worst, I'll break even. Shall I go? I stood up. At that moment, in Professor Binkies' laboratory, someone was crouching in front of the lab, in a dark corridor void of any light. Covering his face with a hood, he looked around familiarly and used his divine power to unlock the hanging lock. To him, favored by Hephaestus, a metal lock was no different from an open door. Entering, he lit the lantern he brought with him. A soft whoosh, the sound of the air being lightly consumed, and the surroundings brightened. Removing his hood, it was Edwin. Edwin slowly walked to his target location with the lantern. Incredible. There was a golem. A metal golem, the work of Professor Binkies. Kneeling on one knee with a spear held upright, it resembled a sturdy knight. Having watched as Professor Binkies' assistant, Edwin knew the golem was complete. Swallowing dryly, Edwin's eyes scanned the entire structure of the metal golem. As seen before, the master's spot was still vacant. Edwin, as if drunk, extended his hand and flowed magic into it. As expected, it's encrypted. The absence of the master's presence did not mean the security was neglected. To gain access, one had to bypass all sorts of security and codes known only to Professor Binkies. This was the first time Edwin hesitated. Up to this point, he could pass it off as mere curiosity, but tampering with the security would leave no room for excuses. However, his hesitation was brief, and his eyes shone even brighter. The structure of this golem, created by Binkies, was meticulous, complex, and sophisticated. To Edwin, it was simply beautiful. If he could make this golem his own, well, let's give it a try. What's the worst that could happen? Edwin began to disable the security. Like defusing a time bomb, he proceeded carefully and precisely. His speed and accuracy were beyond even what Binkies could have predicted. But to penetrate the security, one needed more than great skill. One needed immense luck. No matter how accurately one understood the structure, forcibly breaching the security required passing through multiple choice barriers. Failure to pass would immediately lock down the security completely and signal Professor Binkies. Navigating through this minefield, accurately understanding the structure, and yet having to correctly guess on everything that one is forced to, presented an insurmountable difficulty. But could this be the work of a god? Done. Edwin's hand stopped. Astonishingly, he had successfully gained ownership rights to the golem. Rise. At his command, the golem's eyes glowed red. It straightened its bent knees and faced Edwin with a dignified posture. Edwin's hands trembled. The knightly appearance of the golem was too beautiful, and the operation of the structure, as interpreted by his eyes, was even enchanting. Handle the spear. The golem grabbed the spear, manipulating it as easily as if it were a feather. Did this signify that it possessed the unique durability of metal, infused with the loyalty of a golem? Truly the ideal soldier. Good. Return to your original position. The golem obediently returned and knelt on one knee in its initial position. Its appearance was unchanged from before it was activated. Deactivate. The light from the golem's eyes vanished, and the laboratory returned to utter silence. Red heat flushed Edwin's face, illuminated by the lantern light. Chapter 19.2 Golem 1, Part 2. Right now, I was tasting the most tense atmosphere within the estate that I've felt in these past few days. Azier stood before me, looking at me with an expression far from pleased. Was it because I had come to his room so abruptly? But then again, why would I need to announce my visit to my brother's room? Teach you how to fight. The maids around us tensed up at Azier's icy voice. The solution to my problem was Azier. As far as I know, there are few better than him when it comes to combat. Besides, he is my brother. However, I don't know the character Azier very well. When I played as Aster, none of my companions were close to the Roach family. The existence of Infer, who guards the border, and his son Azier were almost entirely known to me through rumors and gossip. That's why I only started to look into the character Azier these last few days. From what I've observed of Azier as a Frondier, he is cautious and cold, and with that comes a lot of suspicion. His overly suspicious nature is what unsettled me the most. Have you become impatient after receiving a warning from Father? Father's warning. Was it about being in the top 10 overall rankings? While that's important, the attack is even more pressing and crucial. Go back. There is nothing I wish to teach you. Take responsibility for your idle life. Azier said so, then crossed his arms and closed his eyes. Is he planning to stay like that until I leave? Azier certainly doesn't like me. Azier has talent, but he worked harder than anyone to catch up to Father. His current skills weren't gained easily, so it's understandable that he has no fondness for a brother who has only been lazy. But then again, I'm not fond of being a Frondier either. It feels like I'm doing someone else's piled-up homework for them, or like I've become the new recruit tasked with cleaning up the mess left by a predecessor who bolted. How about this then? In such situations, a newcomer has only two options. Either leave the company like the predecessor did. If we spar and I manage to land even a single strike, would you teach me? or prove to be better than the predecessor? Azir's eyes opened. Just that made the room's temperature seem to drop. The maid standing nearby was literally shivering. What gain is there for me in doing such a thing? I know I'm a thorn in your side, brother. Watch your words. If things continue as they are, I will make it into the top 10 and will be expelled. So, I took a deep breath. If I can't land a single strike, I'll leave of my own accord. I stepped out into the mansion's backyard with Azir. All the servants were sent away. In the silent surroundings, Azir and I faced each other. Azir held a mock spear, that is, a staff, and looked at me coldly. His gaze was filled with discomfort towards me. Your arrogance reaches the sky, Frondier. Arrogance. To think my challenge to land a strike is seen as arrogance. But Azir's judgment is correct. Even if it were not me, but any decent student from Constel, they wouldn't be able to touch even a hair on Azir. The only advantage is that I am not the real Frondier. The fact that there's no information on me is my only chance. Just once. I tightened my grip on the mock daggers in my hands. I can't drag this out. If I do, I'll lose anyway. Having never faced Azir in the game, I only know about him from what other players have shared. His specialties, habits, patterns, that's about it. But Azir is no monster. He's human. I can't expect a fixed pattern. So, what I can do is to force him into that pattern. Come at me. I'll give you the first move. I threw the dagger before Azir could finish his sentence. Azir's hand, holding a staff, moved reflexively. Thunk, my dagger was easily blocked. After throwing the dagger, I was already charging towards Azir. There was another dagger. Hup. In the moment Azir deflected the thrown dagger, I stabbed him with a second one. In that brief moment, though not quite audible. Ha! It seemed like I could hear Azir's bored sigh. Azir's unique spear technique falling edge the moment my dagger met the tip of Azir's staff. There was no sound at all. Azir's perfect control of force had silently brought both weapons together. Immediately after, a dry sound was heard. Whirling, my dagger was sent flying. This was Azir's technique, falling edge. A nearly mystical technique that disarms the opponent's weapon. How pathetic, Frondier. Azir lightly swung his staff, positioning its tip to his lower left. Azir's signature move, diagonal, was coming. Azir's spear technique basics chapter 3 diagonal. At this moment, having lost my second dagger, I was completely unarmed. Even knowing the attack, there was nothing I could do. That's what Azir thought. My strategy worked. The moment Azir raised his staff diagonally upwards. Thud. My single strike hit Azir's head, abruptly. With that, Azir's staff came to a halt, right beside my temple. Azir stopped his staff because he realized he was hit on the head. However, it seemed he couldn't understand why he allowed me to strike him. My strike rolled to the side. It was a dagger. The third illusion dagger. I have won. Chapter 20.1. Golem 2 Part 1. The reason I, who only had 2 daggers, am now holding the third one. That's because the second dagger, which Azir made me drop by using falling edge, was a fake made by weaving. Weapons made by weaving cannot interfere with reality. In other words, I can hold a real weapon and a weapon made by weaving in one hand, because a weapon made by weaving can pass through objects. The dagger that Azir discarded was the one I had made with weave. The moment the two made contact, my weave, which had appeared in reality, was blown away by Azir's falling edge, but I still had the real dagger in my hand. I threw the dagger at Azir's head. That was dangerous, I said it calmly, but cold sweat was pouring down my face. I threw the dagger the moment Azir took a stance, but I almost ended up being slower than Azir. Honestly, at the end, the fatal blow was completely invisible to my eyes. How did you do it? Do what? I played dumb. I couldn't explain weave. However, Azir, who I thought would be upset, nodded as if he understood. I see. It must have been because you had such a secret technique up your sleeve that you challenged me. It was presumptuous of me to ask you to reveal it. Azir said that and looked at me. His gaze seemed gentler than before the fight. Azir Deroach. He is strict with others, but even more strict with himself. I lost, Frondier. I will teach you battle technique. Just like that, I barely managed to secure a way to improve my combat abilities through sheer luck. Things worked out well, didn't they? The next day, Edwin was walking through the campus grounds when he heard faint whispers. Is that him? Yeah, I think that's him. He had been hearing whispers for a while now, but he didn't think they were directed at him. Didn't the first year save him when he almost died? Yeah, the second son of the Roach family. Edwin turned his head in the direction of the voices. The gossiping students pretended not to see him. However, the taunts directed at him continued. What the hell? It wasn't that Edwin had done something more shameful than the other students. He was just an easy target. Edwin, the son of a fallen noble, had no place among either the commoners or the nobles. To the commoners who resented the nobles, he was the easiest target. If I activate the golem right here and now, what would happen? It was a masterpiece that Professor Binkies had created through his dedicated research. Only a handful of students would be able to deal with it properly. There would definitely be a bloodbath. Students nearby wouldn't even leave a mark, and even if they ran, one by one. Hey, Edwin was startled. When he turned his head, Ellen was looking at him. What are you standing there for? Oh, nothing. Ellen's voice sapped Edwin back to reality. What am I thinking? Such crazy thoughts. Lately, it's been hard to control my anger. Is it because I have this powerful weapon called a golem? No, if I trace it back, did it start when I met Frondier? Are you suffering from such an inferiority complex, Edwin? Are you on your way to eat? Let's go together. Oh, okay. Edwin followed behind Ellen. The Evans family, commoners but renowned due to the younger brother Astor. The Beatorio family, nobles but fallen due to business failures and lack of talent. Thus, the relationship between Ellen and Edwin is both close and distant. They have known each other since the first year. Ellen's brother Astor aside, Edwin can open up to only a few people like her. Ah, really? Ellen's eyes darkened as they walked. She heard mocking whispers about Edwin. So that's why you were standing like that earlier? Yeah, something like that, Edwin honestly admitted. Ignore them. Idiots put all their effort into acting like idiots. They need a target for their anger. I need one too. A target for my anger. Edwin. Ellen looked at Edwin. Her gaze was as cold as it was serious. A clear warning. Hey, fallen noble sir. A smug voice hit Edwin's ears at a very bad time. Edwin turned his head, anger on his face, and saw a familiar face. Gary Klatt, the representative of the commoners group. Gary, don't start trouble, and just go. Ellen spoke up to Gary first. Normally, she would have left it alone. Edwin would have handled the situation himself. But today Edwin was off. Gary, is it your doing, the kids whispering? Did you say something to the commoners group? Commoners group? Call it October. And what do I have to do with it? It's your doing. You did something pathetic. Idiot. Gary kept provoking Edwin. However, Edwin soon turned his anger elsewhere and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Gary's eyes twitched. That's what Edwin does when he's trying to control his anger. Tusk, Gary clicked his tongue. This poor noble, if anything, must be recognized for his patience. Gary. But today Edwin and Gary were on the same page. When do you want to die? Chapter 20.2. Golem 2 Part 2. A few days later. Edwin arrived at the designated place, at the designated time. The golem was by his side. He had no intention of using it, but he couldn't be sure how the others would react, and his expectation was right on target. What? Look at this, Gary said in a mocking tone. It wasn't just Gary at the meeting place. A group of about 6 students, probably commoners, were waiting for him. Bringing something so peculiar with you? If peculiar is what you brought, then your entourage is no different. Edwin smirked at the students surrounding them. Gary shrugged his shoulders. These folks are just spectators. It'd be too boring if it were just the two of us fighting. Someone has to watch, right? Sarcasm was evident on Gary's face. When Edwin chose the location, he hoped that no one would see them. So he picked a clearing where ordinary people wouldn't normally go. Therefore, Gary had deliberately gathered an audience. He didn't think for a moment that he would lose. Well, it doesn't matter. He didn't choose this place out of fear of losing. He simply hoped for no eyes to witness. Edwin drew his sword. It goes without saying, it was a real sword. Gary also drew his sword. I'll forgive you if you beg for your life now. Gary has never killed a person. He has no intention of doing so. However, swordsmanship can clearly demonstrate its highs and lows without necessarily killing. A single blow should make him understand. At that, both moved simultaneously. Gary's sword drew a vertical line, and Edwin deflected the blade at an angle while his sword's tip aimed for Gary's neck. Ah! Gary barely managed to dodge by bending his body. Edwin's movement was clean, as if he knew Gary's first move. He actually predicted it. Moves become easier to read the more predictable they are. Gary might have some experience with a sword, but he doesn't compare to Edwin, who has been trained by his family. A few sounds of metal and wind, and as expected, Gary was being pushed back. Edwin's offensive swordplay prevented Gary from launching any counterattacks. It was a display of offense serving as the best defense. Damn it. Gary forcefully swung his sword. Clang! Edwin's shoulder opened up, exposing his chest. A gap. Gary's thought was instantaneous, and the thrusting sword was even faster. Now, that the gap he found wasn't really one. Edwin read Gary's rushed attack and deliberately opened his body, dodging the thrust by turning his back and spinning around. The end of this spin is Gary's neck. Of course I planned to stop before that. However, I dodged Gary's stab perfectly, but I got hit by something and lost my balance. This is wind magic gathering wind. There's no way Gary can use magic while fighting. I looked around. Among the watching students, there are a few who are reaching out to him and muttering something. Ha! I expected it, but I feel disgusted. I stepped back and somehow regained my balance. However, I didn't have the skill to block Gary's attack while being held back by the students. Thus in the end, I fell and a knife went into my neck. Damn! Gary cursed even though he won. Damn it! How dare you come here alone? Was I really funny? You son of a bitch! You named the commoners group October on your own and claimed to be its representative. I looked at Gary. He won, and even though he's looking down on me, I looked at Gary's face, which was flushed with humiliation. I thought you'd have that much pride. You crippled bastard. You'll be buried in the constel, you crippled bastard who picked a fight and lost to a commoner. It'll suit you very well, a ruined noble. Do whatever the hell you want. I bowed my head. Is my mouth getting worse because my body is not in good shape? What about that jerk? Damn, Gary spat out another curse, still angry, and his eyes went to the sword I was holding. Hey, drop that sword and go. I'll sell it. Don't touch my sword. I growled fiercely. Okay. Gary turned his gaze to the spectators who were watching. Hey, take that sword away. The surrounding students slowly approached. I tried to get up, but stopped again when Gary's sword thrust toward my neck. Stay still, if you don't want to lose. Only then did a smile appear on Gary's face, as if he was feeling a little better. I feel like I'm going to vomit. What are you doing? Why am I like this? Do I need to stay still like this? I tried to have a fair match in my own way. Even if it didn't turn out that way, I still admitted defeat. But my sword was taken away. Vittorio suddenly fell one day. He did nothing wrong. The noble's power caused the commoners to rebel. It had nothing to do with him. Turn it all upside down. Damn it. When I reached that thought, above my head there was a thud. Huh? What Edwin saw was the cold arm of the golem, lifted high, gripping Gary's lower jaw. Gary's face was twisted as if crumpled paper, starting from below his philtrum. The jawbone shattered. With a single squeeze of the golem's hand. Cute Kirk. No proper sound came from Gary's mouth. Tears streamed down his face as he dangled helplessly in the grip of the golem. What is that? Run! The students immediately turned and fled upon witnessing the golem's actions. Edwin found himself reaching out involuntarily. No, if they go now, they'll discover about this golem. Even Professor Binky's. Just thinking that. The golem set Gary down and leapt. With that single bound, it caught up to the fleeing students in an instant. The sound of one-sided violence. Thud thump. After a brief moment, all the students who had been here were down, sitting collapsed or stuck somewhere. And the golem stood still, as if nothing had happened, just following orders. Could it be? Surely they aren't dead? Fortunately, the golem hadn't used a spear. That could be taken as proof it hadn't killed, but Edwin couldn't bring himself to check. His hands were trembling. That tremor soon took over his whole body. Even trying to stand from his crouched position was difficult. No, the ground was spinning. Everything in front of him was pitch black, as if it had flipped over. Go, golem. Come here. The golem immediately stood by his side. First, this must be hidden. Even if the people here wake up and tell someone else, if there's no physical golem, their story loses credibility. In this case, it's fortunate they're part of a group called October. There's a chance people will believe they concocted and spread false rumors. If so, this incident might at most be categorized as manslaughter. That is, if they're all still alive. But if the golem is discovered, it's a different story. He'd be stripped of his ownership of the golem, accused of starting trouble with Gary, and of committing violence against members of October. By all appearances, what he did was premeditated crime. Hurry to Professor Binky's lab. The way from here to the lab? It's not feasible. Since it involves passing several facilities popular among students, the chance of not being seen by anyone is slim. I have to hide until night. Somewhere other than here. Anywhere as long as the people here can't find him once they wake up. Let's go. Chapter 21.1 Golem 3 Part 1 And so, until nightfall, Edwin hid in the nearby bushes. There had been no movement within the constel to find him yet. Calming his hurried heart, Edwin waited persistently. Then, in the silent darkness, when the students had gone home for the evening, staying here any longer could risk being discovered by other staff or the custodians. Edwin decided to move. Follow me. The ground cracked open, and dirt poured out as the golem buried beneath rose to its feet. Cleaning its dirtied body was a thought for later. Such concerns were secondary at the moment. Edwin moved swiftly, cautious of being pursued. He judged it better to make some noise than to encounter anyone at all. His judgment was accurate, up until they passed in front of the training room. Edwin saw someone coming out of the entrance to the training room. He quickly looked around, but there was no place to hide. Wait, hold on. Focusing his vision, Edwin saw the figure emerging from the training room entrance. It was Ellen. Her eyes were open, but her face was expressionless, her focus distant. She's sleepwalking. Ellen's somnambulism was well known within the constel. Edwin, being her friend, of course knew this. She claims it's not sleepwalking, but rather an efficient way to handle sleep and activities simultaneously. But to others, it looks no different. Lucky. Let's pass by carefully. Ellen in this state wouldn't wake up easily. She'd naturally wake up if she sensed danger, but there was no need to disturb her now. Edwin held his breath, reducing the sound of his footsteps to the minimum, slowly distancing himself from Ellen's path. The golem, being louder than Edwin, couldn't be allowed to move much. Still, it wouldn't collide with Ellen. Step by step, the distance between Edwin and Ellen closed. Edwin watched her, his gaze frozen as she approached. Ellen slowly walked towards where Edwin was, and then passed by. Phew! He let out a silent sigh. Good, from here to the lab will be quick. Just as Edwin was about to move again, Ellen, who was leaving his field of view, briefly caught his attention. Edwin froze. Ellen was standing there. Steps that must be walked. A sleep from which one will never waken. If she doesn't sense the crisis, she just has to go her own way. But she stopped. Her back turned. Her body was now facing sideways. A voice slowly trickling out as she tilted her head. The smell of blood. Edwin gasped. Ellen's focus returned. Her eyes sank deeply. She looked straight at Edwin. You. Ellen looked at Edwin's face. It was not clear due to the darkness, but the air around her told her that his expression had frozen coldly. What did you do? Edwin did not answer. Instead, he took a step back. Ellen's eyes narrowed at the sight. What's that next to you? Ellen took a step towards Edwin. Her right hand was already on the handle of the sword worn on her waist. Ellen glanced at the golem standing beside Edwin. Yours? Hike, glass metal, an incredibly high level of completion, overflowing mana. There was no way that Edwin made this thing. His knowledge and skill were not the issue. It was the facilities and funding. I smell blood from it. Ellen's steps were not hesitant. As she gradually closed the distance between her and Edwin, she saw fear in Edwin's expression. Surely this couldn't be. Did you kill someone with that thing? And no. Then why are you trembling like a dog that has taken a dump? Hostility bloomed from Ellen's body. Ellen could forgive Edwin for almost any mistake. She was Edwin's friend and trusted him. But if he killed someone, and it was a murder using a golem, and he was trying to hide it on top of that. Edwin, I'll ask again. Ellen drew her sword. The blade, reflecting the moonlight sharply, was as cold as her eyes. What did you do with that thing? I just thought about it. Edwin's gaze wandered around as if he was avoiding something. I just thought that I shouldn't be caught, but this golem attacked the October guys on its own. Killed them on its own. No, it didn't kill them. Can you guarantee that? Edwin kept his mouth shut. Ellen's eyes turned icily cold. Whose golem is that? Taking something that isn't yours, using it to assault someone, not even checking if they're dead before running away, and then trying to hide the golem? Each of Ellen's words was like a dagger, piercing Edwin. Edwin bit his lip, unable to make any excuses. Have you truly fallen so low, Edwin? Don't talk to me like that. With a whoosh, the golem charged towards Ellen, gripping its spear with both hands and slashing horizontally. Ellen stepped back with a nimble move. Edwin, too shocked, could only stare blankly. Had the attack connected, Ellen would have surely died. Did I really want that? Even the shadows at his feet, bathed in moonlight, seemed to swirl. The darkness felt as if it was crawling up from the ground, invading him. Really, the golem moves just by thinking about it. That's a bit too much. The recent attack from the golem had instead calmed Ellen. Her thoughts had slightly changed. That golem is not normal. Edwin wouldn't really think of killing her. Even if he did, this kind of attack isn't like Edwin. If that expression isn't an act, then even he is surprised by the golem's movement. Edwin, stop the golem. What? Deactivate it. You don't want to make more mistakes, do you? That's right. Edwin came to his senses. Yes, just deactivate it. Then the golem wouldn't move on its own, as if reading his thoughts anymore. Why hadn't he thought of this before? Edwin extended his hand towards the golem and, still not fully regained his senses, looked at Ellen. Ellen, why? Are you going to tell someone else? Chapter 21.2 Golem 3 Part 2 Ellen found Edwin's current state strangely unfamiliar, to the point of discomfort. Where had the righteous and strong-willed Edwin she knew gone? Though a bit timid, he was deeply considerate, never one to fall, even if his posture involuntarily lowered. Where's Edwin, who wouldn't even glance at a method that slightly deviates from the norm? Edwin, answer me. If this golem had killed someone, I would be done for. It's dangerous enough having stolen the golem, but if it killed someone, I would be completely finished. Edwin had already withdrawn his hand that was extended towards the golem. He had no intention of releasing it. Instead, Edwin tried to persuade Ellen. Just let it slide. We're friends, Ellen. You know what happens to me if this gets out. Please don't make me out to be a murderer. Ellen slowly, and deeply, closed her eyes at those words. Edwin von Vittorio, you really have changed. Whether you're a murderer or not isn't for me to decide. We don't even know if those people are truly dead or not. Right? So. And Ellen gripped her sword and assumed her stance. Further conversation was pointless. It's not for you to decide either, Edwin. With those words, Ellen's demeanor fully entered combat mode. Edwin watched her blankly. The Ellen from moments ago, though composed, was at least angry with him, her friend. Criticism and advice towards a friend. That was her form of coldness. But now Ellen had shed all such personal feelings. She simply regarded Edwin as an enemy. Ellen. As Edwin shouted, the golem stamped the ground in response. Its hefty body lunged towards Ellen like an arrow. A sharp thrust. Ellen dodged it and found an opening. Tusk. The golem's spear technique was precise. The gap that followed its thrust disappeared as soon as she dodged it. So it is a golem after all. It doesn't trust in its own durability or defense. It just acts according to what it's been programmed to do. If the golem had been a living creature, it might have easily found such a gap. Strong beings often rely on their strength. My chances of winning are slim. This golem is probably the work of some master. As a swordsman, Ellen ranks among the top class in the entire constel. That's why her brother, Aster, has never beaten her in a mock battle. Her swordsmanship wasn't inferior to the golem's spear technique. It was just a matter of strength. Even if the golem focused solely on defense, it could easily block Ellen's monocharged attacks with room to spare. Even if she found an opening and struck, it was uncertain whether she could inflict significant damage. I need to finish this quickly. While she still had enough mana, she needed to land a critical hit with just one attack. Boom! The golem pursued Ellen with its heavy steps. Having made up her mind, Ellen switched to defense. She sought an opening in the golem's attacks, aiming for a single strike. Ellen dodged nimbly, but the golem followed persistently. With every roll of its foot, the golem flying through the air was enough to make anyone watching dizzy. But if it's an opponent that moves exactly as programmed... Ellen slightly lowered her sword from her torso. A deliberately created opening. An opening too obvious for a human, but the golem would undoubtedly attack it because it was programmed to do so. Whoosh! With the sound of the wind draped over its shoulder, the golem swung its spear from top to bottom. Ellen faced her blade forward, colliding its edge with the spear. As the spear and blade met, her eyes sparkled. Evans' family's martial arts. Ellen Evans' unique sword technique. One strike. Her sword, wrapped in aura, climbed up the spear shaft, drawing a straight line. At the end of this trajectory was the golem's neck. A single straight line, reaching there as if measured with a ruler, extends cleanly. It's done tang. However, the trajectory was diverted midway. Ellen lost her grip on the sword. A technique that lightly diverted the force entered into the spear, then caused rotation and impact simultaneously to neutralize the opponent's attack. Ellen had seen this almost mystical technique before. This technique, its senior Azirs, her thought was fleeting. Having lost her sword, she had no way to block the golem's attack. The golem quickly pulled its spear back, piercing Ellen in an instant. Kug. Ellen twisted her body with all her might. A long wound opened on her side. She rolled on the ground from the force, the taste of dirt almost reaching her mouth before being overwhelmed by the taste of blood. Ellen, give up. Edwin's voice could be heard from afar. Damn it. A trusted friend, now suddenly gone crazy. That alone had banished all sleep that had been plaguing her until now. And there was a pain in her side too. Ellen. As if responding to Edwin's call, the golem slowly approached. Its spear pointed downward, aimed at her as she lay on the ground. When the golem stood before her, the spear was already high above her, like a guillotine. Edwin, I never thought you'd come to this. If Ellen really were to die here, then Edwin would cross a point of no return. Such a foolish man. The golem, without waiting for Edwin's command, dropped its spear. Ellen closed her eyes. Clang! Suddenly, a metallic sound rang out. What? When Ellen opened her eyes, the golem's spear had missed her and was embedded in the ground. Why? Ellen couldn't understand for a moment. Was the trajectory of the spear disturbed? How? It seemed reasonable to assume something was thrown, but there was nothing around. The golem itself seemed perplexed. The golem shifted its gaze somewhere and thud. Its jaw was struck. Crack! Clang! With each harsh metallic sound, the golem's head swayed to and fro, clearly, as if it had been hit by something. Something invisible to Ellen's eyes repeatedly lashed the golem's face. What is it? Golem, come here. Edwin, feeling uneasy about the unknown attack, called the golem back. The golem leaped to Edwin's side. And then, a strange voice from afar. Phew, the distance has increased. Training paid off. Ellen looked in the direction the voice came from. There was a man. He seemed to have arrived in haste, his shoulders heaving, his first uttered voice mixed with rough breaths. His eyes, reflected by the moonlight, looked at Ellen. A relieved smile. That slight grin brightened the evening's darkness. Though it was an inappropriate thought in this urgent situation. Ellen found herself thinking, I thought we would meet someday. And here we are. Frondier de Roche. Chapter 22.1. Golem 4 Part 1. The throwing distance of the dagger woven from the weaving has increased. The situation was so urgent that I threw it for the time being, and fortunately, it reached it in reality. If I had come out of the training room a little earlier, I would have been able to try it more safely. But what is that? With its enormous body and metal armor wrapped around it, it's definitely a metal golem. I looked at Edwin. From a distance, it seemed like Edwin was the golem's master. Senior Edwin. Frondier. The voice calling out my name is somehow dry. As if it holds all the resentment in the world, he calls out my name. You again. It's the second time I've met you. I approached Ellen, somewhat wary of Edwin. I knelt down and examined her condition. There was a wound on her side. Did Senior Edwin do this? At my words, Ellen blinked her drowsy eyes a few times. I can't tell if she's sleepy or tired. The golem did it. Senior Edwin is the one controlling the golem. Yeah, sorry. What are you sorry for? I stood up. Edwin's flames of anger were still directed solely at me, as if I were the last piece of the puzzle that he'd arbitrarily put together. No, Don't tell me. Edwin's surroundings are tinged with purple, looming from his body like a haze. I know what that is. In Etius, where there aren't many special privileges for players, it's one of the few things that differentiates them. A purple haze that only players can see. Proof that a character has been corrupted. Damn it. Why did Edwin become corrupted? He was a person who had never been like that, not even once. During the countless times that I played the game, he always stood up and restored the honor and glory of his family. That golem, if he had just 2 more years, he would have been able to create it with his own skills. The current Edwin's appearance is too unfamiliar to me. If I were to guess the reason, there is only one thing. Me. A character that doesn't exist no matter how many times I play. Frondier. Is the existence known as Frondier de Roche causing Edwin von Beatorio's corruption? Frondier. That golem isn't Edwin's. Edwin is being controlled by the golem. I get it, so take a rest. Listening to the voice struggling with pain is difficult. Being controlled by the golem. So, does this mean the golem's movements aren't of Edwin's own volition? Senior Edwin. Why? Can you control that golem? Of course. As if to prove his answer, the metal golem moved. The golem indeed seemed loyal to Edwin's commands. No loyal to his will? As someone who just intervened, I don't know why they were fighting. But still. Senior, have you killed someone with that? At my question, Edwin's eyes darkened. Of course they would. Even hearing it makes me feel bad, but it's a question that must be asked. This guy and that guy, damn, that question about killing someone, as expected. Ellen had asked as well. What would you do if I had killed someone? What would you do, you little shit? Whoosh, the golem took off. Its approach, swinging a spear at me, reminded me of a spinning top with a scythe attached. But more sinister than that. Weaving Workshop No. 13. Grade Rare Bastard. The Lion's Greatsword. I unfolded the weaving and gripped the bastard sword with both hands. Such a brutish attack couldn't be blocked with a smaller weapon. At the moment of impact, the weakness of weaving, if not completely parried, it vanishes, and I die. Ugh! Clang! I parried the golem's spear, and my weapon vanished at that moment. The golem, not understanding why its spear was blocked. Until now, it had been hit in the face several times with a dagger made through weaving. But golems naturally lack learning ability. So clang! Clang! I hurled a dagger I wove at his face. If you don't learn, just keep getting hit. I'll beat you into a rag. But he advanced little by little. Since I can only weave one at a time, he gets closer during those gaps. I should have practiced weaving 2 weapons. Regret always comes too late. Chapter 22.2. Golem 4 Part 2. Ellen checked her wounded abdomen. The bleeding had stopped, and the pain had eased a bit. Her trained body and accumulated mana diligently healed her. With a bit of leeway, she watched the battle of Frondier. I should let him escape. Why is Frondier helping? He doesn't know me. Even if he did, there's no reason to risk his life. She had heard a bit about Frondier from her younger brother, Aster. He said that Frondier was much more diligent and decent than his reputation as a human sloth. But from Ellen's point of view, it wasn't a very credible statement. After all, Aster felt indebted to Frondier because of the Mistletoe incident. However, she knew nothing about his combatability. The rumors that he sleeps through classes and tries to skip practical and field lessons are true. He doesn't seem like he'd be good in combat. Even now, Frondier's movements against the golem lacked organization. But why? How is he blocking it? Frondier is empty-handed. Yet, every time he swings his hands, the golem's spear is deflected, and the golem's head reels. At first, I thought of invisibility hiding one's weapon with magic. It's certainly a difficult technique, but worth it. But then, how did he save me? He threw something to fend off the spear thrust at her. I'm not sure what it was, but presumably, a throwing dagger. And he keeps throwing them incessantly, as if there's no limit to the number. Even as she thought this time, he seemed to be clutching something in both hands, swinging it around. He uses it to block the golem's spear, and sometimes, he inflicts wounds on the golem's waist or legs from a very close distance. Dagger? Spear? Greatsword? It's frustrating enough not being able to see it, but its length is also incomprehensible. What a pity. Yet, Ellen anticipated Frondier's defeat. It might seem like Frondier is aggressively attacking, but all those attacks are meaningless to the golem. If such actions were repeated hundreds of thousands of times, maybe the golem would fall. However, the Frondier's stamina would run out first. If only he had mastered the aura, he might have had a chance to defeat the golem. Sigh. Ellen took a deep breath. Thankfully, Frondier was buying time. She needed to recover quickly to create an opportunity for the Frondier to escape, herself included if possible. It didn't seem like the Frondier would suddenly be in trouble from the looks of it. That spear technique. Just then, she heard the Frondier's muttering. Feeling a sense of ominousness in his voice, Ellen looked up at the golem. The golem stopped its blind offensive and assumed a stance. It slowly swung its spear from that stance. Though it seemed slow at first glance, every movement was powerful, tracing a cunning trajectory that was difficult for the opponent to easily pierce through. The spear technique of Azier. Ellen bit her lip. As expected, the golem was mimicking the spear technique of Azier. The Frondier's hand moved again. An invisible throwing weapon. Clang, but this time it was blocked by the golem's spear. The golem didn't see and blocked the Frondier's weapon. The moving spear's trajectory simply didn't allow the dagger to penetrate. Targeting between those trajectories might allow for an attack, but stopping the golem now was impossible. Frondier, just die quietly. Edwin's shout could be heard. Ellen took a slow breath in and slowly exhaled. With that one breath, she collected a piece of her stamina. Edwin's murderous intent toward me is definitely real. It's strange. Everything else seems to have been a mistake, but the only thing directed at me is murderous intent. Does my conduct provoke that level of anger? Moreover, since a while ago, Edwin's corruption miasma has seemed off. I couldn't see it through the game, or perhaps it was because it was a game that I couldn't see it. That purple miasma seemed to have some kind of form, almost like a human, like something resembling a human. I felt as if there was someone behind Edwin's back. Swish! I narrowly dodged the tip of the spear and retreated. I would have died here if I had been even a bit slower. This golem is imitating Azir's spearmanship, but it's still rough around the edges. To put it in gaming terms, the coding is incomplete. It uses techniques depending on the conditions, but those conditions are still simple. Frondier. I hear Edwin's voice. He's filled with fury. I've already killed someone. Since I've already killed once, what difference does it make if I add one more to the tally? His voice is like a desperate confession. Meanwhile, the golem continues to swing its spear toward me. If he plans to distract me with his voice, it's really a great combo. If you came here with the half-baked resolve that I wouldn't kill you, ugh, shut up. I'm busy enough as it is. You're annoying. No one's dead. Clang! I shouted and swung my claymore. It's starting to take some effort to deflect the golem's spear. It's also dangerous to continue depleting my mana like this. What? Edwin seemed rather flustered by my shouts and stuttered his words. Confirm that? I don't need to confirm something like that. What incident happened? Or what exactly is it that's caused Ellen and Edwin to fight? Why does Edwin think he's killed someone? I don't know any of that. But there's no way you could have killed someone. I know Edwin von Vittorio. The purple miasma is proof of corruption. Nothing can be done if you're corrupted. On the contrary, that miasma only started emerging just now, so that means Edwin was not corrupted up until then. The uncorrupted Edwin wouldn't have killed anyone. Yes, what do you know? What do I know, you ask? How should I explain it? My days as Aster, challenging Etius with you countless times. The times I protected you countless times. Would you understand if I explained all of that? It doesn't matter how you used the golem, or if you were manipulated by the golem, who moves as it pleases, my opinion remains the same. Edwin could never have the heart to kill someone, not even for a fleeting moment. That excessively gentle disposition of his, that weakness has tormented Edwin up until now. But it's also the very elegance of Edwin himself, which shall one day cause the Bhatiryoga to shine brilliantly. No. I'm a coward who ran away without even checking to see if those people die. Edwin seemed to be confused. In contrast, the golem's attacks were growing more intense. That dichotomous appearance would probably start to feel strange not only to me, but to Ellen as well. I can see it. The purple miasma clinging to Edwin is gradually transferring to the golem. Now I finally understand the true nature of this corruption. I've witnessed a god before. That small boy with black wings who tried to kill me by making it look like a suicide. Thanatos. I sense the exact same aura from that corruption right now. Whoever it is, there's a god behind Edwin's back. Chapter 23.1 Golem 5 Part 1 The golem now completely ignores Edwin's will, proceeding to attack regardless of Edwin's hesitation and guilt. Wait, stop. It's as if Edwin's cries fall on deaf ears, as if listening to a voice far surpassing the authority of a master. Boom! Crash! Bang! The clumsily swung spear blades dig into the ground. Unlike before, its movements are vastly different from Azir's spear techniques. Yet, in that clumsiness, there's incredible speed and strength, making it difficult to find an opening. If only it could be stopped for a moment, now would be the perfect opportunity. Then, as the golem recklessly swings its arm up to the sky once more, crack! A sword is lodged into the golem's arm. Ellen's sword. It was Ellen who had thrown the sword. The bit of stamina and mana she had painstakingly gathered while I was fighting. All of it spent in one move. It was a stretch for me, but from Ellen's perspective, such a foolish attack was all too easy to predict. An opportunity not to be missed. I grabbed the necklace. The black gemstone necklace given to me by Quinny. This necklace has the property of absorbing any liquid it comes into contact with. To fill it with liquid, one simply needs to place the necklace over it. Furthermore, it's enchanted with spatial expansion magic, allowing it to hold much more than it appears. So how does one extract from it? Even simpler. Crack. Break it. Weaving obsidian. Grade legendary Gram. The black liquid, obsidian, instantly takes shape and forms in my hands. Sigurd's sword Gram is now in my grasp, followed by a surge of dizziness and fatigue, a sign that mana exhaustion is near. I swung the sword, held high into the sky, down with lightning speed. However, my attack was slightly delayed, clashing with the spear blade the golem had hastily shot out. At the moment of contact, the clashing blades made no sound. At that moment, I saw the golem's purple swirling mist, what I had assumed to have a form now clearly manifested, and I locked eyes with it. Do you understand why you possess neither divine power nor talent, daring to imitate the weapon of a hero? All gods shall curse you, you lowly creature. The voice sounded in the stillness of time. I guessed its identity. The swirling mist transferred from Edwin to the golem, the manipulator that led Edwin to corruption, the irresponsible power that handed the golem over to him and burdened him with sin. So you finally reveal yourself. Hephaestus. That technique is something I've seen before. With a skill that only allows for 3 seconds, what will you do? I've seen it before, huh? So that's how it was. It was strange to suddenly encounter Sleb in the lower dungeon. It was your doing. Is that all there is to it? Time moved again. At that moment, the golem's spear moved strangely. With a sizzling sound like firewood burning, it rotated and struck simultaneously. Ping, jururururung. At that moment, the golem's spear moved strangely. Clang, the sound of crackling wood, accompanied by rotation and impact. Ping, Graham left my hand and flew through the air. Falling edge. I heard Ellen's short scream from afar, perfectly deflecting the opponent's blow and even making them drop their weapon. No one but Aesir could do something like this. If the golem's model is Aesir, it must be a coveted technique. That's why I knew this skill was coming in the first place. Swoosh, the golem's spear shot at me again. I immediately lowered my body to dodge the spear. Before the golem could use falling edge, I had already removed my hand from Graham. Thanks to that, I was able to maintain my balance and dodge the spear. This kind of evasion would get me killed if I were facing the real Aesir. But it works on you. You fake. Graham was still spinning around in the air. Binding doesn't break. 3 seconds have already passed. Hephaestus only knows this much. The belief that Graham will disappear after 3 seconds. However, with the continuous repetition of mana control training, and the ring Quinny gave me, I extended it by 2 more seconds there, idiot. I caught the falling Graham in my hand, the blade facing upward from below. I'm just imitating what the golem in front of me is doing. If Aesir saw this, he would click his tongue and look down on me. But my opponent is a copy of Aesir. Then, I have to be prepared to get hit by this. Aesir's basic spear technique, Frondier style swordsmanship transformation cross swish, the diagonal line drawn by Graham. The golem fell exactly that much from the top of its body. Chapter 23.2 Golem 5 Part 2 Clang. The sound of metal is rough. The golem, who looked like a ferocious monster just a moment ago, made a hollow sound as it was cut. I stood with my shoulders slumped. I won. Only after realizing that did I hear my heartbeat. Huff, huff, my hands trembled. The mana depletion was severe. Even though I extended it by 2 seconds, it took longer than I thought. Or maybe I unconsciously used more mana. Graham had already turned into black smoke and dissipated. The sound of glass clinking against each other. The shattered necklace gathered itself back together, restoring to its original form. The necklace given by Quinny was imbued with restoration magic, meaning from now on, if I wanted to use the obsidian, I would have to break this necklace, and once the necklace returned to its form through the restoration magic, I could store the obsidian in it. Quinny really gave me something valuable. I named the necklace Black Lotus. Now then, forced my barely moving face to lift. The remaining purple haze from the golem was still there. Hephaestus, one of the 12 gods of Olympus, the god of blacksmiths and fire. With his eyes, accustomed to tempering metal and crafting weapons, was my weaving that displeasing to him? You deserve to die. I could hear Hephaestus's seething voice. So his mouth was still alive. Don't be mistaken that you've won. You haven't even scratched me. So what? I never intended to scratch you in the first place. Why does a god keep meddling in human affairs? Next time it won't end like this. When Hephaestus got that far, it felt as if I had locked eyes with him. The form of the purple haze was faint. Ugh! Suddenly, I saw a certain scene. A limping man was standing there. He was handing something to a woman. Is that a bow and arrow? My eyes captured those 2 images in the workshop. But who is that woman? The limping man is undoubtedly Hephaestus. But the fact that he's handing over a bow he made to a woman means, that woman could it be? You! The scene vanished, leaving Hephaestus's rebuke. What did you see? You dare to freely delve into a god's past. What are you doing? Hephaestus was visibly flustered. I let out a hollow laugh. It seems I wasn't as ineffective as I thought. How much more do you need to insult the gods to be satisfied? Despite Hephaestus's outraged tone, his voice gradually faded away. Well, he had nowhere to put his divine power, so he couldn't continue to exist. Disappear. My voice was dry. It felt like I was pouring out tiredness with my voice. After Hephaestus's voice completely vanished, I was standing in the sound of a tranquil wind. Frondier. I turned my head. Ellen was standing next to me. She was holding her side, but she seemed to have recovered significantly. What are you going to do about Edwin? Ellen's voice was as languid as ever, making me feel even sleepier. Edwin had simply collapsed where he had originally been standing. There seemed no need to worry about him now that Hephaestus's interference had vanished. "Edwin, are you okay?" "Yeah." Ellen nodded quietly. She seemed to understand my intentions as well. Ellen. That scene would probably be one of the moments she could never forget even if she died. The sword was born in the hands of a boy at one moment. With that sword he sliced through the golem. Right up until the moment of slicing, the scene was almost like a piece of magic. And after the fight ended, the boy just stood there still. His hands were twitching, and his whole body shivered slightly with every movement. His eyes, looking somewhere, still shone with a forlorn light even after the fight had ended. His face was soaked with fatigue and a sense of powerlessness, but his eyes seemed to be looking somewhere. Ellen stood up and walked. His figure, drenched in moonlight, was incomparably beautiful. To confirm if it was reality, Ellen walked. "Frondier." She called his name. Frondier looked at Ellen. "What about Edwin?" "Edwin is okay." Despite such conversations, Ellen still felt like she was talking to a fantasy, even though she was looking at Frondier. Even though Frondier was looking at her. Thus, Ellen resolved the biggest question she had. "Why did you save me? You don't know me. Even if you did, it wouldn't be a reason worth risking your life for." The moment he protected her. The voice, shouted by Edwin. A fight like none she had ever seen before. All of it came to her like a dream. "Frondier. Who are you? You are someone who shouldn't die." With those words, Frondier's body tilted. Ellen caught his falling body. Finally, Frondier became real from a fantasy, held in Ellen's embrace. His breath was even. His peaceful face met her gaze without any barriers. Ellen poked his sleeping face for no reason. A definite sensation. Ellen blinked several times, and then exhaled a breath that was almost a sigh. Her drowsy eyes captured the moonlight. Ellen smiled. "Sleeping people are heavy." It was a slightly ill-fitting comment for her. When I regained consciousness, I was in the infirmary. I quietly opened my eyes. Next to me sat a teacher in a white coat. She had an elegant face. Her brown hair fell lightly in waves, and her calm gaze touched the tips of her long eyelashes. I knew who she was. Malia de Roche, the health teacher at Constal. The information far more critical to me, however, is that she is Frondier's mother. What should I do? Naturally, I've never had a conversation with Malia. Malia isn't at the Roche mansion. Her position as a health teacher is for show to the students, and her main work is in magical research. Her lab is fully equipped with sleeping facilities, so Malia spends most of her time there. She was quietly reading a book. Should I surprise her? Wouldn't it help to break the ice and move the conversation smoothly? Just as I was about to open my mouth. While looking at the book, Malia opened her mouth. "Did you sleep well?" "Frondier. How did you know?" "A mother knows everything." "She's joking, right?" "It's scary because it feels real. Your girlfriend brought you here. Say thanks to her later." "Girlfriend?" "Ah, she must be talking about Ellen." "She's not my girlfriend." "I'm happy. Our son is handsome enough that it's rather late, isn't it?" "Are you listening?" Mom. Did any other male students come here besides the girl?" "Ah, yes." Malia nodded her head. Her indifferent and calm expression certainly resembled the sleepy Frondier. He confessed. "Excuse me." He stole the golem and committed violence against the students. He confessed everything. You can see it on the news right now. Want to watch? "Ah, no." There's no tension in Malia's voice. Did anyone die?" "No, fortunately. There's evidence that the students deliberately gathered to torment him, so the punishment won't be too severe." Upon hearing that, I buried my head in the pillow in relief. I see. Edwin was still Edwin. Without Hephaestus's interference, he was still the Edwin I knew. Hephaestus. The scene Hephaestus showed me, no, the scene I intrusively peeked at. The bow and arrow. Presumably, it is undoubtedly Artemis's bow. A set of bow and arrow is stored in my workshop. To weave it, I would need an amount of mana equal to or greater than Graham. And one more thing. I need to quickly learn how to weave two weapons simultaneously. I can only weave one item at a time. So when I fought with the golem, I could only throw the dagger once, which was a struggle. I eventually won, but the mana was on the edge, and I fainted because of it. And most importantly, if I could weave Artemis's bow and arrow, I would have to hold each in my hands. Chapter 24.1 The Disciplinary Committee Part 1 Edwin was sitting in a chair. His mouth was parched. Just as much sweat was running down his back. In front of him were the renowned teachers of Constal, all looking at him. Surrounded by them, Edwin sat as if he were a criminal. No, he was indeed a criminal. He was now attending a disciplinary committee meeting. Edwin. Yes, yes. The white-haired man sitting opposite Edwin. His eyes, wrinkled at the edges, held a fierce glint, and he was wrapped in a long robe that concealed his build. He was none other than the final authority and highest-ranking official of Constal, the Chancellor Zodiac Osprey. There's no need to explain the circumstances separately. You turned yourself in. Yes, that's right. Edwin quietly nodded. A young man on his right spoke in a thick voice. It was Alex, the teacher in charge of basic combat skills. You assaulted the students unilaterally. Among them, there were students who suffered serious injuries. In particular, student Gary had his jawbone shattered and is still hospitalized. That crime is by no means light, even if you did turn yourself in. I think the fact that he turned himself in seems more important. The one who answered was Jane, the teacher in charge of basic mana theory and practical training. She had led Frondier's group through a lower dungeon. Her lively face still stood out in the committee. Until Edwin used the golem, he himself was the one being unilaterally assaulted. The students, who were injured, all belonged to the commoner group October, and it has already been confirmed that they were systematically bullying Edwin. Even so, they did not harm Edwin to that extent. That might be because Edwin's actions stopped at self-defense. It's not right to describe it as unilateral assault when it could be considered excessive self-defense. Jane and Alex are both full-time teachers at Constal who teach the common first-year classes. They had taught Edwin and Gary when they were first-year students. The conflict between commoners and nobles was intensifying around that time. Jane tried to distinguish individuals amidst the conflict, but Alex had been on the side of the commoners from the beginning. He himself had come from the commoner class, diligently and steadfastly building up his efforts. The stigma of being a fallen noble was worse than that of being a noble. Many teachers and students knew that Edwin did not fully belong anywhere and was an outsider. Yet, Edwin persevered and had not been involved in any incidents so far. Therefore, Jane trusted Edwin in this incident, whereas Alex believed that this time Edwin was guilty. Both of you, calm down. A graceful voice. It was Malia de Roche, the school nurse. It was curious that Malia, just a school nurse, was attending the disciplinary committee, but no one objected. We are not here today because of an assault case involving student Edwin, right? Right. The problem is the golem. Alex replied with satisfaction. Jane pursed her lips. From the teachers at Constal's perspective, this issue was more problematic than the assault case. Even Jane, who wanted to defend Edwin, didn't have much to say on this matter. Edwin, you stole Teacher Binky's golem and used it for assault. Do you agree? Alex's question was malicious. Exactly as he said, Edwin had confessed before. Edwin closed his eyes and answered. Yes, that's correct. The date you stole the golem and the assault incident are very close. It seems you stole the golem from the beginning to assault the students. Do you agree? Teacher Alex, Jane exclaimed. Alex's statement was just based on speculation and forced logic. However, the attitude and expression Edwin had shown since he first came here were already wilting with guilt. Such forceful reasoning could work. Why are you silent? Do you agree or not? Teacher Alex, you're going too far. I wasn't asking you, Teacher Jane. Alex stood up from his chair. His steps toward them were deliberate and imposing in their indifference. Approaching Edwin closely, Alex challenged him. Answer me, Edwin. If it wasn't to attack the students, why did you steal Teacher Binky's golem? Right after you stole the golem, you first used it for assault. If these series of actions weren't intentional, then, what are you saying? Edwin still had his eyes closed. Alex's scolding did not shake Edwin's heart. Rather, he was shaking and being shaken by himself. I did even worse. Hitting students could somehow be excused. But I tried to silence Ellen, who was a close friend, and I truly tried to kill Frondier. That unknown rage, though I don't know where it started, was clearly my will. Have you truly fallen, Edwin? Just like Ellen said. Denying it would be ridiculous. Answer me, Edwin. Alex rebuked. Edwin slowly opened his eyes. Yes, everything seems intentional. Admitting it is the right thing. Edwin von Vittorio has fallen. Slowly his mouth opened and snapped. A sharp sound enveloped the entire meeting room, striking all walls and the ceiling. Everyone turned their gaze towards the direction of the sound. Teacher Binky's, Chapter 24.2. The Disciplinary Committee Part 2. Teacher Binky's. Alex tilted his head, puzzled. Teacher Binky's hands were together. She had clapped her hands. Ah, I finally understand. What are you talking about now? Well, I was wondering why Edwin was here and doing this. I couldn't understand for a while. So Edwin is being scolded now? Teacher Binky spoke with a relieved expression, as if she had finally solved the problem. This oddity made Teacher Alex frown. Doesn't student Edwin know better than anyone what he did wrong? So, that's why no one said anything to me. Because there was such a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Alex's expression grew increasingly displeased. He had a feeling Binky's was about to say something very unpleasant. Binky's, hands on her hips, said with a tone of great pride, I gave that golem to student Edwin. He didn't steal it. Surprisingly, it was indeed an unpleasant statement. What? As everyone knows, student Edwin has been my long-time assistant. Edwin is such a talented student that, I am ashamed to say, he was of great help during my golem research. The golem was a gift to him. Alex was dumbfounded and opened her mouth in disbelief. A metal golem, given as a gift by a teacher to a mere student? Was it something that could be bought with just a penny or two? Something that could be understood with just a book or two of knowledge? Something that could be made with just a day or two of skill? Certainly not. Alex looked at Edwin. Edwin, more shocked than Alex, was staring at Binky's with wide eyes. His lips were trembling, and his eyes were brimming with tears, as if he was about to cry any moment. Looking at Edwin's expression, doesn't it seem otherwise? Ha, expression? At Alex's words, Binky scoffed. Where did all the proud logic and guesses you were just making to Edwin go, and now you're talking about expressions? Has Mr. Alex now become capable of reading people's inner thoughts just by looking at their faces? MS. Binkies. Even so, giving a metal golem as a gift, how does that make any sense? Don't you see? You're making an even more nonsensical argument than that. An even more nonsensical argument. At Alex's puzzled question, Binkies looked around the audience. With that gesture, everyone's attention was on her, and Binky smiled haughtily. Rather, let me ask you this. You all seem to think that Edwin stole my golem, but how exactly did he steal it? Well, he must have snuck into your lab. Snuck in? Heh. All the teachers understood Binkies' intentions. They clearly understood her motives. Teacher Binkies was trying to protect Edwin, even if it meant resorting to sophistry, and it would be impossible to refute her logic at the moment. My golem is equipped with multiple layers of passwords and security. No one can tamper with the golem's design except for me. Judging from what you're saying, Teacher Alex, it seems you're well aware of the value of a metal golem. Do you think I would just leave such an object in my lab with no countermeasures? Well, it's possible if he has extensive knowledge of golems, metals, and magic, isn't it? I assure you it's not. Binky shifted her gaze. At the end of her gaze was Osprey. None of the teachers here, not even the headmaster, can solve the passwords I put on the golem. No one could say anything to that. They all understood the weight of her statement that even Osprey couldn't solve it. On the other hand, Osprey didn't react much. It seemed like he was agreeing with Binkies, but also like he was ignoring her. Binkies looked at Alex. Let me ask again, which is more likely, that I would gift a metal golem to a student, or that a single student could bypass the golem's security locks that none of the teachers here can solve? Teacher Binkies, that kind of sophistry. I'm not the one resorting to sophistry. While those words were being exchanged, Edwin just listened to their conversation as if it was background noise. He felt a wave of guilt, and shame clouded his vision. Teacher Binkies was protecting him, who had deceived her and stolen her golem. Binkies was one of the few allies Edwin had, who was engulfed in the perception of a fallen noble. Edwin betrayed her, and yet she trusted him once more. That fact alone made his entire being tremble. Edwin bowed his head, ashamed of himself, not even knowing what face he was making. He only looked at the ground. Osprey saw him, clutching his knees, his shoulders trembling, his head bowed. The Beatorio family, he thought, had completely set. The days called prestigious were truly the heyday shared by the head of the Beatorio family and Osprey. He thought they would age together as time passed. What was so urgent? What greed and stubbornness tempted you into downfall? He thought it had withered too quickly to ever rise again. MS. Malia. Osprey, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. Yes. At the scene where the golem was destroyed, I heard that a male and female student went to the infirmary with Edwin. That's correct. Did they say anything? Yes. Edwin's eyes flashed open. It was about Ellen and Frondier. Lifting his head, his eyes met Melia's. Edwin, this is what the two of them wanted to tell you. Yes. First, from the male student, Frondier de Roche. Melia's expression was softer than ever. Her gaze seemed to wrap Edwin in warmth. I'm sorry for breaking the golem on my own. Please convey that. Edwin lost his expression upon hearing that. Tears eventually flowed from his trembling eyes. And this is what Ellen wanted to tell you. Edwin didn't even think to wipe his tears, his dry face soaked with them. Seeing that, Malia wore a rare playful smile. She said she was asleep and didn't know. Chapter 25.1 Deception Part 1 The first thing thrown was a dagger. Then, judging by the throwing stance, some kind of spear. After getting closer, what was swung was probably a two-handed sword. Ellen was watching Frondier's fight. Over and over again, she could identify the invisible weapons of Frondier, one by one, from the countless times she had seen the scene replayed. She could guess the type of weapon, its length, and even its weight. And then, lastly, the sword with which Frondier had cut down the golem. That sword was not invisible. Ellen could clearly see it with her own eyes. Even though Frondier didn't use aura, he cut down the golem effortlessly, without losing the awkwardness of his technique. The weapon itself must be of a different class. But somehow, it seemed familiar. Ellen opened her eyes. She was in the classroom. Giselle, a classmate, was waving her hands in front of Ellen. What's the matter? The one who used to sleep only while walking is now sleeping in the classroom. Or is this actually more normal? Should I be relieved? I wasn't sleeping. She had been sleeping. Ellen, who had grown accustomed to sleep, had surprisingly reached a stage where she could dream the dream she wanted. If it was about the recent event, she could even review her memories, as she was doing now. Anyway, Frondier is a real mystery. Lazy, lacking ambition, talent that barely surpasses the ordinary, just a good for nothing living off his family's name. At least, that's what the rumors clearly said. But rumors are not to be trusted, Yet could they really be this different? What exactly did the people spreading the rumors see in Frondier? How's your side? Ah, it's okay. Having answered Gisel, Ellen checked her own side. She was still bandaged, but there was no discomfort severe enough to hinder daily activities. Of course, by her own standards. The fact that she had been deeply cut by the golem spear, even though she had avoided it, was also true. Really? You always sleep, yet recover so quickly from things like this? I don't know if it's because you have good or bad physical strength. Me walking in my sleep is solely a method to conserve energy. Yes, I know. Gisel waved her hands dismissively, not wanting to hear Ellen's explanation she had heard so many times. Ellen felt a bit embarrassed and closed her mouth. Had she talked about it that much? Even if it was for a friend's sake, it was too reckless to do it alone. You should have called for more people or told a teacher. It's good that it was resolved, but still. There wasn't time. Edwin's condition looked dangerous. While saying this, Ellen also felt a bit of guilt. As Gisel said, the other students at Constal think that Ellen solved this incident all by herself. In fact, there was one more person who contributed even more than her, but Ellen didn't mention it. This was because the person who helped her, Frondier, asked her not to. You don't have to lie, but please don't tell anyone that I was there that day. It would only make things more complicated. It could also cause unnecessary misunderstandings with Senior Edwin. That's what he said, so Ellen didn't mention that Frondier was there. Could it be that Frondier had been hiding his achievements like this all along? No way. You need to get a new sword? Yeah. I'm going to look into it today. After the fight with the golem, Ellen's sword was ruined. It was because of the technique the golem used to disarm her, falling edge. Originally, the original falling edge of Azeti doesn't even leave a scratch on the opponent's weapon. However, the falling edge that the golem showed her was too crude and rough, and her sword was already tattered after using it. It's a little annoying that she fell for such a crude technique. However, the blacksmith she was indebted to before was too far away. Ellen and her younger brother Aster had come this far to enroll in Constal, so she had no choice but to find a weapon shop or blacksmith near Constal. Gisel smiled pleasantly and said, "Should I come with you? You look like the type of person who would easily get scammed when buying a weapon." "Ugh, no, it's fine." Actually, she was going to ask first, but when she said that, she didn't want to ask. Yes, she should see for herself and decide. Getting scammed? What a joke. Customer, when it comes to swords, shouldn't you choose a lifelong companion? You're right, but still yes. That's why you should use this sword made of our indestructible steel. It was getting ridiculous. Ellen's eyes were spinning from the merchant's long, winded sales pitch. At first, she was definitely examining the swords carefully with her own eyes. Then the merchant approached her subtly, recommended various weapons, and gradually increased the price range until it reached this point. She felt pressured and thought she would end up buying the sword, and she started to think that it would be okay to buy it. In fact, she had already decided to buy it, and all that was left was for her to rationalize it to herself. The astute merchant noticed this and became even more enthusiastic in his sales pitch. How about it? A legendary sword made from the highest purity viper steel does not negotiate its price. But should you acquire it, it can serve as a reliable companion for your safety, and even protect the lives of your loved ones. Viper steel, you say? At that moment, a voice interrupted the merchant's pitch. Quickly, the merchant turned his head towards the man who had interrupted him, flashing a friendly smile. Ah, yes indeed. Steel forged from ore mined from the year-long glacier of Basters in the north, processed through a special method. The man just quietly looked at the sword, seemingly indifferent to the merchant's explanation. And Ellen, a bit surprised, stared blankly at the man. It was Frondier. Wouldn't you agree, sir? If you wield a sword, this item is particularly suited for you. At that, Frondier laughed. It was unclear what he found amusing about the merchant's claim, but he said, "It's like calling cubic zirconia a diamond." What? What did you say? Chapter 25.2, Deception Part 2. The merchant was momentarily stunned by Frondier's calm statement, then quickly furrowed his brow. Ellen, also surprised, looked back at the sword. So, does this mean it's a fake? Hey, who are you to suddenly show up and cause trouble? Are you saying this is fake? Yes. It's not even close to viper steel. It's mixed with impurities and hasn't properly become steel. In other words, it's base metal. Base metal? Hey you young brat. Let's see. You got any proof? Where do you get off spouting such nonsense? The merchant was furiously raging, his anger seeming to reach the ceiling. Even as he heard this right beside him, Frondier remained calm. Indeed, Frondier's composure was respectable. Proof, Frondier murmured peacefully. Then he took the so-called legendary sword in his hand, lifting it horizontally before swiftly slicing through the air above it with his other hand. Clang! Somehow, when his hand swept in front of the sword, a loud noise ensued, and the sword broke in two. What? The merchant staggered backward in shock. More than the fact that the sword had broken, he was astonished that it had been broken by bare hands. To the eyes of an ordinary person, that would indeed be surprising. Of course, Ellen knew a bit about his true nature, but naturally, she kept her mouth shut here. Promoting such a sword as Viper Steel, I don't know about you, but the association Smished won't just let this slide. I didn't know. I'm just a merchant who receives goods and sells them. I see. Including you. All the manufacturers providing you with these items have committed a crime. We'll have to arrest them all. Is that even possible? Of course. Sufficient in the name of Roach. Roach. As soon as that name was mentioned, the merchant knelt down, completely hunching over. I'm sorry. It was my personal mistake. I've made a decent profit a few times before with similar promotions. It doesn't concern anyone else. He was confessing to past crimes unasked. Frondier shrugged his shoulders at this and looked at Ellen. So what should we do? Me? Of course. You were almost scammed after all. Ellen didn't know how to react and darted her eyes around. That's right, I was really about to be scammed. Well, should we report it? Ellen, though having almost been scammed, was ruthless when it came to crime. She wasn't weak, just uninformed. A despairing voice from the merchant was heard. But why are you looking for a sword? What happened to the original? It broke. Because of the golem's falling edge. After leaving the weapon shop, they walked down a brick road. The area near Constal, known for its various shops and food, Rubanu. Frondier was eating twin egg bread, a specialty of Rubanu, tilting his head in confusion. Falling edge, yeah. Seems like the golem didn't perform a proper attack. Frondier seemed to ponder upon hearing that. So, an incomplete fall causes the opponent's weapon to break. He murmured to himself. What about you? You also lost your weapon to a fall, though you caught it again. Ellen recalled the last weapon Frondier showed. Thinking about it, it was strange. That weapon should have been broken by the fall, but Frondier didn't seem to react as if it was. Mine was in bad condition from the start. After that incident, it was more damaged, but I didn't know it was because of that. It took some time, but Frondier gave a plausible answer. Ellen thought about the appearance of that sword. Indeed, its design and casting method seemed outdated. The more she thought about it, the more it seemed like a sword she had seen somewhere before. But it's better to entrust your sword to a trustworthy blacksmith rather than a weapon shop. I used to do that, but I haven't had such connections since coming to Constal. Ellen spoke calmly, but realizing the severity of her situation, she knew she was in a difficult position. If she was in this situation, her brother Astor must be in a similar one. They needed to find a solution. Then, shall I introduce you? That's when Frondier spoke up. You know a blacksmith? Yes. Oh, not an introduction, since I don't have a close relationship. Frondier made an odd remark. There's a blacksmith you know, but you're saying you're not close with the person? It's a bit too complicated to explain, but he really is someone you can trust. Ellen pondered for a moment, but her hesitation didn't last long. She decided to trust Frondier. After all, if she didn't, she might get scammed again. Better to stick with Frondier, who had just caught someone attempting to scam her. Then, I'll shamelessly ask for your help. What for? Frondier replied curtly, as if it was nothing. Ellen glanced at Frondier's profile for a moment. His face definitely looked languid. He seemed sleepy. I wonder if this is the expression I would see if I could watch myself sleep. Ellen thought suddenly. Frondier. Yes. Why are you helping me? Why, both before and now. Ellen had asked before. Why did you save me? Right before collapsing, Frondier had looked at Ellen and said she was someone who shouldn't die. She didn't quite understand what that meant. If she thought about it in a simplistic way, it would end up being quite childish. The favor Frondier was showing her might tell Senior. Frondier opened his mouth. He quietly looked at Ellen, as if he was pondering what to say. Even the gap in his contemplation, as if Frondier saw Ellen. You look like a child lost in the market. What? You know, you have somnambulism. No, that's not somnambulism. It's a sleep method developed to conserve energy for emergencies. And you almost got scammed just now. I have nothing to say about that. Ellen admitted honestly, and Frondier laughed. There aren't many people I worry about. Everyone just worries about me. Come to think of it, am I being worried about by that human sloth Frondier? Me, who is called the best swordsman in Constal. That's somewhat humiliating. That worry is a misunderstanding. Earlier, it was because such things rarely happen to me, but I'll adapt quickly, and even if I'm walking around asleep I'll wake up on my own if something dangerous happens. I'm more flawless than you think. So, this is when you use the phrase you're right, Frondier replied playfully. It was clearly a response that Ellen had given to the merchant a while ago. Wait then, how long have you been watching me talking to that merchant? From when the merchant said, customer, this sword is good, but how about this one here? Almost from the beginning. So you were watching me get involved with that person the whole time? Regarding the blacksmith, I'll contact them separately. Aren't you going to answer properly? Chapter 26.1 Menisorpal 1, Part 1. A few days after the incident with Edwin's golem. Done. I looked at the dagger materialized in both of my hands. Skill weaving has obtained a new option. Skill details. Weaving rank, unique description. Stores the image of an object in the workshop and duplicates it. However, they are mere illusions. Option. Simultaneous replication simultaneously generates multiple woven objects. Number of objects that can be replicated simultaneously. 2. I can finally weave 2 weapons at the same time. Up until now, I could only weave 1 weapon, so I had to make a new one every time it broke. However, if I can hold invisible weapons in both of my hands, I can perform more tricky attacks. The rate of fire for throwing daggers will also be faster, and I can also use a 2-sword style. Then now, I closed my eyes. Artemis bow and arrow. A set of those images were stored. Let's try it. The god Artemis is very famous, but her weapon isn't as well known. That's because it's overshadowed by her title of Artemis. Then wouldn't it be easier to weave than Graham? Let's forget about the arrows for now. Let's try making a bow first. For now, I just want to know if it's possible to weave it. So, I'm leaving out the arrows. I can't shoot arrows here anyway. I stretched out my hand. Weaving obsidian. Rank divine Chrysior ugh. I could definitely feel the mana draining from my body instantly. But it's less than when I made Graham. The rank of divine is higher than legendary. However, since I'm only replicating the bow out of Artemis' set of bow and arrow, the burden is lighter. Also, Graham is as famous as a divine weapon. I picked up the bow woven from obsidian. Chrysior, the masterpiece that Hephaestus gave to Artemis. As expected, the golden bow shone brilliantly, just like its name. It's so gorgeous that it seems like a waste to use it as a weapon. Well then, I held the bowstring in my hand and tried to pull it. Or rather, I tried to. Trembling my hand clutching the bowstring was only trembling uncontrollably, not moving in the slightest. I can't pull it. I squeezed every muscle in my body, trying to apply force to the bowstring. But it wouldn't budge. Could it be that I lacked the strength? Meanwhile, my mana was almost depleted, so I reluctantly released the weave. Huff, let's think for a moment. Chrysior is the bow of Artemis. Since it's a god's bow, could it be that only a god can draw it? Or maybe only Artemis herself can? However, in Etius, there are very few people who use the weapons of the gods. For example, the Chancellor of Constal, Osprey. Most of them receive divine power, and discover the weapon led by that divine power, obtaining it as if by some destiny. But clearly, there are exceptions. Either way, it's not that only gods can use a god's weapon. If it's not exclusive to gods, then maybe it's a weapon that only Artemis can use. Or, it's designed that way. Maybe Artemis requested something from Hephaestus, or some kind of curse. Artemis, which god was she again? I tilted my head, deeply lost in thought. In the world of Etius, the gods are adapted to fit this world, but their essence and achievements generally flow similarly. Although the names and titles may have changed a bit, their nature and accomplishments are similar. Then it occurred to me. One possibility. However, it was a possibility that I couldn't exactly welcome. Could it be this bow? Can only women draw it? Artemis, known for her misandry. Perhaps because of that hatred, she might have requested a special enchantment from Hephaestus. Hephaestus, you damn bastard, or is it Artemis who is to blame? Anyway, I can't use it right now. Even if I wanted to give it to a woman, I can't transfer a weapon I've woven. It continues to consume my mana. In the end, I have to use this bow. Then, to modify it? Modifying a woven weapon. Is that possible? Can weaving go that far? Or in the first place, how much do I really know about this ability? I know nothing. Up to now, I've merely focused on utilizing the abilities I could use to their fullest extent. Storing weapons as images, materializing weapons not as matter, but as a phenomenon. I believe that was all that was possible. I still don't understand weaving. I use it simply because I can. But if I fully understand weaving, if I could grasp the principle behind storing weapons as images and the structure of the weapons themselves, modification wouldn't be out of the question. Anyway, I really need to check if it's truly only usable by women. Speaking of which, I have plans. It's just in time. I have a message received on my Sage phone a while ago. I'm a bit worried, but should I go? A hospital visit. At a general hospital near Constal. The detoxification is complete. The doctor who finished the examination said. Sybil Forte nodded energetically. He told you. I'm brimming with energy. It's amazing to recover so cleanly from a sleb's poison in such a short period. It's fortunate that the injured area avoided major blood vessels. You were lucky. Sybil's expression hardened slightly. Oddly, the remark about her being lucky lingered in her ears. Seeing her suddenly quiet, the doctor tilted his head. Aren't you happy? Oh no, I am happy. Very happy. Aha, I'm known for being lucky. Haha. We'll observe your condition until today and proceed with the discharge process tomorrow. Please rest. Can't I be discharged right away? The detoxification may be complete, but the body's aftereffects remain. So please rest. If you feel uncomfortable, immediately press this button here. The doctor pointed at a call button attached to the wall while speaking. Sybil nodded. Creak, the doctor and nurse left, and she was alone in the private room. Sybil exhaled, feeling the silence return. Slivib. She was attacked by an outside demon. Later, she learned that the poison on the Sleb's dagger was incredibly deadly. The paralysis poison is indeed a paralysis poison, a horrific poison that paralyzes a person's heart and brain, causing death. Frondier, you lied. Sybil chuckled. So much for it being nothing. You said it had a sleeping effect mixed in. All of it was to reassure her, to make her fall asleep, to save her. Liar. Incompetent Frondier, lazy Frondier, human sloth Frondier. Liar. When you get down to it, his very existence seems like a lie. I don't know what Frondier did, but he took down Sleb. He dealt with an outside demon. He reassured Sybil, took down the monsters, and carried her to the sanctuary, solving the dungeon. Sybil couldn't forget Frondier from that time. I don't believe in gods. It's etched in my mind and won't disappear. Because I don't believe in fate. Maybe I'm hated? Sybil buried her face in her knees.